This guy takes a superhuman strength test and casually lifts a 400-pound barbell. He does it with just one hand while using only one of his power. The girl conducting the test is completely stunned. She's seen thousands of awakeners try to lift it, but she's never seen anyone do it so easily before. It's nothing for Lim, who, after getting his results, just heads out to grab some lunch, hoping for a quiet meal. But yeah, that's not happening. The moment his test results are revealed, the leaders of every major guild go crazy trying to find him first. They rush over one after another, throwing out insane offers and promising him mountains of money if he joins their guild. But Lim brushes all of them off like they were nothing, because he's waiting for one particular girl who will give him the most valuable offer. How does he know that? Well, he's a regressor. After 2 decades of battling extra-dimensional monsters and protecting the world, Lim Dayan was finally ready to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. However, the morning after his retirement party, he woke up to find himself back in time before he had even gained his powers. When Lim opened his eyes the next morning, he wasn't in his nice house. Instead, he found himself lying in the small student dorm room he had lived in 20 years ago. He panicked and picked up his phone nearby, and when he saw the date on the screen, he froze. It said the year was 2018. He threw the phone at the wall in frustration and shouted, "This has to be a joke." Lim can't understand why this is happening. Just yesterday, he had started a comfortable life. Now, he's back in the past, before the injury that ruins his knee, before the monsters, and before he becomes a hero. He screams in frustration, asking himself over and over what went wrong. But then, something strange catches his eye. On his wrist is the rare watch his friend John Chol gave him as a gift in a flashback. Lim remembers John Chol telling him the watch might be a relic from the legendary mage of the Byron continent. Does the watch have something to do with this? Lim wonders. He recalls studying the watch before falling asleep the night before, and he thinks maybe that's the reason he was brought back. Just then, loud banging shakes the door. An aggressive voice shouts from the other side, demanding to know why there's so much noise. The voice belongs to the annoying son of the dormitory owner, known for throwing loud karaoke and booze parties every night. This guy often acts like he owns the place. He even demands money from Lim before he can even get out of bed. As the door opens, the dorm owner's son looks annoyed and asks, "What took so long?" Lim smiles calmly, while sizing him up. The bully wears an expensive jacket made from monster leather. He complains about the noise, claiming it's affecting his mental health. Then, pretending to be generous, he offers to forget the whole thing if Lim gives him money, especially that rare watch. But Lim isn't going to let that happen. He slaps the bully's hand away, then delivers a sharp slap to his face, causing a nosebleed. Lim grabs his head and knees him in the face. The years of bullying flash through his mind. This is payback, even if it isn't enough. Lim spares him and says, "It's time to move out." Back in 2018, Lim remembers a key event: an accident at a construction site that injures his knee, causing him pain for the rest of his life. But now, his knee is fine. This second chance means everything. It's time to get serious. After controlling Manhwa for 20 years, Lim feels confident about adjusting to this body. Still, his muscles are weak and he hasn't been eating well. Hunger hits hard. Looking around, everything is still under construction. That's when it becomes clear why no one notices a lesser gate opening nearby. Monsters emerge, catching everyone off guard, and causing many deaths. Suddenly, a portal opens right in front of him. People scream and run in panic. A red speckled, dog-like monster bursts out from the gate, sharp fangs ready to attack. Amid the chaos, a small girl is surrounded by wolves, screaming for her father. Lim rushes in, pulls her out, and shields her with his body. He tells her to run, while he faces the wolves. He grabs a nearby claw hammer and fights back. His first strike causes a wolf to cry out. Another wolf charges from the side, but Lim reacts quickly with a low swing to its jaw, knocking it back. Lim fights fiercely. Another blow launches a wolf several meters away, but hunger returns, making things more difficult. Jokingly, he suggests the wolves look delicious, remembering the taste of their meat from his previous life. The wolves hesitate in fear. Though his younger body is weaker, it has no knee pain, allowing him to move quickly. He dodges an attack and delivers a powerful overhead kick, but the wolves keep coming. Lim realizes a single hammer won't be enough. He then uses the watch like brass knuckles and punches a wolf. It remains unharmed. That's when he realizes how incredibly strong the watch is. He looks around and sees about 10 wolves still remaining. Just in time, the bullies arrive and take control of the situation. Lim feels relieved. However, his jacket was torn during the fight, which annoys him. A man comes up to thank Lim for saving the girl and the others. He asks for Lim's name and a workplace to send a reward. Lim replies that he has no job and hasn't even registered as a superhuman yet. He had only just awakened a few hours ago. The man takes his phone number instead and thanks him. Lim quickly leaves, saying he has other things to do. The man calls after him, wanting to interview him, but Lim disappears. Everyone begins whispering about a new awakened being, young and powerful. Later, Lim finally finds a place to eat and orders beef soup. The taste brings him joy. While eating, His phone rings. News of his battle is spreading fast. In 2018, 2 years have passed since the first gate opened. Superhumans are replacing police and military forces, guilds are rising to power, and everyone wants to recruit the strongest fighters. Lim knows what's coming. He also knows that many future superhumans will turn into criminals. Plans to handle monster appearances haven't been formed yet. Worse, the 6 major disasters are already beginning to appear. With all his knowledge of the future, Lim makes a decision this time. He'll use everything he knows to retire in just 3 years. Not just any retirement, a peaceful, safe one. The second chance won't be wasted. Lim is sitting and enjoying his meal as messages keep coming in. He seems to enjoy the melody despite the distractions. Suddenly, a man comes up to him and asks if he is Lim Dayan. Lim confirms it, and the man introduces himself as Kim Gil's son, the manager of the ruling family's guild. Kim has watched the video of Lim defeating monsters and is impressed. He immediately wants to meet him and offer something, as long as Lim hasn't signed a contract yet. Just as Kim is about to speak, a woman enters the room. She asks if Lim is the same person from the monster fighting video. Now that she has seen him in person, she finds him even more attractive. Right after her, someone from the warrior guild arrives. They mention that the interest in Lim is endless, and more people keep coming to where Lim is sitting. All of them try to recruit him to their own guilds, and it almost turns into a fight. Lim tells everyone to be quiet. He warns that if they say even one more word, he won't join anyone, no matter how much money they offer. No matter how much money they offer, Lim isn't biting. He suggests moving the conversation elsewhere, and before they know it, they've relocated to a new spot. Lim makes it clear he won't waste their time and gets straight to the point, asking what kind of premium they were offering for his signature. Kim responds by claiming the contract contains confidential clauses that can't be disclosed yet. He also wonders why Lim won't just take the time to listen to each offer individually, while enjoying some cake. Lim asks if Kim belongs to the ruling family's guild. When Kim proudly boasts that the guild has 1.5 years of tradition behind it, Lim simply wishes him a safe trip home. He has no intention of signing with them, questioning why he would ever join a guild with such poor management. He even predicts that the guild will soon be forced into a merger. Lim then asks how long he has to wait for the next offer. Suddenly, a kid standing behind Kim shouts that their guild is offering Lim 1 billion. This triggers a bidding war as other managers frantically raise their offers, each trying to outbid the next. Lim remains unfazed, calmly sipping his tea, while wondering how much the Black Hounds Guild would have offered. He reflects on his time with them in his past life before he regrets. Someone suddenly pushes the bid to 2 billion, promising a top-tier salary, full benefits, and prime item mining assignments. The person making the offer is the manager of the White House Guild. Though they are newly founded, Lim knows that within 3 years, they will become one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. He figures this is the reason behind their aggressive recruitment strategy. Lim asks everyone to leave except for Miss Beck, telling the others they can leave their business cards just in case. Once they are alone, Beck explains that on her way to meet him, she watched the video of Lim fighting monsters several times. She compliments his skills, noting that just yesterday, he was considered an ordinary person. Lim is surprised by her elegant way of showing she's done her homework. Beck believes Lim is either a natural genius or possesses rare characteristics that give him a massive edge in battle. She emphasizes that the White House Guild wants to fully support his growth. Lim reads through the contract, thinking about how his past self could never have imagined receiving such a lucrative offer. He asks if he can add a few of his own conditions. Beck watches closely as Lim writes into the document, but she is suddenly taken aback. She exclaims that Lim must be joking, but Lim insists he is dead serious. His added terms include a 4-day work week, a fixed end to the workday, and the right to refuse long-term assignments. Beck gets angry, thinking the whole thing is a prank, but Lim remains firm, stating those are his non-negotiable terms. Beck pauses, eventually asking where he gets so much confidence. Lim assures her they won't regret signing him. Beck stands up, stating she will review the terms and return in a few days. She also asks if Lim prefers other drinks over coffee next time, but Lim doesn't respond, thinking it wouldn't benefit him to show any emotion. Beck has no idea that Lim already knows her father is the head of the guild. Lim gets up and decides it's time to register as a superhuman. He arrives at the Korean Disaster Management Center and heads to the Superhuman Support Service to announce his registration. The girl at the desk explains that the person in charge is currently absent. She's new and isn't sure she can manage the process on her own. Lim mentions he's in a hurry and asks if there's anything she can do. She agrees to try contacting her boss. Lim is confident someone will help her, as he needs to wrap things up quickly. The girl calls her boss and explains that a young man wants to register. The boss asks if Lim has any special skills. Lim lies and says he only uses physical strength and has no special skills. Since no one currently believes in magic, Lim knows they would only discover his true powers if he chose to show them something he's decided not to do in this life. The girl informs him they will start with a strength test. They enter a room with a barbell, and she asks him to lift it. Lim grabs the bar with one hand and hoists it above his head effortlessly. The girl is stunned, noting the barbell weighs 200 g. She remarks that he really is a superhuman and apologizes for doubting him. She hands him a temporary superhuman certificate, noting they will contact him once the official one is ready. Lim thanks her and wishes her a good day. Suddenly, Jo Sang-woo, the head of the Superhuman Support Center, arrives. Lim is horrified and tries to avoid him. Nothing good has ever come from dealing with Ju. Lim decides right then that he's never coming back to this place. Ju asks if there's a new superhuman, and the girl confirms it, noting it's the same Lim Dean she mentioned earlier. He realizes who he is and refers to Lim as a supernova. The scene shifts to a pollution control area. This place has been abandoned due to monsters, but everything is about to change when the dimensional gate opens. Within a year, a gate to the Gaia continent, a fantasy world of swords and magic, will open on Earth. In Korea, only one gate will open, and it will be right here in this zone. Lim is pleased and plans to buy the land once he receives his contract bonus, believing it will make him incredibly wealthy. He then plans to settle his affairs and go monster hunting. Suddenly, a voice shouts for others to get out, or die. Lim hears a girl's voice warning intruders not to come any closer. Recognizing the language of the Gaia people, Lim realizes something is wrong, and runs toward the sound. He uses his concealment skill to blend into the environment, a skill he used in his past life for dangerous missions involving espionage and assassinations. Lim doesn't want to repeat that life, but as he runs, he wonders if the girl is being chased, and needs to see what's happening. He finds a little girl facing off against 3 grown men. She warns them again and tries to manifest a fireball, but it fails. The men find it amusing, mocking her, and saying they'd pay her for the show. Lim guesses she is a refugee from Gaia who was unlucky enough to run into these criminals. One man offers her food in exchange for her surrender. Lim notices a tattoo on the man's arm, the mark of the Red Serpent criminal group. He knows immediately that they are human traffickers. With his mana running low, Lim stops using concealment. Seeing no law enforcement nearby, he decides to act. He pulls out a knife, lunges, and strikes the first man in the back. With smooth, silent movements, he quickly cuts the throats of the other 2. The girl is shocked. Lim coughs and asks in her native tongue if she is from the Gaia continent. She is surprised he speaks her language. Her stomach growls, and Lim asks if she likes meat. After a while, the girl thanks him for saving her, and promises to repay the favor one day. Lim curiously asks how many servings she can eat. Fortunately, he had bought plenty of pork earlier. However, the girl doesn't quite understand what he means. Shifting the topic, Lim wonders if she crossed the dimensional gate alone, but she doesn't give him a straight answer. He presses her to find out where she was before and where her home is, but the girl hesitates and refuses to reveal anything. Lim also tries to find out her age, but she remains silent on that as well. In the end, Lim gains nothing from their conversation. They sit across from each other, until the girl finally pleads for his help. She confesses that she knows nothing about this place, can't communicate with anyone, and has barely any energy left. She admits she can use fire but struggles to control it. Lim responds that he's busy and isn't suited for babysitting, emphasizing that he needs a reason to take care of her. Despite his words, he offers her a deal: she can stay for a month. During that time, he will teach her the local language and provide her with basic knowledge. In return, she must help with daily chores and run errands. The girl eagerly responds, asking if she really gets to stay. Lim is already starting to worry, as she introduces herself. If she really gets to stay, Lim is already starting to worry. She introduces herself as Lily, and says she hopes they get along. Her name feels strangely familiar to Lim, though he can't quite place it at first. As he reflects, something suddenly clicks. Lily, the one who can use fire. He recalls the monster that will burn down half of Seoul in 10 years. She has flame-colored hair and the power to control fire. Her name is also Lily, and she hails from the Gaia continent. Known as the Fire Witch, she is one of the 6 disasters. Lim starts to connect the dots. This girl looks exactly like the Fire Witch, like 2 drops of water. From what he remembers, the Fire Witch was kidnapped as a child by a criminal organization and groomed to become a harbinger of destruction. Now, he considers the possibility that he might actually have a chance to stop one of the 6 disasters before she ever turns. After a while, Lim and Lily walk through the grocery market. Lim remarks that he'll make her a special dinner tonight. He approaches the counter and asks the vendor if they have any predator. After the first dimensional gate open, a food crisis emerged, prompting people to migrate to Montana. Currently, the supply of predator exceeds demand since people have yet to understand its true value, which lies in its rich meta content, something vital for survival in the future. Seeing Lily draws sympathy from the locals, so they are given extra food. Lim then mentions that she needs to buy some clothes and instructs her to choose from the options. Lily excitedly points to a flashy white and red outfit, but Lim overrides her choice. He outfits her in a tracksuit instead, saying it's more suitable for walking around the dump. They end up buying several identical suits. Later, back at home, Lim notes that he has prepared Lim's signature mana-infused dishes for dinner. Lily grimaces and asks if that's really what they were going to eat. Lim insists that healthy food usually looks unappealing. Lily sniffs it, and admits it smells okay. Lim pulls out the fried chicken he'd saved for later, but decides they can eat it now. Lily grabs a chicken leg, takes a bite, and lights up with joy. She declares it's delicious and insists that from now on, she only wants chicken. Lim warns her to eat the rest of her meal, or he'll throw the chicken into the soup as well. After tasting the soup himself, Lim admits it's surprisingly edible, although inwardly, he feels like he might die. He can't help but think that if he hadn't returned to this life, he'd be eating gourmet meals at a restaurant right now. The thought frustrates him. Lily complains that her tongue is numb, and Lim chides her for talking like that. After they finish eating, Lim gets up, instructs her to wash the dishes, and tells her to sit down and read a book. He makes it clear that he does not want to be disturbed. Lim then begins meditating, using the Great Sea of Mind technique. This practice increases his magic power and enhances his control. He had trained in it before his regression, and now he notices his mana growing faster than expected. In the past, no matter how many calories he consumed, there were no such effects. He speculates that proper nutrition might be the missing factor. He feels his dantian expanding, and realizes that by continuing with mana-rich food and mastering this technique, he could surpass his previous strength. Eventually, he decides it's time to wrap up, but his stomach growls. Lily hears this and playfully offers him more chicken. He turns with an awkward smile. They end up eating that awful tasting soup again. Lily screams in protest, saying she absolutely hates it. 2 days pass, and Lim reflects on his rapid progress. With his current strength, he believes he's finally ready to go treasure hunting. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Baek, who remarks that she's a bit disappointed he didn't call her first. She wonders aloud if he even cares about how she's doing. Lim, having almost forgotten about the guild, tells her he's been preoccupied. He asks how the contract renegotiation is going. Baek falls silent, and Lim guesses that she's facing difficulty. She confirms this, explaining that she couldn't persuade their leader. However, she adds that the head will hire him if he proves he's capable. Lim wonders if they truly intend to test him. Baek apologizes, saying she finds the whole thing ridiculous. She offers to come up with another solution if he waits a few days, but Lim immediately agrees to the test on one condition. Lim arrives with Lily at the White House Guild headquarters. When Baek questions who the kid is, Lim claims Lily is his stepsister who recently returned from abroad and doesn't speak Korean well. He explains that due to unexpected circumstances, he'll need to bring her along for a while. Meanwhile, Lily is struck by Baek's beauty and, speaking in her native tongue, wonders who she is. Lim casually mentions that she is the woman who gives them money. Lily, equating money with chicken, concludes that Baek must be a very good person. Baek reassures Lim that their guild doesn't interfere in the personal lives of its members. Soon, they're greeted by the White House Guild's head, Chang-soo. He explains that they had planned to visit Lim first but were delayed due to business. Lim responds cheerfully, comparing his arrival to a field trip. Chang-soo then brings up the added clause Lim proposed to double the contract if he passes the test. He confirms that Lim is ready. Suddenly, a massive energy presence fills the area. Chang-soo questions if Lim is really worth such a sum. Lim senses that Chang-soo, despite appearing untrained in martial arts or magic, emits overwhelming mana. Lim thinks to himself that a monster is a monster, no matter the disguise. Still, he refuses to be intimidated. He releases his own mana and forms a protective sphere around himself, asserting that he will prove his worth. Chang-soo promptly instructs Baek to rewrite the contract. They decide not just to double, but to triple the original offer, and add a bonus clause. Lim will receive 20 billion won if he passes. Lim recalls he was initially offered only 2 billion. He comments that Chang-soo must be quite hot-tempered and declares that he's ready to start the test immediately. They are transported to the White House's underground training ground. Chang-soo explains that the test will be considered a pass if Lim defeats 3 guild members. Since this isn't a fight to the death, no one is to go too far. Lim is then introduced to his first opponent, Won Jianghyo. Despite his young age, he is a member of the First Guild Association. Baek wonders what weapon Lim will choose. Lim responds that only his watch is sufficient. Jan is annoyed at Lim's arrogance, thinking Lim has just awakened and still dares to fight using only a mere wash. The match is signaled to begin. Jang starts running at high speed around Lim. Our hero can't quite understand the technique at first. He recalls reading about Jang in a magazine. The kid's skill lies in speed, and he grows faster the longer he keeps moving without pause. Lim quickly realizes he needs to strike before Jang becomes untouchable. As Jang circles him rapidly, viewers begin to doubt Lim's chances. Baek looks on with concern. Jang prepares to end it, swinging his sword, but Lim notices an opening. He understands that the moment someone lets their guard down is the moment they can be beaten. Lim intercepts and knocks Jang down with a well-timed strike. Observing the outcome, Lim concludes that Jang's own speed worked against him. Lily cheers for his victory, while Baek and Chang-soo stand there stunned. Lim turns calmly, and wonders aloud, "Who's next?" Changsu praises Lim for his impressive performance while Lim checks on Zhang's condition. Lim stands calmly and wonders aloud who's next. Changsu praises Lim for his impressive performance while Lim checks on Zhang's condition. Changsu reassures him that Zhang's life is not in danger, the doctors will take care of him, and after a couple of days of rest, he will recover. Changsu acknowledges Lim's ability to keep his power in check, but Lim wonders if he truly believes that. Meanwhile, Lim reflects on the consequences of losing control, knowing that if he hadn't restrained his force, his opponent's head would have flown right off. Lim realizes that he is now guaranteed 6 billion under the contract, having met the set requirements. He shifts his attention to the 2 remaining opponents and suggests making the test more enjoyable. Lily notices Lim's smile and questions its meaning. Lim becomes serious, asserting that a fighter must always be in command of the situation. The second sparring venue is an artificial forest training ground. Baek explains that the White House has 2 associations, each consisting of 6 teams with 5 members. The next opponent is Yang Dae-hoon, the head of the 6th team in the first association. As the main tank of the White House, he is known as the Bull. He expresses his anticipation for a good fight, while Lim recalls that the Bull is among those who radiate a killing instinct toward him. As the match begins, the bell rings, and Lim immediately charges at Yang Dae-hoon, aiming a strike at the claw. Yang Dae-hoon successfully blocks the attack with a shield and counters with a sword strike, which Lim narrowly dodges. Seizing an opening, Lim maneuvers behind him, and executes Falcon's claws, making Yang Dae-hoon wonder if Lim had trained in martial arts before awakening. Yang Dae-hoon attempts another sword strike, but Lim dodges and counters by pushing him backward with Iron Mountain. The force of the impact sends Yang Dae-hoon flying, though Lim realizes that the Bull's endurance is formidable. Yang Dae-hoon acknowledges Lim's strength. Lim initially intended to conceal his capabilities until facing his final opponent, but Yang Dae-hoon's strategy pressures him to reveal more. Yang Dae-hoon proposes that Lim join his team, believing they would work well together. Lim questions who makes that decision, and Yang Dae-hoon declares that it is up to the victor. Changsu affirms the Bull's statement, prompting Lim to declare that if he defeats the Bull, he will become the head of the team. He announces his plan to create his own independent team, and recruit members on his own terms. The head acknowledges Lim's proposal, but imposes a strict condition: if Lim loses, he will receive only half of the signing bonus, and his contract duration will be doubled. Lim accepts the terms. Yang Dae-hoon asks if Lim is certain about his ability to defeat him. Lim, in turn, questions the Bull's motives regarding Bae, suggesting that the Bull's aggression stems from personal interests. He challenges Yang Dae-hoon, asserting that victory does not grant the right to arrogance. Lim foresees Yang Dae-hoon's downfall, predicting that he will soon endure humiliation and eventual expulsion from the guild. Yang Dae-hoon loses his temper, activating Bull Mob, which enhances his physical attributes and combat abilities. He charges at Lim, who retaliates with the Great Sea of Mind technique Lightning Fist. Lim advises the Bull to block the attack with his shield. Yang Dae-hoon follows the advice, but the force shatters his shield. Changsu and Baek watch in shock as the rookie manages to defeat the Bull. Exhausted, Lim sits on the ground, reflecting on how difficult it is to earn money. His body feels weak. He struggles to believe that a single lightning fist drains so much of his strength. He decides to recover using his mind technique, knowing that he will need his full power for the next fight. Baek approaches and congratulates him, officially naming him the head of the 7th team. Lim smiles at the title, thinking about how his victory has added another $1 billion to his income. He determines that he can now aim for all 20 opponents. When asked about his final challenger, the head reveals that it is himself. Changsu admits that he doubted Lim would defeat Commander Dae-hoon. While Changsu smirks and states that he has no choice but to face Lim in the last match, Lim feels uneasy about fighting such a formidable opponent. Unexpectedly, he declares that he is giving up. Changsu is shocked and questions Lim's decision, attempting to persuade him. Changsu offers 20 billion for just 5 minutes of combat, followed by 3 billion for every additional 3 minutes. However, Lim refuses, stating that he is incapable of continuing. Baek steps in, reminding the head that it is time to finalize the contract. Lim proceeds to sign, while Baek notes that the conditions are remarkably favorable. Lim expresses hope for a successful collaboration. Baek asks about Lim's strategy for recruiting members, and he responds that he plans to do so gradually. When questioned about signing contracts with others, Baek confirms that Lim has the authority but is unsure who he intends to enlist. Lim hints at recruiting someone highly talented yet unaffiliated with any guild, causing Lily to speculate could it be her. Lim turns to Lily and requests her to create the largest flame she can. She complains about being hungry, so Lim promises to buy her 3 chickens. Excited, she rushes to the side, reminding him of his promise, and then conjures a massive ball of fire above her, larger than her own body. Baek is deeply moved and wonders if Lim's younger sister is also superhuman. Lim confirms that she is, and states his intention to recruit her as a member of his team. Lily's fire does not ignite anything around her, demonstrating her perfect control over her ability. This impresses Lim, as he only trained her for a few days in his past life, despite her having once been regarded as a calamity for no reason. He then proposes discussing the payment for Lily's contract and prepares to begin negotiations at 3 billion. However, Lily interrupts, focusing only on the chicken. They fulfill her request, and she officially becomes a member of the 7th White House team, securing a contract fee of 5 billion. The White House owns the building where they are, which houses various facilities including training halls, living quarters, and control rooms managed by numerous permanent employees. As they walk, Baek asks if Lim is impressed by their advanced equipment. He responds that he is not easily surprised, noting that the equipment feels outdated compared to what he has seen in the future. Eventually, they arrive at another location where Lim admits that he is impressed. Baek explains that the building houses an equipment development workshop, assuring him that any requests will be completed within a week. Lim remarks that he has someone to issue orders to but will still take a few items from the workshop for the time being. He chooses to use the blades available, deciding that they will suffice for now. He asks if the examination is over, and Baek confirms that it is. Since it is Lim's first day, Baek states that his duties will conclude after a meeting with the head. Suddenly, the chief rushes toward them, delivering an urgent message from the control room. All teams are currently engaged in missions, leaving him in a difficult position. He apologizes for the timing, but asks if Lim can take on a mission. Lim considers how he had hoped to leave work early today before asking about the mission details. Before long, Lim arrives at the heart of the crisis, where a portal looms. Crisis strikes. A portal looms 10 meters above the ground, releasing massive snails in overwhelming numbers. Lim notices numerous people stuck in thick green slime, unable to escape. Assessing the situation, he realizes that most of the monsters have already been handled by others. He wonders if intervening is even necessary, but he is soon informed that they need samples of these new monsters. His task is to collect at least 3 snails while preserving their original state as much as possible. He recognizes that these creatures will be avoided at all costs in the future repulsive snails that explode upon impact, releasing foul-smelling slime. Lily complains about the rank stench, so Lim blocks her sense of smell using mana. He asks if she would like to learn the technique, warning her that it likely won't work on the first try, but with practice, she can master it. To his astonishment, Lily suddenly exclaims that she has already succeeded, and can no longer smell anything. Lim barely has time to explain the theory before she masters the technique, once again reaffirming her extraordinary talent. Lim instructs Lily to remain still, while he captures the snails. He realizes that even someone like Nico has struggled to obtain a proper sample the creatures detonate with even the slightest touch of mana, while non-mana attacks prove completely ineffective. Determined, Lim begins his hunt. Spotting a slug on a tree, he delivers a swift kick that sends it flying. The slug attempts to counterattack, but Lim employs an open palm technique to spin the creature rapidly. The slug whirls so fast that it loses consciousness, allowing Lim to secure the first sample. Watching him in awe, Lily enthusiastically asks Lim to teach her the move. He teases her, demanding a payment of 100 billion won. She flatly refuses, protesting that such a sum could buy an enormous amount of fried chicken. Lim laughs before declaring the samples collected. He hands them over to the assembly team, marking the end of his mission for the day. Baek expresses surprise, stating that Lim could leave if he wish, but she still considers the moment significant since it is his first assignment. She asks if he is nervous or has any questions, but Lim reassures her there is nothing to worry about. The other members had already taken care of most of the problem before his arrival. Suddenly, 3 men approach Lim. One wearing red acknowledges Lim as a new recruit, mentioning he heard about the White House hiring someone recently. Noticing Lim's shoulder strap, he remarks that Lim is a commander and wonders if the White House is so lacked for manpower that they were forced to put a rookie in charge. He then asks if Lim's spinning technique was part of a specific ability. Jang Seok from the Black Hound Guild steps forward. It turns out he was Lim's former boss. Lim dismisses Seok's chatter, urging him to get to the point. Seok complains about the constant explosions from the snails, which have made proper sample collection impossible. Lim immediately asks if Seok truly expects him to share. When he refuses outright, a frustrated Seok questions Lim's audacity in speaking to him so casually. The head of the Warrior Guild's 3rd team steps between Seok and Lim, advising Seok to moderate his words. Similarly, the captain of the 5th team from the ruling family guild approaches Lim, advising him to be more cooperative with his comrades. He suggests that frequent encounters on the battlefield require mutual support and improvement. However, Baek adamantly warns Lim not to relent, promising to file a formal complaint with the leadership. Lim has experienced situations like this countless times before. He knows that if he refuses, they will eventually attempt to take the bag by force. Instead of arguing, he throws the bag toward them, telling them they can have it. They eagerly move to accept, but Lim takes a step forward and sits right on the sack, daring them to take it if they truly can. His unexpected response shocks them. The captain of the ruling family guild tries to negotiate, while Suk accuses Lim of handling the situation poorly. Lim quietly instructs Lily to set the entire area ablaze on his signal. She asks if she should burn the men, but Lim quickly clarifies that doing so would create unnecessary trouble. He refuses to let her become a walking catastrophe. So, growing frustrated, he yells that he will teach Lim a lesson as his senior. Suddenly, the portal shifts, and a colossal slug begins to emerge. Panic spreads as people flee the scene while the monstrous creature fully exits the portal. A superhuman warns Lim not to interfere, so Lim takes Lily with him, heading toward the car while carrying the bags. Meanwhile, the others struggle to battle the slug, encountering massive difficulties. The creature ensnares them with its tentacles, and they shout that they need to sever the appendages first. Baek urges Lim to engage, arguing that a single strike is enough for him to claim all the rewards. He tells her not to worry, confidently stating that they will never defeat the monster like this. The heroes continue their efforts to defeat the beast, shouting about its dissolving slime. Seok orders the tankers to retreat for now, and instructs the team to prepare for a long-range attack. They note that this creature is far more dangerous than the smaller snails they encountered before. Lily impatiently asks how long they plan to stand and watch, and Lim replies that they will wait until everyone has evacuated. Meanwhile, one duo from the Black Hound Guild known as a total pushover desperately tries to flee. His comrades, whose weapons have been corroded by the monster's slime, decide to retreat in fear of its approach. One pleads with them to take him along, but they insist he use his own abilities to escape. The creature's tentacles have already ensnared Wang, rendering him unable to fight back. The monster prepares to consume Wang, who screams for help. Lim watches the scene unfold and questions whether Wang's comrades truly consider themselves his allies. Without hesitation, he slashes through the tentacle gripping Wang, and steps in front of the monster, shielding him. Lim turns to Wang and tells him that this is not how he should be using his abilities. He tells Wang that if he truly wants to understand the right way to fight, he will have to find Lim after the battle. Lim signals Lily to begin, and she immediately unleashes her flames. The other superhumans are astounded, struggling to comprehend the sheer intensity of the fire. Baek urgently tells Lim to consider the others before acting recklessly, warning that the support team will arrive in 5 minutes. Baek suggests waiting to fight alongside them, but Lim reasons that since reinforcements are coming soon, he should claim all the loot for himself now. Baek points out that the fire prevents drones from approaching, so they must reposition. However, Lim ignores this, and Baek expresses concern for his safety. He reassures her, promising to defeat the monster and return unscathed. This monster is unusually brutal, and Lim recalls an entry about it in his picture book. He understands the importance of remembering successful strategies for emergencies. Fired is the monster's ultimate weakness. After separating it from the group, Lim notices a visible slowdown in its movements. He rushes forward and instructs Lily to cover him. He realizes that the monster's tentacles are regenerating quickly, so he will need Lily's assistance throughout the fight. Lim maneuvers around the creature, waiting for the right moment before signaling Lily. She sets the monster's tentacles ablaze, and Lim praises the outcome, urging her to continue as expected. The monster retracts into its shell to recover after losing most of its appendages. According to the records, the creature even seals its portal shut once inside. Lily approaches Lim, wondering how they will proceed now that the monster has sealed itself away. Lim states that they will use the supplies from the car. He knows the monster's shell is incredibly resilient, so he asks to target its weak points. He grabs a stake, and drives it forcefully into the shell, repeatedly striking it to weaken the structure. The other superhumans watch in confusion, unable to understand what Lim is trying to achieve. Meanwhile, Wan Guho reflects on Lim's words about using his abilities differently, while Val wonders if Lim's approach is actually correct. Turning back to the shell, Lim continues hammering stakes into the structure, preparing for the final phase. With the stakes secured, he aims for the center, and resolves to use his most powerful attack. Drawing upon the Great Sea of Mind technique, Lim strikes with a lightning-fast fist. However, as he makes contact, electricity surges through his body, shocking him. The current travels between the stakes, shattering the monster's shell. Lim collapses onto the ground, writhing in pain, his body too weak to even move normally. Lily rushes to his side, asking if he's alright. She questions whether he was electrocuted, and Lim, still dazed, reminds her that she was supposed to be assisting him. He assumes they've finally defeated the monster. Lily asks if she can remove the firewall, but Lim requests that she keep it active a little longer. Since they worked hard for this victory, they should claim all the loot for themselves. He notes that the monster's meat is incredibly soft and rich in nutrients, so they begin storing it in bags. Lily contemplates the idea of snail chicken, but Lim tells her the meat will serve as the perfect ingredient for a nutritious mana recovery meal. After gathering enough resources, Lim concludes that their haul is sufficient. Just then, he receives a message from the captain of the second team, Ban Woo-hye, who has been informed of the hero's situation. He announces that his team is on their way to assist. Lim hurriedly tells them to wait and only enter once he removes the firewall, as he's still looking for an important item. Bang wonders if just the two of them can really handle the slug, concerned that Lim is pushing himself too hard on his first day. Lim finishes collecting everything he needs and instructs Lily to lower the flames. As the firewall vanishes, the arriving team is stunned. One of them asks if the commander defeated the monster all by himself. Lim replies that he fought with everything he had and simply got lucky. Seok is skeptical, unable to grasp how Lim accomplished what the rest of them could not. Lim asks if he can leave the cleanup to Commander Bang, who reassures him that it won't be a problem. Bang tells Lim to head home, reminding him that if he is seriously injured, he should go to headquarters for treatment. Lim recalls Bang's warning that if he got hurt, he'd face the consequences, and decides to rest before worrying about anything else. Time passes, and night falls. Lily complains about wanting to sleep and eat. Lim praises her efforts and invites her to eat to her heart's content. Thrill, Lily marvels at the vast amount of chicken before her, insisting that it feels like a dream. She enthusiastically mentions wanting to go snail fishing again. Lim takes a sip of his beer, lets out a curse, and remarks that moments like this make life worth living. Lily notes that he says this every time he eats. Suddenly, she loudly repeats the curse word, shocking Lim. He quickly realizes the importance of watching his language around children, and scolds her, explaining that it's a bad word, and forbidding her from using it. Confused, Lily asks why he is allowed to say it. He firmly insists that she is not permitted to use such words. However, she continues to challenge him, wondering why he says bad words whenever he eats chicken. Lim has been using the Great Sea of Mind technique for a long time, but it keeps weakening him. He wonders what to expect after last night's drinking, recognizing that the technique functions more as an emergency measure. He knows better than to get drunk, but he still checks his phone to see how many calls he received. In the morning, when he picks it up, he notices multiple missed calls from Manager Baek. As soon as he returns the call, Baek angrily scolds him. Lim, still exhausted, explains that his muscles are aching from working too hard the previous day, so he has been resting. Baek apologizes and asks if he is feeling better. Lim responds that he is still recovering and asks if there is something she needs. Baek informs him that she plans to actively recruit people for his team and wants his input. Lim understands the necessity of assembling a team that includes shooters for combat support, medics for care, an operator to manage communications from the control room, and secretaries to handle scheduling and paperwork. Recognizing the impact these members would have on performance, he entrusts Baek with selecting them according to her judgment, praising her ability to assess character. Laughing, she agrees, reminding him that she was the one who hired him in the first place. She proposes calling him again after lunch, and Lim agrees. He then expresses his interest in recruiting a superhuman named Won Geho from the Black Hound Guild, and asks Baek to get in touch with him. Later, Lim calls the head of state, Bang, who grants him 3 days off work. Lim protests, insisting that he is just a little tired, but Jang reveals that Baek has already explained everything to him. Jang states that Lim will be unable to join the mission until the full team is assembled. Considering this, Lim decides that taking a break for a few days is acceptable. Jang advises him to rest and avoid excessive stress. When Jang later contacts Lim about the future of their guild, he suggests that Lim join him in battle once he has recovered. However, Lim stops listening and instead asks Lily if she is hungry before telling the chief that he will focus on resting. Lily excitedly runs in, asking if they will be eating chicken. Lim replies that he has prepared something even more delicious. Unlike the previous dish, this one is made from fresh, high-quality ingredients with a soft texture, enhanced with a snail heart. He explains that it is a special, healthy nano recovery broth. He presents a bowl of snail meat soup, acknowledging that the color looks odd, but assuring her that it is nutritious. Lily, having eaten plenty of chicken yesterday, says she is not hungry. Lim apologizes, and then starts eating, savoring the rich flavor. His enthusiasm catches Lily's attention, and she begins to doubt her decision. Lim teases her, offering to eat her portion as well, but she suddenly decides to try the dish herself. She tastes it, and is immediately surprised, exclaiming that she is incredibly happy. Lim jokingly tells her not to be dramatic, reminding her that the world is full of delicious food. Lily, still stunned, declares that she no longer trusts Lim's judgments on food. He informs her that dinner will consist of fried pork belly. Curious, she asks what kind of pork belly he means. Lim proudly states that it is more expensive than chicken. Amused, Lily remarks that such food is worth living for. Lim wonders where she picked up such exaggerated expressions, then explains that if she wants to enjoy delicious meals, she needs to adjust her nutrition. He proposes going treasure hunting together. Following the opening of the first gate, the surviving monsters establish territories. Among them, the orcs have united into a tribe within their domain. The surviving monsters have carved out their own territories, and among them, the orcs have united into a formidable tribe. Deep within their domain lies a relic from another dimension. As our heroes arrive near the Orcish territory, Lim peers through his binoculars, pinpointing the relic's location hidden inside a stone statue. In a previous timeline, an expedition team was the one to discover and retrieve it, but this time, Lim is planning to snag it first. Analyzing the situation, he estimates the tribe consists of roughly 200 orcs. Even though his body has fully recovered thanks to the central crystal, taking them all on alone would be suicide. Lim decides on a stealthy infiltration, instructing Lily to ignite a fire the moment he gives the signal. When she asks what the signal is, he explains that the second the torch on the far side goes out, she needs to light up the entrance. He warns her that if she misses the signal, she has to abandon the mission and forget the relic entirely. Using his concealment skill, Lim cautiously advances with Lily trailing behind. He's confident that no one in the tribe can detect them unless, of course, a high-level enemy shows up. As he nears the statue, he notices 10 orcs standing guard. He's certain he can take them solo, but as he draws his knife, he suddenly spots the tribe leader, a mutant orc. This beast showed off some truly monstrous strength during the previous expedition team's attack, making it a seriously formidable opponent. Deciding to stick to the plan, Lim hurls a rock at the torch, knocking it down. Lily instantly recognizes the signal. While the orcs start growing uneasy, their leader quickly barks out commands, which Lim views as the perfect opening. He prepares to smash the statue but is caught completely off guard when an orc sneaks up behind him. He realizes the creature sensed him through scent alone. The mutant orc proves to be way stronger than anticipated, forcing Lim into a hasty retreat. Bolting through the flames and past the orcs, Lim realizes concealment is useless now and deactivates the skill. As they escape, Lily catches on to the situation and asks if they've been spotted. Lim just shouts for her to keep running. After putting some distance between them and the orcs, the heroes take a breather near some ruins. Lim notes that even though they haven't run that far, the exhaustion is hitting hard. Lily suddenly recognizes the area and reveals that she passed through this very cave when she first entered the gate. She describes how some strange individuals tried to kidnap her, forcing her to flee. Lim deduces she's talking about the Red Serpent Gang and suspects this cave is their secret hideout. Surprised they'd set up shop so close to an orc tribe, Lim praises Lily for her sharp eyes. Recognizing the potential tactical advantage of this discovery, Lim suggests heading inside. Lily hesitates, clearly reluctant to go back. Lim tells her to stay hidden in the bushes and keep quiet, instructing her to contact him if anything goes south. Activating his concealment, he enters the cave alone. Inside, he finds a heavily guarded facility, confirming that the Red Serpent isn't just some small-time organization. He wonders why they chose to settle right next to orcs. Moving deeper, he spots masked individuals busy with some shady activity. When he sees one of them handling a mysterious white powder, shock washes over him. He suspects it's serpent dust. Lim observes the illicit drug trade revolving around serpent, a substance derived from otherworldly plants. Countless people have fallen into addiction, losing their sanity, and eventually their lives to it. Despite years of investigation, the police have failed to dismantle the operation. Lim wonders how such a well-hidden facility stayed off the radar for so long. Inside, a warden barks orders at workers in lab coats to ramp up production, warning that failing to meet tomorrow's quota will result in severe consequences. Lim surveys the scene, noting the Red Serpent group has about 100 armed thugs and 30 manufacturers. He also estimates there's a stockpile of around 50 kilograms of serpent. While he can pin down the exact monetary value, he knows it likely exceeds several trillion. The supervisor reports a surge in demand, causing a supply shortage. He mentions that another worker died yesterday, which slowed down production, and apologizes for the delay. He explains they were picking workers who are essentially expendable so their death won't hinder the output. Lim feels pure revulsion toward these people, viewing them as nothing but despicable creatures. Suddenly, the lights go out, plunging the facility into total chaos. The gang members panic, shouting that they can't see and demanding the lights be flipped back on. Amid the commotion, someone realizes the serpent supply has vanished. Moving unseen through the darkness, Lim makes his move, carrying a heavy box. Although his concealment keeps him hidden from direct sight, some members notice faint traces leading outside. As he steps into the open air, Lily asks if he's finished. Lim responds that this is only the beginning, warning her that they'll soon be pursued. He tells her to get ready, emphasizing that they cannot get caught. Lily grins, commenting that it sounds like fun, and reaches for the box. Lim stops her immediately, insisting it's dangerous, and ordering her to stay quiet. Moments later, the Red Serpent members emerge. Spotting them, Lim remarks that the hunters have finally arrived and urges Lily to hide while he secures the box. The attackers open fire. Lim actually relishes the chase, noting their complete inability to land a single hit. Arriving back at the orc hideout, Lim recognizes some familiar faces. The tribe leader lets out a roar, leaving the Red Serpent thugs confused and alarmed. Lim instructs Lily to come out of hiding and hurls the box forward with incredible force. The gang members react in pure disbelief, questioning his sanity, while the orcs struggle to comprehend what just landed in front of them. One of the Red Serpent thugs suggests wiping out the monsters first to retrieve the serpent, before dealing with Lim. Realizing this is the perfect opportunity to slip away, Lim activates his concealment once more. A brutal battle erupts between the orcs and the gang. The Red Serpent members fire repeatedly, desperately trying to keep the creatures at bay. However, among the orcs is a mutant impervious to bullets. Recognizing its overwhelming strength, the group decides to prioritize taking down the gray-haired warrior. The mutant orc charges forward with blinding speed, instantly killing one of them. Lim and Lily watch the carnage from a safe distance. Lily asks when the chaos will finally end, mentioning that she's getting hungry. Lim advises patience, explaining that some situations require careful observation and assuring her that the conflict will resolve itself soon. He considers stepping in for the clean-up. The mutant orc completely overwhelms its opponents, slaughtering everyone in its path. Raising its weapon high, it lets out a triumphant roar. But then, something unexpected happens to the troubled chief. Lim acknowledges how effective the mutant orc was at dispatching the criminals, then steps in to deliver a fatal blow to the chief himself. The tribe leader collapses. Lim predicts that without their leader, the remaining orcs will quickly fall into disarray. Wasting no time, Lim moves to the statue and strikes it with a powerful hammer blow. Finally, he uncovers the Keeper's bracelet, an artifact that boosts healing and strengthens the wearer's condition by consuming mana. It also enables a defensive spell that becomes even more potent when the bracelets are worn as a pair. As the bracelet shrinks to fit Lim's wrist, his recently expended mana instantly replenishes. Lily curiously asks if it's a treasure. Lim confirms it and gestures for her to come closer. He fastens the second bracelet onto her wrist, prompting her to ask why he's doing it. He explains that it carries a protective spell invisible to ordinary eyes, causing her to blush. To ordinary eyes, she's just blushing. Lily remarks that they now have matching bracelets, but Lim tells her to shut up and just accept it. Since she's still weak, the artifact allows Lim to track her location in case of danger. He gathers his spoils, including the tribe leader's hide, which will make for some top-tier armor. Lim suggests pushing dinner back since he has to head back to the cave. Lily questions why he needs to return, but Lim promises to explain everything later. He instructs her to burn the village to the ground. She asks if they were going out to eat afterward. Lim avoids making a solid promise, but assures her there will be something delicious waiting. Lily gleefully complies, torching the village while shouting that she expects a legendary meal. Lim watches in shock for a moment, wondering what would happen if she were ever actually left to starve. Back at the cave, Red Serpent members open fire on Lim, but the heroes remain shielded. Lim demonstrates the bracelet's protective spell, explaining that once Lily masters it, she'll be able to wield it at will. Lily suggests using it offensively, and promptly hurls the shield at their enemies. Impressed, Lim acknowledges her raw talent. The last remaining gang member pleads for his life, offering to reveal everything about their operation. Lim, however, expresses total disinterest, focusing instead on the location of the safe. An hour later, the heroes exit the burning cave. Lim muses that it was an ideal hidden facility. Besides snagging the cash, he has acquired several valuable items. Satisfied with the destruction, he asks Lily if she's finished blowing everything up. She notes that some Red Serpent members might escape, but Lim reassures her, stating they have nowhere left to run. Approximately 35 Red Serpent members and drug manufacturers remain. Lim decides against killing them, but refuses to grant them freedom. Addressing one of the gang members, he mockingly refers to him as Surigyuk and orders him to follow. The man protests, asking why he was given such a weird name, and Lim strikes him for talking too much, declaring that the Red Serpent member looks exactly like a Surigyuk, a Japanese rice cake. He instructs Lily to lead the captive to the tent, and commands the others to surrender. At the security post, they protest, questioning whether he will actually release them. Lim silences them, reminding them that their actions are illegal and threatening to beat them if they fail to understand the gravity of their crimes. Ultimately, the Red Serpent members agree to surrender voluntarily. The guards express disbelief at the number of people found within the restricted area, and the discovery of the serpent production facility. Lim anticipates that the gang members will be handed over to the police and suspects they will attempt to incriminate him and Lily. He hopes their testimony will not be taken seriously. Lim considers establishing connections with Titan Kim Soo-ho, recognizing the importance of alliances in this life. Reflecting on Lily's performance, he decides that she has earned a well-deserved, delicious meal. Lily arrives at the tent with Surigyuk and immediately pounds the floor, shouting that she is hungry. Confused, Surigyuk fails to grasp her complaint as she repeatedly demands food. After a while, Lily sulks, feeling disappointed that Lim had promised her a meal as tasty as fried chicken, only for it to smell unpleasant and look like a mess. Lim hands something to Surigyuk, who quickly understands and takes charge. He prepares 2 pork bellies cooked to perfection, braid garlic, and seasonal green olives, all wrapped in a sesame-seed salad with a crisp piece of lettuce meant to be eaten in one single bite. Lily tastes it and is instantly delighted, declaring that the food is incredibly delicious. Lim notices her excitement and reminds her to chew properly before speaking. Lily realizes that the longer she chews, the better the flavor becomes. 4 days pass, and Lim begins to prepare for more demanding tasks. In the meantime, he purchases the land next to his tent using the money he received from the guild. The seller, noting the low price, asks if Lim is certain about buying 10,000 peon. Lim responds that future events are unpredictable, and it is wise to be prepared. Zurdo, whom Lim brought along for his skills, begins constructing a log house. He commits to handling construction, cooking, cleaning, and other responsibilities for the next 3 years, explaining that Lim has given him a chance to start over. Determined to live honestly, he vows to work hard. Lim affirms this plan, instructing him to remain diligent. Who, impressed, expresses admiration for Sertiuk's cooking abilities. To ensure Sertiuk does not escape, Lim disables his martial arts capabilities by striking specific pressure points. Unable to reverse the effect, Sertiuk remains under Lim's control. Lim intends to use him as a workforce for 3 years, eventually granting him some money and allowing him to leave. At the White House Guild headquarters, Baek informs Lim that she will temporarily assist the 7th team. Since Lim is new, she insists that he needs an experienced guide. Lim questions whether she truly plans to replace herself later, but Baek assures him that she will, citing her busy schedule. She informs Lim that his official assignment starts tomorrow, and for now, he must familiarize himself with the documents provided. While reviewing the files, Lim realizes that his contract includes a clause preventing him from taking on time-consuming tasks. Baek explains that the mission request to destroy the gate came from the government a few days ago. 4 guilds are participating, and the government estimates the cleanup will take 3 days. The 7th team is the only one assigned to this schedule. However, Lim knows better than to trust official estimates. Monster gates fall into 2 categories: some close automatically after monsters emerge, making them relatively manageable. Others, labeled as Type A, remain open indefinitely. In such cases, someone must enter, eliminate the monsters, and destroy the core to shut the gate. Recognizing the location, Lim realizes it is one of the most notorious gates, the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits. Before rewinding time, he had frequently mentioned its infamy as an instructor. Had he participated in this mission back then, he would have died. Baek mentions a recent conflict with another guild and asks if Lim wants her to reassign the mission. Refusing, Lim asserts that the 7th team will handle it. Baek advises him to remain calm and composed regardless of what happens. Lim assures her that he understands, then sarcastically questions whether she expects him to throw a tantrum. She jokingly suggests that it is possible. As Lim rides in the car, he considers the need for a strong tank to clear the gates. The recruitment of Won Ho has been delayed due to a contract termination fee, meaning Lim must go after him personally. When the car arrives at its destination, the driver steps out and bows, asking Lim to take care of himself. Lim dismisses the gesture, stating that it is unnecessary in the future, but expresses gratitude for the ride. The driver smiles in understanding. Baek comments that Lim appears quite cool at the moment. Lim finds it uncomfortable to be surrounded by honest, kind people. He prefers the company of aggressive and ruthless individuals, such as the members of the Black Hound Guild he once worked with. Arriving at the meeting point, Lim and his team are greeted by Kim Hyun-tae from the Black Hound Guild. Alongside him stands Wang. Kim Hyun-tae from the Black Hound Guild arrives, flanked by Won Gi-hoo and team captain Jang Seok-hyun. Lim exchanges pleasantries and shakes hands with Kim, who mentions having heard plenty about him. At the negotiating table, Kim questions whether they are actually serious about taking Wang. He acknowledges Wang's value as an employee, but since he is the guild leader's younger cousin and a handler of shitty affairs, Lim anticipates some excessive demands for the contract cancellation. Baek states they understand the guild's stance and prepares to discuss the $5 billion termination fee. Kim interrupts, correcting her. Wang renewed his contract just this morning, bumping the termination cost up to $10 billion. Baek is visibly shocked. Kim nonchalantly claims that if they cough up the amount, Wang is theirs. Lim recognizes this as a deliberate provocation, likely backed by secret recordings. Rising from the table, Lim tells Baek they are leaving. He realizes that, as the guild leader's daughter, she has been manipulated. Kim feigns disappointment, noting Wang's apparent lack of enthusiasm for leaving, and sarcastically advises them to reconsider while taunting them about the expired cake. Enraged, Lim suddenly strikes Kim across the face. Knives are drawn as reinforcements arrive, but Lim warns them to think twice about their actions. He challenges their confidence, questioning whether they truly believe they can overpower Jang Seok-hyun. Lim demands the guild leader's presence, realizing that since they were so eager to provoke him, he might as well escalate the situation. Baek protests his aggressive approach, though her expression betrays a hint of satisfaction. Lim wonders if he is just imagining her enjoyment. Lily, observing the chaos, asks why Lim attacked the people who gave her cake. Lim reassures her that she needn't worry and instructs her to avoid eating food from strangers in the future. He resolves to have Sarusha handle all her meals despite their claims about the cake being expired. Lily remains unharmed, rendering their lie insignificant. Lim approaches Won Gi-ho, stating they will talk later, successfully intimidating him. Suddenly, a powerful presence permeates the room. Lim deduces that the guild leader, Demon King Kim Tae-jin, one of the first awakened, has arrived. Beck nervously asks whether he has been summoned. The guild leader demands an explanation, feigning ignorance despite having watched everything through the cameras. Lim confirms that he initiated the call, declaring his intent to clarify matters. However, before doing so, he requests that everyone else leave. Jin remarks on Lim's loyalty, noting it is admirable for someone willing to accept full responsibility. Lim instructs Lily to follow Beck back to headquarters. Lily mischievously asks whether she can burn the place down. Shocked, Lim warns her against acting recklessly, threatening to withhold fried chicken if she plays with fire without permission. Once alone, Lim questions Jin's intentions. Jin acknowledges Lim's intelligence, and directly asks whether he would like to work for him. Surprise, Lim asks whether Jin is proposing that he switch sides, knowing the contract termination cost would be astronomical. Jin denies requesting Lim to leave his guild instead. He suggests Lim remain at White House while occasionally passing along information. Recognizing the offer as a spy arrangement, Lim listens as Jin promises generous compensation, and invites him to review the contract himself. Lim inquires about the consequences of refusing. Jin calmly warns that Lim will pay dearly for his actions today if pushed too far. He could lose an arm or two. Meanwhile, outside the guild, Changsu yells at Jin to release Lim. Changsu stands armed, threatening to break in within 10 seconds if Jin does not comply. As he begins the countdown, Lim casually appears behind him, asking what the commotion is about. Surprised, Changsu reveals that Beck claimed Lim was kidnapped. Lim assures him that he apologized to the guild, and they accepted it, commenting that his sincerity must have been persuasive. Earlier, Jin had threatened Lim to take his offer or face serious consequences. Before that, Lim informed Jin that a little birdie told him about Jin's close relationship with his sister-in-law. Jin becomes furious and demands to know how Lim is aware of this. Lim responds that if Jin wants to keep the secret, he should consider some of Lim's terms. Lim first demands that Won Do be released without paying the termination fee. He also presents a written amount for his silence and hands Jin a piece of paper. Before Lim went back in time, Jin had an affair with his younger brother's wife for decades. Eventually, they were caught, and the younger brother and his wife tragically committed suicide. Shocked by these events, Jin had left the service. Lim is confident that Jin will do whatever it takes to keep this information hidden. Changsu remarks that Jin is as cunning as a snake, and will not let them go so easily. Beck reprimands Changsu, stating that he should be grateful nothing happened. Meanwhile, Lim notices that Lily is quieter than usual. He pats her and asks if she is alright, assuring her that not every problem needs to be solved immediately. However, only says that she is hungry. Beck notes that the environment is not ideal, suggesting that Lily may be in shock. Lim asks Lily whether she would mind having chicken for dinner. He realizes that if the guild wasn't their priority, they wouldn't have come to the rescue, and he concludes that joining White House was a smart decision. A while later, Won Gyuho and Lim meet. Won apologizes for what happened the previous day, explaining that the head begged him to renew the contract. Lim interrupts him and suggests they sit down. He reassures Won that everything was sorted out yesterday and declares that from this day forward, Won is the tank of their team. Lim orders Won to call him commander. Lim is aware that Won grew up in an orphanage, and is introverted and cold toward people, which led to him being mistreated in Black Hound. Won died when the first disaster struck. Puzzled, Won asks why a serious commander like Lim would choose an untalented tank like him. Lim simply responds that he needs him. Won starts to speak about his specialty, but Lim cuts him off and orders him to freeze. Min Keel, known as the Moving Fortress, will become a supernatural hero respected by all in 10 years. Min Keel is a petrification expert just like Wang. Lim recalls seeing the pieces of rock Min Keel created when he was still a child. Observing Wang's body in person, Lim is certain that Wang's petrification ability actually surpasses Min Keel's. Lim predicts that in half a year, Wang will become the top tank in Seoul. Wang is shocked, exclaiming that this cannot be happening. Lim reminds him that since he considers himself untalented, Lim is now giving him talent, something Wang cannot deny. Wang is deeply moved by this. Suddenly, Surushik arrives, and announces that Lim's request has been fulfilled. The hero states it is just in time, and orders it to be brought in. The dish consists of soup made from monster parts, and an inner core. Lim states that everyone must eat 3 plates, as they need to prepare for their 4-day journey into the labyrinth of fallen spirits. 2 days later, at the location of a monster hunting mission, Lim is fighting against a monster that resembles a white lion. He yells at Wang, reminding him that as the team, Lim is currently fighting a monster that resembles a massive white lion. He yells at Wang, reminding him that as the team's tank, he can afford to be afraid. Lim orders Wang to get as close to the monster as possible and immobilize it. For 2 days, Wang has been choking down 3 bowls of monster soup alongside 5 intense training sessions per day. His petrification enhancement training isn't fully ready yet, but Wang manages to grab and pin the monster regardless. However, the immense strain is clearly causing him pain. Lim urges Wang to hold on for just 1 more minute, promising that if he fails, he will have to eat 6 plates of that nasty monster soup. Determined not to consume another drop of the stuff, Juan pushes himself to complete the task. Petrification abilities strengthen the more they are pushed to the breaking point, so Lim is certain that one must be pushed past his limits. Turning to Lily, Lim tells her it's her turn. Lily refuses, complaining that she's been forced to eat disgusting food every single day. Lim reassures her that they'll have chicken for dinner tonight. Motivated by the promise of a good meal, Lily aggressively orders Juan to step aside, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire of her fire abilities. She swiftly defeats the monster. A stunned Juan watches Lily, marveling at her incredible strength. Lim asks Lily why she calls Juan the Tang, and she responds that Lim was the first one to call him that. Lim then turns to the dispatcher, requesting updates on other monsters. He is aware that 8 white tigers emerged from the gate 20 minutes ago, meaning they need to track down another one to obtain a sample. Fake reports that only one target is moving 7 hours away. She notes that the warrior guild is actually closer to the target than they are. Lim asks about the distance gap, and Baek explains that the heroes are 2 km away, while the warrior guild is only 1 km away. Determined, Lim states that he'll run ahead, and instructs the others to follow at their own pace. He assigns Lily to look after Haid. Lim dashes after the monster at incredible speed. His training and mana-rich diet have significantly enhanced his abilities, even though he hasn't reached his former peak yet. As he blurs past a warrior guild member, he loudly declares that the white tiger is his. The guild member is shocked. The warrior guild has already prepared their magic spells, and is rushing to attack the white tiger, which is a major problem, because the first to strike claims the loot. Lim swiftly executes the shadow body technique Crescent Moon. He leaps onto the monster, delivering a decisive blow that takes it down instantly. The warrior guild is astonished, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Lim reports to the dispatcher that the hunt is over, leaving her stunned since the map indicates the hero has only just arrived. Lim dismisses the concern and asks if there are any other nearby targets. She replies that another monster is located to the south. Meanwhile, the heroes have already defeated that monster as well. Lily asks if she cooked it properly this time and double-checks if they were still having chicken for dinner. Lim assures her that a sample can be collected from the monster. The dispatcher reports that all monsters are gone, the gate is destroyed, and the situation is stable. Lim confirms they are wrapping up. As the hunt ends, a doctor with long blue hair approaches Lim and asks if they need assistance. Lim replies that everything is fine, and Lily just needs to wash her hands. This guy is Keanu Nam, the leader of an on-site medical support team. Another young boy tells Lim that the video of their hunt came out great. He is the leader of the field filming support team, Keanu Nam. Lim looks at the footage, and is amazed to see the scene looks just like a high-budget movie. Meanwhile, Cheon-seola asks Lim to move his arms since she's responsible for dismantling the equipment. Baek has hired the 3 Cheon siblings for Team 7's field support. Lim knows these siblings are soon going to make a massive name for themselves in their respective fields. He wonders how Baek managed to hire such a talented team. He apologizes to the siblings for not remembering their names yet, and ensures they will get plenty of rest and bonuses for future hunts. He requests that they take good care of his team. The siblings are thrilled to hear such generous words, and Ilnam makes sure he records the moment. After a short while, Lim's driver tells him that he's very popular among the team. Lim plays it cool, replying that he's just observant of people's feelings in this field. In his past life, he had to follow orders without question until he got tired of it and left the guild, so he doesn't want his team members to feel that same way. At the White House Guild headquarters, Bae comments that Lim is remarkably skilled at communication for someone only 20 years old. She jokingly asks if Lim is living a second life, but he dismisses the remark, urging her to focus on business. Bae presents a list of necessary items and reports that the special equipment Lim ordered will be ready in 2 days. Lim commends Bae for her efficiency. As he flips through the list, he stumbles upon a potential contender for the team. Bae explains that finding information on this person was difficult since she only had a name to go on. However, she managed to locate an online video showcasing items crafted by the applicant. Lim confirms his interest in Jang Youngshen, the only superhuman in Korea specializing in crafting. He asks where the challenger is located. Lily reminds Lim not to forget those 4 servings of boneless chicken, and the large order of French fries. Lim promises to keep his word, but only if she passes on everything exactly as he taught her. They walk into a barbershop, and Lim remarks that they have a lot of toys on display. The woman behind the counter says her son enjoys making different things. Meanwhile, Lee sits on the couch, visibly bored. Lim tells her to sit quietly, but Lily suddenly spots something she likes among the items. Lim quickly shouts at her not to touch anything, fearing she might break it, but Lily picks up a toy, and says it looks just like the chicken she loves. The woman tells them her son made it, and offers it to Lily if she likes it that much. Lim apologizes, saying his little cousin is a real troublemaker. The woman laughs and reassures him that it's not a big deal, as they have plenty of toys. Lim then asks how old her son is, and she says he's 13. Her son, Dun Youngshen, has savant syndrome, a rare condition where individuals with developmental disabilities possess exceptional skills in specific areas. Because of this, his social skills are very low, and he doesn't enjoy talking to people. Lim immediately understands that, unlike other superhumans, he must approach Jang gently and naturally. Step 1 is to visit the barbershop more often. The woman adds that even now, Jang is probably crafting something in the storeroom. Lim hopes they aren't distracting him with their conversation, but the woman assures him that Jang is so focused he rarely notices anything around him. Still, Lim picks up on the fact that they aren't exactly whispering. If Chun is a superhuman, he might be hearing everything. Lim wonders if now is the right time to test that theory. Suddenly, Chan walks out and asks his mom if everything is okay. She's surprised, as he's never come out on his own like this before. Lim realizes that Jang must have sensed his mana, confirming he's a superhuman. Recognizing her cue, Lily launches into action. She runs up to Jang, showing him the toy chicken and asking if he made it. She says it's insanely cute and asks how he did it. I'm slightly confused, says it's not. Lily is confused, claiming it's nothing special. Despite her cheeky Korean, Lily praises the toy, calling it absolutely incredible. Lim notices that her obsession with chicken is actually helping the plan along. Jang tells her he can craft all sorts of things, and asks if she wants to see more. Lily enthusiastically agrees. Jang's mother is stunned he's never spoken this freely before. Lim feels a bit awkward but realizes Jang might have taken a liking to Lily. The hero decides it's fine after all. They've managed to recruit a top tier elite, someone capable of crafting gear for superhumans worth hundreds of billions. The very next day, Jang officially joins the guild and starts cranking out battle uniforms. A few days later, Lim admits the Europe chieftain's leather works perfectly for the new uniforms. He asks Lily how she likes the new fit, and she says it's comfy and cool. It even features chicken and pizza designs. Wong asks about his own uniform, but Lim tells him he doesn't need one just yet. Lim has pulled off everything possible in a really short amount of time. Beck reports that the support team is fully prepped and says it's time to move out. Smiling, she asks Lim if he's rocking a new hairstyle, joking about how hard it must be to maintain. Lim realizes she's probably the reason the local barbershop has 0 customers. When they arrive at the gate, Beck is furious, screaming at a man who let another guild cut in front of them. The guy claims the crew was changed and that the heroes would have been late anyway. Beck demands to know who told him that, as 4 guilds are apparently taking part in a joint operation. Lim calmly states that none of this changes the mission. The heroes will proceed exactly as planned. Beck worries that even if they enter now, there's probably nothing left to scavenge, apologizing for not being better prepared. Lim reassures her, saying they might actually find something even better inside. Lim remarks that the other guilds have already swept the area clean. 2 hours after entering the labyrinth of fallen spirits, the team is still navigating the depths. The twins are in the vehicle too. Lim was supposed to give them a ride, but they missed their initial chance. Originally, the labyrinth was a B-rank difficulty, but after multiple failed attempts to clear it, the threat level spiked dramatically. Suddenly, Lim goes on high alert, ordering everyone to stop before hopping out of the car. He senses something nearby and tells Wong to stay back and guard the vehicles. The labyrinth of fallen spirits is notorious for one thing: it turns people into zombies. The twins see something that absolutely terrifies them, unable to process what they're looking at. Lim inspects the figures and notices their tattered clothing. He suspects they were members of the Red Shark Guild, likely infected and turned into zombies. Their sharp fangs are strong enough to rip right through battle armor. Lim deduces these Red Shark members must have been bitten the moment they let their guard down. Luckily, there aren't too many of them, so he tells Wong to show off the results of his training. Wong hesitates, terrified, but Lim warns him that even a single scratch could spread the virus, pushing him forward into the fray. Lim tells Wong not to be a coward, so Wong steadies himself and starts throwing hands. Lim notices that Wong's petrification technique is actually more stable now than it was during training. Lim reminds him not to kill the infected when Wong gets surrounded and asks what to do. Lim just tells him to figure it out. Wong begins striking the infected with his petrified hands. After landing a solid hit, he shouts with joy, while Lily Stillboard asks why she can just burn them all to a crisp. Lim explains that these aren't just civilians, they're guild members, so taking them out permanently isn't an option. Lim checks on the support team, and one of the twins confirms he's recording everything. Lim confirms they will use that footage to claim compensation later. The other twin announces he's finished prepping the repellent suits. Another man brings out the antidote that Lim had entrusted to him earlier. Lim notes that the antidote is absolutely crucial in a dungeon like this. Analyzing the situation, he realizes the Red Shark support members must have been superhumans. Their movements confirm it. Lim starts knocking out the infected one by one with a simple flick to the neck. Once all the infected are neutralized, Lim tells the team they've done a good job. He tells Wong to line the infected up in a row. Among the items Lim prepped for this run, the anti-zombie venom antidote is key. Once bitten, a person only has 10 minutes before symptoms kick in. After 30 minutes, they turn into mindless warriors serving the zombie hive. Lim calculates that over 30 minutes have already passed. meaning even with the antidote, their minds will be unstable for a while. Lim asks everyone to step back, saying he needs to concentrate. He approaches the infected and quietly tells them that since he saved them, they should return the favor. Lim is experienced. He knows that while talented people can focus on one thing, survivors like him need to develop a wide range of abilities. That's why Lim traveled through various dimensions in his past life: the Gaia continent, Urim, the underworld, and the Byron continent. He survives thanks to the magic and martial arts he picked up during those journeys. One technique he learned allows him to control low-intelligence creatures. Now, facing the infected, Lim tells them they are going to fight alongside him. Surprisingly, they seem totally down for the idea. Since everyone's on board, Lim instructs them to start hunting the zombie bees, and to follow his orders to the letter. Later, Wong shows up in a bug control suit, looking completely exhausted. He reports that he's caught the queen bee, but they were being swarmed by too many others. Lim orders Lily to burn them all, promising her food afterward. Unable to resist the promise of a meal, Lily happily obeys. One of the twins remarks that he didn't expect the Red Shark Guild members to be so helpful, asking if the commander did something extra to convince them. Lim denies it, simply saying they offered to help as repayment. He announces that the bug control suits are ready to go, but suddenly orders everyone to halt, as he senses someone approaching. A group of superhumans appears. Lily recognizes them as the one she saw with the snails. He's already got them under his control. Lim says he hopes they were grateful and ready to make amends. The situation is unfolding much more smoothly than expected. On their 4th day in the dungeon, one of the twins reports that monsters broke into the supply storage and ate all the ration. Lim inspects the scene and concludes, based on the tracks, that the creatures are still close by. He gives Lily an order using a special whistle. Lily rallies all the creatures they've saved to take down the monsters. Lim is relieved to see her actually enjoying the role of commanding reptiles. The ground is soon littered with the bodies of red-dyed poison mice. Lim feels confident they've prepped for every scenario, and everything seems to be going according to plan. However, he knows better than to let his guard down. The boss-level monsters are still out there. Suddenly, something starts flying through the cave. It's a demonic mirror devil, an intermediate boss. Lim immediately warns the team and orders them to prepare for battle. The vehicles are abandoned, and Lim orders Wong to advance, noting that the brainwashed Red Shark warriors are actually immune to the bat's illusions. This monster creates hallucinations for anyone who looks into its mirror, turning them into its minions. Lim warns his teammates to be extra cautious, and yells at Wong not to look into the mirror, but Wong is already terrified. Lim yells at Wong, warning him not to look into the mirror, but Wong, absolutely terrified, turns and admits he's scared out of his mind. Lim and Lily scold him harshly for the lapse. Lim then orders Lily to create a fire shield to block the bat's path before telling everyone to fall back at least to him. He says he'll gather intel and rejoin them shortly. With a sharp whistle, Lim's subordinates scatter. Lily asks if she should just burn the whole place down, but Lim tells her to lower the flames for now. Using a concealment spell, Lim vanishes into thin air. Now alone, Lim searches for the bat. Suddenly, the creature spots him. He hurls a knife but misses, quickly realizing that the bat's erratic flight pattern makes it nearly impossible to predict. He decides to observe from a distance instead. Eventually, Lim returns to the group. The twins are relieved, asking if he's hurt, but Lim reassures them and immediately begins explaining the next steps. There's no time to waste. The bat continues circling the dungeon as Lim orders the tech support squad to retreat. They can confirm the move and report that the fortifications are in place. Lim praises their progress and instructs his team to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the bat unleashes its minions, who begin swarming the team. Lim leaps into action, attempting to strike the bat, but it evades him. He calls on Lily, who tries to incinerate the creature with fire. However, the creature skillfully dodges every attack. The bat mocks the heroes, letting its guard down for a split second. Lim seizes the opportunity. He forms a shield around the bat and leaps forward. With Lily placing a fire platform beneath him for leverage, Lim lands a powerful kick. The attack slices the bat's head clean off. He declares that he's keeping the mirror as a trophy. The heroes soon arrive at a mysterious gate. Lim announces that they've reached the end, but warns them not to drop their guard just yet. Lily asks how long cowardly Wong will stay petrified. Lim replies that he plans to leave him like that until they defeat the final boss, otherwise, Wong might fall under mind control again. The scene shifts to a new location. A cloaked figure appears, a skeleton wrapped in a raincoat, its eyes glowing with eerie blue flames. It is a spirit hunter. At Lim's sharp whistle, all his subordinates storm into the room. The spirit hunter looks stunned as Wong lunges forward with a wide grin, wrapping his arms around the monster and declaring that hugs are always welcome. The spirit hunter slashes in retaliation, but Wong quickly blocks the attack, undeterred. Wong scoffs at the hostility and mocks him for being such a hater, then parries another incoming strike, with surprising composure. Lim watches from the sidelines, quietly observing. He notes that Wong still shows signs of hesitation, but he is holding his ground far better than expected. Lim reflects that this is exactly the moment Wong had been preparing him for. As the spirit hunter becomes aware that he's surrounded, he activates his spell, runes glowing underfoot. It is a spirit connection spell, one meant to turn nearby opponents into mindless puppets by extending his control across the field. But Lim just grins, completely unfazed. He knows the spell won't work. His subordinates remain unaffected as they charge forward. The spirit hunter looks around, clearly puzzled. The spell should have worked. However, Lim's countermeasures rooted in the defeated Mirror Bat's power, and a small trick of his own have left the subordinates in a constant, low-level trance, making them immune to this particular enchantment. The spirit link has failed. Suddenly, the spirit hunter notices that he cannot lift his sword. Turning in alarm, he finds Wong gripping the blade tightly, locking it in place. Wong beams, and declares that he also likes the spirit hunter, calling him a buddy with cheerful sarcasm. Lin, still relaxed, glances at Lily, and signals that it's her time to shine. He recalls that the second ability of the spirit hunter is devil summoning. Watching closely, Lim suspects that this is some variant of monkey summoning magic and smiles, knowing he already has countermeasures in place. Lily doesn't waste time. She unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames roaring around the spirit hunter. She laughs and teases that if everything burns, maybe they can have roasted chicken for dinner. Panic spreads across the spirit hunter's face. Lim compliments Lily and assigns her the task of handling all the summoned monkeys, which only fuels the spirit hunter's rage. In a burst of anger, the monster throws both his sword and Wong directly toward the heroes. Lim hesitates briefly, thinking he just saw something odd, but quickly dismisses it. This isn't Lim's time to fight. His goal remains simple: clear the dungeon with minimal effort. So, he continues to observe, calculating every moment, as his subordinates continue wearing down the spirit hunter. Lim lets the battle stretch on. An hour passes, and the spirit hunter grows frantic, shouting in frustration. Lim takes that as his cue. He whistles sharply, and at once, his team retreats from the fight, jumping back as one unified force. Lim walks forward slowly, and remarks that the waiting is over. The spirit hunter shouts something incomprehensible, and though Lim doesn't catch the exact words, he picks up the meaning: the enemy is calling him a coward. Lim responds coldly. He declares that some people don't have the luxury of courage or glory, some simply live like this. Then, he lifts the illusion mirror. It cannot brainwash the spirit hunter, but it does exactly what Lim hopes: it distracts him. That one moment is all Lim needs. A single lightning fist crashes down, cracking the skeleton's armor. Then, Lim notices something astonishing. Deep within the chest of the spirit hunter lies a glowing spirit stone, rare and far more powerful than any high-level magic crystal he has ever seen. This is no ordinary reward, this is a miracle. This is why Lim came to the labyrinth of fallen spirits. He leans closer, mesmerized, muttering that such a treasure will be put to good use. Lily, standing nearby, asks if the battle is finally over. Lim remains silent, grinning at the stone with eerie fascination. This is more than a prize, it is an opportunity. With this, he can activate Transform. If successful, his body will become the perfect vessel for mastering the arts. But Lim isn't concerned with power alone. What he really desires is the ability to slow his aging, to extend his youthful years well beyond retirement. He is just 3 years away from freedom, and this stone might buy him decades of enjoyment. Lily looks at the glowing crystal in his hand and curiously asks what it is, and if it tastes good. Lim replies that it isn't edible and warns her that she will get sick if she tries to eat it. Lily argues that he looked like he was about to eat it himself, crossing her arms with childish defiance. Lim starts to respond, but before he can finish, the spirit stone vanishes from his hands. He stares at the empty space where the miracle once rested. That gem could have been worth $1 million at auction had he chosen to sell it. Lim has no idea why it disappeared. He glances down, and notices something strange: his watch is no longer ticking. The hands have stopped. Lim realizes that it is now being powered by external magic. That means the energy from the spirit stone is still active, but redirected. Suddenly, the world shifts. We are pulled from the labyrinth and back to the real world. On the news, reporters discuss the 4 major guilds that united to destroy the gate. 10 days have passed, and they have yet to return. Experts suspect they are already dead. Bike stands quietly near the gate, eyes full of worry. Experts suspect they are already dead. Bake stands quietly near the gate, eyes full of worry. Her uncle approaches, and makes a casual remark about seeing her here again. He reassures her that the 2nd White House team will return along with the 7th team, fully intact. He asks her not to worry too much. He is Bang, the commander of the 2nd team. Bake responds, noting that the other guilds have already abandoned the idea of a rescue mission. She admits that she trusts Team B's ability to clear in a rank dungeon, but still pleads with Bang to be careful. Bang promises that they can be relied on. The 2nd team gathers in front of the gate. Bang gives the signal to move out, but just as they are preparing to enter, the gate begins to shimmer strangely. Something is happening. Bang shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. Then, to everyone's surprise, the 7th team emerges from within. Lim stands at the front. Bang stares in disbelief, but Bang gasps, and then sprints forward, flinging herself into Lim's arms. Lim stands frozen, totally confused. He asks her why she's acting like this. reminding her that he has a child on his back and requesting that she let go. Baek ignores him and asks what caused the delay. Lim, calm but vague, replies that there were a few unexpected circumstances that are not appropriate to discuss in public. He asks her again to release him, but she refuses. She clings to him tighter, admitting that she was deeply worried. Lim lets out a tired sigh. He feels completely drained. All he wants now is to go home. Thanks to the White House 7th team, all superhumans from every guild have returned home safely. However, new information confirms the gate was far more dangerous than the government originally estimated. The driver remarks that the whole country is now buzzing about Lim's actions, branding him a national hero. To Lim, all the attention is just an extra headache. He inquires whether it rained while he was in the dungeon. The driver assures him that it did not a single cloud in the sky. He assumes Lim must be asking because of the rainbow which appeared 4 days ago. Lim immediately understands this is not a natural occurrence. It is the warning sign of the first great calamity, and he knows what is coming next. The colors of the rainbow will slowly vanish one by one. When the final color disappears, the first great calamity will begin. On the night of the 7 moons, gates will open everywhere, and endless waves of monsters will pour into the world. In the past, Lim only survived by hiding inside a shelter, but things are different now. The calamity of fire is on their side, and Lim is stronger than ever before. His watch, infused with the mana of the Spirit Stone, can even transform into an iron gauntlet. Before we return to the present, we flash back to earlier that day. Lily is choosing an outfit, and complains that her waist feels tight. She jokes that she plans to eat a lot, so Lim recommends she wear a pair of coveralls. Lily refuses, explaining that she doesn't like the style. Lim shrugs and questions what she expects him to do. Had given Lily the dress after discovering she didn't own any evening wear. It would be rude not to wear it at least once. Lim finally advises her to just walk in the dress, and if it gets too uncomfortable, she can change later. Lily beams and praises the idea, calling Lim a genius. That night, after safely returning from the dungeon, a celebration is held at the White House. Chang-Su welcomes the heroes at the door, throwing his arms around Lim, and proclaiming that he always knew Lim would come back alive. They compliments Lily, observing that the dress suits her perfectly. Lily smiles, and expresses thanks for the gift. Baek then notes that Lily's voice seems to be improving with each passing day. Jun overhears and invites Lily to dinner sometime. Baek catches the gesture, and finds it touching. Eventually, Jun and Lily leave the party together, and Lim observes how everyone appears genuinely happy. It is a feeling he never experienced before. Back at the Black Hound Guild, while Lim is enjoying the evening, Chang-Su approaches him with a drink in hand. He inquires about Lim's goals. Lim doesn't understand at first, so the slightly tipsy guild head clarifies that he's curious about what young people are dreaming of these days. Lim responds honestly he wants to retire, live in comfort, and raise enough money to build a 900,000 square meter mansion where he can invite friends over to do whatever he pleases. Dong, Won, and Yan are all stunned by the audacity of his dream. Baek calls it a beautiful goal. Won concurs, adding that a peaceful life sounds nice, but Chang-Su pushes further, questioning if Lim still desires to grow stronger. He's about to offer to train him personally, but Baek quickly interjects, shifting the subject. Lim had once planned to avoid future disasters, but now, with the strength he has gained and the trusted comrades by his side, he knows he must find a way to use the disasters to his advantage. Later, the team takes a brief vacation in the Forbidden Territory. Standing beside a crystal-clear lake, Chang-Su remarks how beautiful it is and leaps into the water with joy. He exclaims that nature always lifts his spirits. Lim calls out to the others, encouraging them to take the week off and enjoy themselves. Then Baek calls him over, asking him to help scratch her back. She complains that she can't reach it herself. Lim teases her, advising that she practice stretching, and demonstrates by reaching his own back easily. Baek pouts and pleads with him to just agree already. Instead, Lim points at Wine and Sirutiuk, suggesting she ask one of them to help. Baek turns to Sirutiuk, and remarks that she hasn't said hello to him properly. She inquires who he is. Sirutiuk, stunned by the attention, rushes over and introduces himself as Kim Min, also known as Red Bean Sirutiuk. He nervously mentions that she can call him that too. Baek chuckles and responds that it's nice to meet him, but they're not quite close enough for nicknames. Lim jokes that if Kim says something like that again, he'll rename him Whipped Blood Pie. He then shouts to Chang-Su, asking if he wants to race across the lake. Chang-Su laughs and agrees that it sounds like fun. They decide that whoever reaches the other side first wins. They toss a rock, and the moment it hits the water, they both dive in. Chang-Su takes the lead immediately. Lim knows that as a Chapter 1 superhuman, Chang-Su is incredibly fast. Thanks to him, Lim expects a huge catch today. As they swim further, Chang-Su suddenly halts. Something disturbs him. A massive octopus rises from the depths. Furious, Chang-Su demands to know how it dares to interfere. He launches himself at the monster and lands a crushing blow. The octopus reels, stunned, but Chang-Su continues striking without pause. Lim watches in awe. Shang-Tsu battles with nothing but his bare hands, and it works. Lim silently congratulates himself for bringing him along. With a few more strikes, the octopus is defeated. Lim checks if Shang-Tsu is okay. He nods and expresses relief that Lim wasn't hurt. He warns that the restricted zone is full of surprises, and points out that they swum pretty far from the group. He recommends they return and bring the octopus to the lab. Lim agrees but remarks that he wants to explore the lake bed a little first. Shang-Tsu calls after him, reminding him to come back for lunch. Lim dives deeper, shield raised. He believes this area is clear and no monsters will show up. He recalls how the crane creature had died for interrupting their fun. He apologized for interrupting their fun, but now a greater threat might be lurking below. Lim has no idea how deep he needs to go, but he's confident that treasure is waiting at the bottom. As he descends, a faint green glow appears, and he finally finds what he was searching for. Satisfied, he thinks about returning later with Lily to explore further, but then something shifts. He begins to feel a powerful force pulling him downward. Suddenly, his shield cracks and shatters. He tries to swim away, but the pull is too strong. Panic rises in his chest. This is bad. He had just promised her he'd return soon. Meanwhile, Jian and Lily are sitting together on the shore. Jian offers her a drink, telling her to enjoy it before Lim gets back. Down below, Lim wakes up inside a mysterious cave. As he regains consciousness, he hears faint voices murmuring that he's awake. Small creatures with worried expressions wonder what to do with him and if something terrible is coming. Lim, still groggy, realizes he's tied up, but he easily tears through the ropes with zero effort. The creatures recoil in fear, thinking he might hurt them, but Lim quickly calms them down, assuring them he means no harm. He recognizes the creatures as Nun Nun, a type of kind-hearted fairy from the continent of nostalgia. Lim recalls working there as a guide, and remembers that these fairies usually live near clearer water and are rarely seen anywhere else. The Nun Nun are shocked that Lim knows who they are and start grilling him with questions, asking if he's been to nostalgia, and if he speaks their language. Slightly overwhelmed, Lim asks them to take turns, as he tries to figure out why they were in this lake. The Nun Nun explain that they once lived peacefully in the lake until a strange phenomenon transported them to another dimension. They describe how terrifying monsters began to fight and devour each other, and how octopus monsters slaughtered many of their kind. Lim realizes they were talking about the Kraken, one of the creatures he recently took down. The Nun Nun reveal that the lack of sunlight and the constant threat of predators left them weak and hopeless. Lim informs them that the octopus is dead now, and they can safely head back to the surface. Skeptical at first, the Nun Nun test his words by touching his hand with their tails. When they glow green, confirming his truthfulness, they erupt into a joyful celebration. Lim, however, gets irritated by the loud noise and tells them to pipe down. He agrees to help them return, and they eagerly declare that they were now friends. Lim starts daydreaming about turning the lake into a snowfall-themed park, wondering how much bank he could make from it. But suddenly, the Nun Nun warn him not to step forward. There's a trap ahead. Thanks to the heads up, Lim avoids the trap, and realizes that navigating this area alone would have been way more dangerous. The Nun Nun announce they were almost at their destination, and want to introduce Lim to their friend, the one who allowed them to live there. Lim grows uneasy when they describe this friend as a white, hard creature about half his height. When the figure emerges from the shadows, Lim recognizes it as a powerful golem, likely the guardian of the area. Suddenly, the passage behind Lim slams shut, trapping him. The golem immediately identifies Lim as an intruder and locks onto him as a target for destruction. Lim protests, saying he thought the golem was a friend. Snowdrop, the lead snow cap, is shocked as the golem transforms into a massive combat machine. A fierce battle kicks off. Lim uses his iron glove to block the attacks, but still gets pushed back. He realizes the golem has a self-healing function, meaning he's in serious trouble. He tries to strategize a retreat, planning to bring reinforcements like Wayne, Bull, and Lily next time. As Lim attempts to escape, Snowdrop blocks his path and pleads for Snowblind the golem not to attack. Lim is confused but pushes through. He strikes the golem again, insisting they can talk things out later. Snowdrop accuses him of hurting a friend, but Lim insists he had no choice. After defeating the golem, its chest opens to reveal a glowing key. The Nun Nun mourn their fallen friend, and angrily reject Lim, claiming that friends don't kill each other. But Lim tells them the golem can be revived and that he knows someone Yan who can do it. The Nun Nun are surprised by this revelation, and realize Lim is telling the truth. They acknowledge his honesty, though their emotions are still raw. Lim presses on, entering a newly opened gate. Inside, he finds what he came for, the drink of life. It's a golden liquid with incredible healing properties. Overjoyed, Lim takes a sip, and feels its rejuvenating effects. He realizes this potion could save countless lives when the calamity of the 7 months begins. He shares a drop with a Nun Nun, who immediately begins to glow. The transformation surprises them both. Lim suspects the drink might have unique effects on water fairies. Snowdrop says her body feels lighter, but Lim notes she actually looks smaller. He decides they will investigate further later. For now, it's time to leave. Lim tells the nun to bring the golem and follow him up. As they ascend, the water warms, and they see a bright glow above. When they breach the surface, the sky is dark but burning with light. The nun mistake the light for the sun, but Lim recognizes the source immediately. It's Lily. She's floating above, conjuring a massive fireball, likely experimenting with her magic or sleepwalking again. Lim looks up and smiles, realizing she must have followed his instructions in the most explosive way possible. Lim shouts up at Lily, telling her to put out the fireball and come down immediately. He asks if she's actually trying to destroy the entire lake. From below, Chang-Su calls out to Lim, demanding to know where he's been. Lim realizes then that if he had stayed away even a little longer, there would have been serious consequences. He tells Chang-Su that the situation was extreme. Chang-Su responds that he's just glad Lim returned safely and stopped Lily in time, otherwise she might have dried up the entire lake. At that moment, Baek and Won come running, yelling as they approach. Chang-Su tells them to stop searching. Jun rushes toward Lim and hugs him tightly, asking where he went. Snowdrop suddenly flies out and starts to ask something, but Chang-Su shouts that there are monsters behind them. Lim steps forward and tells everyone to calm down. He explains that the approaching creatures aren't enemies, but new allies, and promises to explain everything in detail later. Then, Lily crashes into Lim, burying her face in his chest and hitting him repeatedly. She yells that it's dinner time, and he was nowhere to be found. She shouts that she's been worried sick and even skipped dinner just to look for him. Lim gently places his hand on her head and apologizes for being late. Vacation doesn't last long. Soon, everyone returns to their daily responsibilities. Time passes, and the heroes are back on the battlefield, fighting monsters and ordering the evacuation of nearby citizens. They face off against orcs. Lim issues a command to Won as part of their monster extermination assignment. Among Won's daily duties are eating 5 rich meals and training hard. When the monster extermination request arrived, he was the first to go. His growth rate exceeds even Lim's expectations. Lim thinks that with some luck, Won might play a major role during the first calamity. Lim then tells Won he's done enough for now, and asks him to step aside. Finally, Lim asks Lily if she's ready. Lim asks him to step aside. Lim asks Lily if she is ready, and she nods, demanding a minute of his time. Apparently, Lim promised her French fries, which she makes sure to remind him of while she's busy burning monsters to ash. She claims she followed her orders to it, and now wants a monster burger set as a reward. Lim, however, tells her she's 5 seconds late, so she'll have to settle for just one item. One approaches and asks if he can join Lim for dinner. Suddenly, Lim notices something creeping up behind Won. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushes over to cover Won's back. It's a shadow goblin, hiding in wait to strike. Lim warns everyone and asks what this other dinner Won mentioned was all about. Won excuses himself, saying he'll stick to something nutritious and train extra hard instead. Lim praises Won's determination, noting that his abilities have already reached the same level they were in his previous life. Shadow goblins no longer pose a threat to him, and his mana pool has grown significantly. If Won continues at this pace, he'll become even stronger. Then, they look up at the sky. A rainbow has formed, but Lily points out that the red is missing. Lim wonders if the rainbow will disappear entirely in 2 weeks. To survive the upcoming night of 7 months, they need a few key elements. Lim knows it will take massive firepower to eliminate the waves of monsters, a specialized team to destroy the gate core, and a solid plan to minimize city destruction. Healing and restoring the physical strength of the superhumans is also essential, a responsibility Lim takes upon himself. While preparing the rest, we flash back briefly to see Beck reporting on potion sales. She says distribution is starting this week. Lim tells her to proceed, and to report any problems immediately. He asks if the food sales conditions were approved. Beck says it no longer matters, reclaimed superhumans are already lining up on their own. In her report, she included prices for each dish, and noted that serving sizes are fixed. The prices are high, which Lim says is a good thing. Beck asks if she's managed to please him with her work. Lim then asks about Jian, noting reports that the golem can already move. Beck expresses doubt but admits that Jian claims he can manage it. As Lim gets into the car, he asks her to rely on Jian. Beck asks why he's so confident. Lim says it's all for the chance to take Lily to the zoo. Then, he opens a document listing the names of friends who attended a retirement party. He realizes that since his intervention has changed the future, there's no guarantee they will ever meet again. He keeps the document with him. Beck asks if he needs anything else, saying she wants to work with him a bit longer before his week-long vacation. Suddenly, Lim asks the driver how long it takes to get to work. The driver replies that it takes about an hour. Lim remarks that it's quite far and must be tiring. The driver denies this, and says it's no problem. Still, Lim asks if he would consider moving to an apartment near the guild headquarters. The driver is stunned. Lim tells Beck to prepare the driver's new quarters with enough space for his entire family. Lim says he will cover all costs. Beck smiles quietly, thinking that Lim is a very strange person. The driver asks what Lim means, and Lim says it would just be more convenient for everyone. He adds that he has more than enough money, so the driver should not refuse. The driver is left speechless, wondering if he is dreaming, or if it is his birthday. Lim reflects that while money is no longer an issue thanks to the potions, he knows he cannot evacuate everyone he cares about. This way, there is still much work to be done. We then transition to another scene where Sia wishes the heroes a successful mission. Lim asks him to take care of the house in their absence. Lily teases that Sia will not be able to escape from his responsibility. The heroes set off, walking through a forest until they come across Val standing silently in front of a rock. Lim asks Lily to lower her voice, saying they will just move along since Val is clearly focused. Val mutters that he's too slow, and it simply won't do. He says that if he does not get stronger, the commander will throw him out. Lim is slightly embarrassed to hear that Val is so worried about being left behind. Still, he thinks that whatever the motivation, striving to improve is good, so he chooses not to intervene. As they continue flying, Lily announces that she will create a shield. Lim is impressed and asks when she learned to do that. Lily says she just tried it, and it worked, then asks if he can do it too. Once again, Lim is struck by her raw talent. They finally arrive at Lim's personal treasure trove, filled with rare items collected from the Forbidden Territory. Lily greets the nun, who says there has been nothing to report. Lim tells them to continue patrolling near the cave. The nun has consumed the elixir of life, and can now move as fast as bullets. He relies on their speed to contact him in emergencies. Lily looks around and asks why they are there. Lim explains the different items. The mask of the charlatan makes one attractive and charming. Changing the voice to sound like a professional speaker, the sage robe radiates a mana aura that is difficult to withstand and a wooden staff that glows when mana is injected. Lim dons the sage robe, and Lily wears the charlatan mask. She says her voice has changed and sounds strange. Lim replies that they are ready, and the operation can begin. Suddenly, they appear at a portal gate. The people nearby are stunned to see two figures emerge from the gate. Lim thinks it is good that there are so many witnesses. He takes off his hood, and introduces himself as the mage Aximus from the Gaia continent. He has come to warn them that a great calamity is soon to befall their land. People wonder who he is. They can't understand what language he's speaking, because they have never heard it before. They speculate whether he came out of the gate. Then, suddenly, the staff glows. Lim asks them not to worry and announces that he will use translation magic. He requests permission to introduce himself again. He declares that he is the mage Aximus from the Gaia continent. Lim urges them to listen carefully. Lily recognizes this as a signal and casts a shield. They climb onto the shield, and Lim shouts that he has come to warn them. People begin to murmur, agreeing that he must be a magician. Lim proclaims that the rainbow is a sign of a curse. He explains that when all the colors disappear, a calamity descends upon their lands, opening thousands of gates to hell. Lily interprets his signal again. Lim continues, saying that monsters and demons will flood the earth and heavens. The living will close their eyes, and the dead will rise. He insists that they must all unite and prepare for the coming disaster. Lim feels pleased, realizing he has captured their attention. His special mask amplifies his voice, and the sage robe radiates an aura that draws everyone's gaze. The staff simply emits light but enhances his presence. A police officer then steps forward and inquires how they can avoid this disaster. Lim responds that it can't be avoided completely, only minimized. He then asks where the king of their world is and states he will provide all the details. Suddenly, we shift to the Blue House interrogation room. Jusanwa, head of the Superhuman Support Service, remarks that he's never met anyone like this. Lim replies that he understands the surprise but reiterates that he's only here to warn them of danger. He demands to be taken to their king immediately. Sangwa questions why Lim is so sure he isn't the king. He suggests that maybe their cultures are different, and that's why he doesn't resemble a king from Aximus's world. Lim counters that cultures are different, and that's why he doesn't resemble a king from Aximus's world. Lim counters that he finds that unlikely. He explains that he can read fates, though not perfectly. He claims he can glimpse the events that shaped history, and the destinies of great people. Lim asserts that Sang Woo is not a king now, but he will strive to become one in the near future. Sang Woo is stunned, and asks how Aximus knows this. Lim recalls seeing Sang Woo's future, his presidential candidacy, and his role as a judge of superhumans who abhors it when they commit crimes. However, Lim says he can reveal more, as that's all he's seen. Just then, someone enters the room and announces that the president wants to meet the mage from another dimension in person. Sang Woo hands Aximus his staff and offers to escort him to the leader. The Blue House had been rebuilt a couple of years ago after the first gate opened on its roof and a monster emerged, killing the president and most of parliament. A new president was elected, which only slightly stabilized the chaos. Now, the Blue House resembles a military facility. They enter the president's office. The president greets the hero, and he introduces himself as the nation's leader. He informs them that he's heard Aximus came from another dimension. Lim confirms this and introduces himself again as a mage from the Gaia continent. He asks for forgiveness if his assistant's translation magic isn't perfect. The president assures him it's fine and invites them to sit. Lim approaches the chair and notes that it's unusual. The president explains it's a lie detector. If Lim lies, they'll all know immediately. Lim shows slight unease and suggests the president should sit on one too. The president asks him to repeat that, but Lim shrugs it off, saying they have nothing to hide and he's ready to answer. The president asks if they truly come from the Gaia continent. Both Lim and Lily confirm they do. He then asks if their prophecy about the disaster is real. Lim answers that it is and that's why they were here. He adds that his assistant doesn't know much about the specifics. The president requests full disclosure. Lily struggles to understand half of what is being asked, but thanks to his martial arts training, Lim controls his breathing, pulse, and sweat so the lie detector fails to detect anything. The president orders all equipment removed from the magician. Lim lets out a sigh of relief. The president apologizes for doubting him, and Lim responds that he would have done the same. Then, the president leans forward and asks a personal question: can Lim help him escape to Gaia before the disaster strikes? And will it be safe? He speculates that since Lim came from there to warn them, it must be. Lim erupts in anger, asking if this is truly a king speaking, someone ready to abandon his people. The president shouts back that he's not a king, it just so happened that the position fell into his lap. He offers money, resources, anything Lim wants. He confesses he's tired of living in a world where death lurks around every corner. He pleads for Lim to take his family and friends with him. Lim is stunned. He admits that he had a different opinion of the president. Grabbing Lily's hand, he declares that they are leaving immediately. The president protests, saying the mage promised to help, but Lim retorts that the president would never understand what's in his heart. He declines the offer and turns away. Just then, the man who has been standing silently removes his mask. It's Kimsu, the first awakened titan. He moves with lightning speed and blocks the hero. Things take a bad turn for Lim. He realizes he can even meet Su's eyes. Lim tries to walk away, but Su smirks and asks what's so funny. Lim calls him out and asks how long they plan to continue this carrot. He identifies Su as the real king. Su is surprised and asks how Lim knows. Lim points out the massive destiny star hovering over him. Kim Su is the one who actually restored order to South Korea after the first gate opened. After awakening his abilities, he mobilized the police to protect civilians. Post-election, he rebuilt the Blue House and led the country's recovery. Everyone in South Korea knows this. Next, we move to the headquarters of the Disaster Response Center. Su announces that before the meeting begins, he wants to introduce the magician who brought the prophecy. Lim steps forward, states his name as Axioms, and urges everyone to listen carefully. He then shares the full story and warns that the disaster threatens them all. In the room are powerful figures: Monster Beat Jang, Demon King Kim Tai-jin, the Ice Queen Han Ji-hai, and the Iron Wall Min Tai-won. These are the strongest among the first awakened. Along with Kim Su, they help destroy monsters and stabilize the land. The president states he will declare a national emergency tomorrow morning and urges the assembly to cooperate. Tai-jin questions how the president can believe such an outlandish tale. Tai-won agrees, suspecting Lim to be a fraud. They argue that such a drastic action without solid proof is reckless. As tensions rise, Su yells at them to stop. The president affirms he has verified everything. He reminds them of the chaos during the first gate's opening. Su says that if nothing happens, no harm is done, but if they were unprepared, they'll suffer greatly. Tai-jin sighs, mumbles something about hard work, and then rushes forward toward the heroes. Lim panics, wondering if he's under attack, but Tai-won grabs Lily. He sneers, saying she annoys him, and orders her to stay still. He reaches for her mask and scoffs, saying it's probably to avoid recognition. Lily's mask falls to the floor. Lily suddenly transforms into a cat, and she is very angry. They begin to question whether she is even human. Lim asks his assistant to calm down, and explains that it was a mistake. They did know the truth. Lim says that people like Lily are ashamed to show their real faces, which is why they always wear masks around him. Lim remembers how he and Lily prepared for this exact situation. The cat mask doesn't just disguise her, it also alters her voice. If it's forcibly removed, it triggers a transformation spell that turns the wearer into a cat. Lim wonders what Tai-won will do now that his assumptions have been proven wrong. Su yells at Tai-won and demands he apologize. Tai-won sincerely apologizes for removing Lily's mask without her consent. Lim thinks to himself that Lily is really good at playing the role of a cat. The next day, Su declares a state of emergency on national television and radio. Standing on stage, he announces a major crisis in Korea. There's some initial confusion after his speech, but the citizens quickly adapt. The military, the superhuman police, and various guilds begin large-scale exercises in preparation. Someone approaches Lim and mentions they heard the sage is leaving today. Lim confirms that the power of his dimensional transfer magic is running low, and he must return in a few hours. The man asks if Lim can do him a small favor before he departs. Lim agrees to try his best. The man explains that he has several books that were confiscated as loot during the national uprising. He only brought the ones in good condition and asks Lim to take a look at them. Time is short, so he just wants Lim to check if any of them are important. Lim says he isn't a scholar and not to expect too much from him. He wonders if they really see him as a sage or just a fool. Lim can speak any language, but he can only read the languages of the Gaia continent and the martial arts world, and even then, only in the fields of martial arts and magic. As he walks through the library, one book catches his eye. One particular book catches his eye. The hero senses a unique aura, and wonders if these could be the legendary Sword Emperor's notes. The text is narrated from the perspective of Nangon, the Sword Emperor, a man known throughout the martial arts world as the Incarnation. Lim realizes the script is written in a language he can actually read, leading him to suspect the book is the real deal. When the assistant asks if something is up, Lim explains that the writing feels inherently demonic. He asks if there's a sword tied to the manual, but the assistant warns that the blade is also possessed by a demon destined to corrupt anyone who dares to wield it. Lim tells him to dig deeper, secretly hoping the Heavenly Emperor's sword is among the recovered relics. Unfortunately, the assistant reports they only found the book and some tattered clothes in the collapsed cave. Though disappointed, Lim plays it cool. He decides the book is far too dangerous, and announces he'll seal it himself since the king is occupied. He makes the assistant swear to keep the whole thing under wraps. Later, Lim dives into the pages. It chronicles the life of Nangon, the illegitimate son of the Nangon clan. Despite being born with god-tier martial talent, he faced brutal discrimination after his mother passed away. In retaliation, he stole the clan's secret techniques and sacred elixirs. Lim skins the early chapters since he already knows the lore. What really hooks him is the account of the Sword Emperor's final showdown with Tama, a battle lost in a heartbeat right before he vanished. Suddenly, Lily pops up and asks what Lim is doing, complaining that she's bored out of her mind. Lim tells her to find her own fun while he reads. She scurries off mischievously, and Lim calls out for her to come back soon, secretly enjoying the return of the silence. As he reads, Lim starts to flag the book as incredibly long-winded. He stumbles upon a section regarding the divine art of shattering the heavens, but it's buried under tons of unnecessary rambling. Still, he senses the core technique is coming. The explanation is surprisingly basic, so simple even a monkey could grasp it. He figures if he doesn't nail it on the first try, he'll just have to give it another pass. Lim crosses his legs and enters a meditative state. A red circle glows at the center of his torso. He recalls that internal energy falls into three categories: accumulation, stability, and radiation. Lim realizes that his previous technique was mostly about stability. However, the Peyton Sembon achieves a flawless harmony across all three areas. He realizes this is a truly perfect and pure Simbat. Now he gets why martial artists spend their whole lives refining their craft. He intends to practice for just a bit, but when he checks the time, he realizes it's already past lunch. Lee still hasn't returned. Suddenly, Lim's senses tingle. He spins around, just as a massive gate tears open in the sky. People start screaming that monsters are coming. The first thing to crawl out is a massive minotaur. Its sheer size sends the crowd into a panicked frenzy. As the beast raises its mace to strike, Lim instantly deploys a magical shield to protect the civilians. He tells everyone to stay inside the barrier, reassuring them it'll hold until reinforcements arrive. Knowing that unleashing his full magical power could level the palace, Lim decides to go hand to hand. The minotaur slams its mace down, but Lim leaps onto its head and delivers a punch that sends the beast flying. He's actually surprised, why is this thing so weak? Then it hits him, the monster isn't weak, he's just gotten way stronger. As more monsters pour out, Lim realizes he can no longer worry about collateral damage to the palace, there are just too many of them. He raises his hand and calls down a literal rain of fire from the heavens. The spectators are floored. Even the future president remarks on how magnificent the spell is, claiming that one day, a statue of the great sage will stand in Gwanfuaman Square to honor him. Once the monsters are defeated, Su thanks Lim and promises never to forget this favor. Lim just shrugs it off, saying he only did what was necessary. The assistant approaches with a gift as a token of gratitude. Lim initially tries to decline, but they insist. He finally takes it, wondering exactly how many high-grade magic stones are packed inside. Lim announces he can't stick around any longer. He and Lily hop onto a magical shield and prepare to depart. It turns out one of Lily's new friends is a titan, one of the very first awakened. As they fly off, Lim hopes the city stays safe. Back at the house, Lim asks Tae Wong if he's been keeping things in order. Tae Wong immediately bursts into tears, asking where the heroes have been during all this chaos. Sir Taeok warns that something terrible has happened. Tae Wong reveals that if the floating rainbows in the sky vanish, total disaster will follow. He's terrified, especially since the president announced that hundreds of gates are about to open. Lim and Lily just catch each other's eyes and grin. Beck asks what everyone is laughing about. It turns out Wong also headed to the guild following the emergency broadcast. Sir Taeok asks to be notified the moment his brother returns. Lim praises his resolve, and suggests they hit the guild immediately. Although Lim originally thought the guy might bolt, he's actually impressed he's waiting for them, even in a crisis like this. Looking up at the rainbow, Lim realizes they have less than a week left. He urges the group to head to the guild together. Once there, Beck confronts Lim, absolutely fuming, and demands to know where he's been. She snaps that she tried reaching him during the state of emergency, but his phone was completely turned off. She keeps laying into him, asking if he even realizes how dire the situation is. Lim just brushes her off, saying he's heard enough lecturing for one day. Just then, Taewon arrives and greets Beck. She recognizes him from their encounter at the lake, noting they haven't crossed paths since then. Beck asks about their evacuation plans. Lim asks if there's any space left at the guild, though he clarifies he doesn't plan on staying long. Beck asks if he's just back from beyond the gate and offers to call an escort, but then suggests he head straight to the guild head instead. Lim ignores her and tells Taeyok to move the luggage and get some rest. Beck points out that Lim was the only one who went AWOL during the emergency call, warning that even the guild head is going to be furious. Lim shoots back sarcastically, saying the head can't really be mad if she was also dodging calls over the weekend. Suddenly, Wang rushes toward the heroes. Lim asks where Van is, but Wang unexpectedly yells for the commander and lunges at Lim. Lim dodges the strike and asks if Wang has finally lost his mind. Through tears, Wang blubbers that he thought Lim had abandoned him. The attack was just a burst of pure relief. Lim reassures him that even if the whole world turns against him, he'd never leave Wang behind. Van is overjoyed, and Lim makes a mental note that Van is actually a pretty useful asset. Lim knocks on the guild head's office door. The heroes gather, as the head gestures for them to take a seat. Beck reports that Lim was spotted outside the forbidden territory, to which Shang-Su snaps that it's no excuse. The chief then asks Lim what he knows about the impending disaster. Lim mentions he picked up some intel on the way back. Shang-Su explains that the great Sei Axma spoke to him privately, and delivered a prophecy. Axma spoke of the seventh night, telling Shang-Su to leave the Wheel of Fate to them, the ones who would lead and bring back the light. Shang-Su is convinced Axma was referring to Lim's team, and everyone else nods in agreement. Lim feels a bit awkward about the praise, and suggests that once the invasion kicks off, the seventh team should operate independently. He insists that everything will be fine. He explains that just hunting monsters in designated zones is a total waste of time. Instead, they should focus on high-mobility independent action to take down the main gate. The disaster is dubbed the Night of the 7 Months because 7 special. It's known as the Night of the 7 Months because 7 special, moon-colored gates manifest among hundreds of others. The main gate, which anchors the surrounding portals, vanishes along with dozens of nearby gates. Through Axes, Lim shares vital intelligence on 6 of these critical gates. In a flashback, Axmas tells Chang-Su that he can handle the red energy or even determine its exact location. Chang-Su says it's unfortunate, but still helpful. The only thing Axmas withholds is the red gate's precise coordinates, all due to the Soul Stone. Lim reflects that this time, he might finally fulfill his dream and become handsome. Chang-Su shares the same hope but wonders if the prophecy is really that simple. Beck speculates that there may be hidden meanings, and Wang adds that it's too abstract to fully grasp. Lin, feeling a bit awkward, questions whether a great sage trying to help would really make such a cryptic prophecy. He concludes they shouldn't distort the message. After some persuasion, the 7th Squad is granted permission to operate independently. 3 days later, at the White House training ground, Lin asks Van to focus on the path of mana circulating through his body. Van admits he doesn't remember how. Lim says they will try again and urges him to concentrate. Lim studies an image from the Sword Emperor's records. He knows the Diamond Power Fist martial art emphasizes external power and that the breathing method is simple. It's good for physical strength and basic development, and Lim believes it will also benefit Van. Lim asks Wang if he understands now, but Wang is still struggling. They repeat the process over and over until Lim finally loses his patience. This is the 30th attempt. He shouts, telling Wang he's worse than a monkey. Wang insists he's improving and says he will practice alone. Lim excuses himself, saying he has something else to do. As Lim walks away, he notes that only the purple band remains. The rainbow disaster is near. He sees Lily eating, and asks if the food is good. She says it is, but Lim notices the 3 boxes of chicken he bought are already gone. He tells her it's time to get ready. She needs to repay him for the meal. Shocked, Lily realizes why he bought the chicken in the first place. Lim knows the red gate holds terrible danger: boiling lava, soaring flames, and intense auras. To fight the boss there, they need the Ice Dragon Fang. Unfortunately, it's stored in the Black Hound Guild headquarters, Lim's former workplace. He remembers working under terrible conditions there in his previous life at age 20. The job offered no vacations unless you were sick or injured. If he'd undergone proper rehab back then, maybe his life would have turned out differently. Now equipped with sword energy modified by the Page-in technique, Lim needs intel on the building's layout, including security cameras and key items. He identifies the security control room as a potential exit. Inside, one man mutters that he should have robbed the grocery or department store instead. Another blonde guy says he left the door open and plans to sprint to the shelter as soon as the disaster hits. They all calm down until the camera feed suddenly cuts out. Assuming it's just a broken lens, they are shocked to find the camera was facing their own door. But it's too late. Lim bursts in and knocks them out. Lim activates an alarm, and the guild realizes someone has infiltrated the representative's office. It's Lim. A hero reports that 4 armed intruders not superhumans have broken in. Lim instructs the staff to gather at the rep's office, but when they arrive, the room is empty. Confused, they realize the control room is locked. Lim claims the intruders are secured elsewhere while he and Lily break through a door. Lily is amazed, saying everything sparkles and asking if it's all money. She then wonders if she can get chicken again. Lim doesn't understand her obsession, but tells her the statue is too heavy to carry. Instead, he shows her the special armory, where otherworldly items are stored. There it is, the ice dragon Fane, perfectly preserved. As they prepare to leave, Lily says she wants to see what's behind a certain wall. She senses powerful mana. Lim tells her to stand back, activates his watch, and smashes through the wall. Inside, he finds something valuable and praises Lily. As a reward, he gives her 3 raw balls. Lim plans to consume the next soul stone himself and lets Lily eat this one. However, Lim is disappointed by the results. It barely makes a difference, and only her claws grow. Still, he figures it's enough to claim as an unpaid severance package. He decides it's time to go home. The next day, the rainbow vanishes. Lily is most concerned about one thing: cheese balls. At the 3rd evacuation shelter, Lim appears calm, even chuckling with a faint smile. His team is surprised by his demeanor, especially with one of the worst gates about to open. A team member approaches, curious if something good has happened. Lim replies that he finally received severance pay from a company he worked at long ago. As Lim talks, a menacing aura becomes noticeable nearby. The scene shifts to the 4th evacuation shelter, where the source of the aura is revealed to be Kim Tae-jin, leader of the Black Hound Guild. His members gather, concerned by his behavior. One mentions hearing a rumor that their guild warehouse was robbed yesterday, and they still don't know who is behind it. Back at the 3rd shelter, Lim speaks on the phone with Baek, who apologizes for the delay. Lim thanks her for her work. Soon after, she finishes upgrading his armor, marking the completion of their equipment preparation. Lim checks in with the support team using his earpiece. Tian Ilnam confirms he can hear him, followed by Ilnam saying the sound is coming through clearly. Lim turns to Lily and Wang, asking if they ready. Lily complains that her armor is too tight, and Wang agrees, saying his new suit is embarrassing. Lim explains their suits are custom-made, Lily's for defense, and Wang's for mobility, using a flexible material. As they talk, Lim notices Wang in an odd stance and asks if he plans to fight like that. Wang calmly responds that if his posture becomes a problem, he'll use petrification to fix it. Baek approaches, and reports that the people Lim mentioned a few days ago have arrived at the shelter. Lim thanks her, but declines to meet them, saying this is enough to repay their kindness. He had requested protection for those who attended his retirement ceremony, and also for friends lost in the disaster of his previous life. This time, he's determined not to let that happen again. Suddenly, Changsu shouts that the disaster could come at any time and that he will be the one to stop it. Lim is startled and asks Baek if she's been able to sleep when Changsu gets like this. Baek admits she hasn't, and shyly says it sometimes feels like she's raising a child. Lim surveys the area where tanks, military vehicles, weapons, soldiers, and hunters have gathered. He feels confident that this force should be enough to stop the disaster. In the distance, robotic footsteps approach, causing the hunters to tense up. As the sound gets closer, they realize it's an alley. Lim smiles as Young Shin's robot arrives. Lily approaches the robot and asks if Young Shin can see her. He confirms and announces that he is inside the robot. Lim, surprised, asks if he manually modified the robot himself. Lily tries to climb inside too, but Lim stops her and asks Young Shin if he has his mother's permission to use the robot as a combat suit. Young Shin ignores the question and blushes while promising Lily he will protect her. Lim scolds him, saying this is definitely not the time for a crush. While promising Lily he will protect her, Lim scolds him, sapping that this is definitely not the time for romance. Looking up at the sky, Buck notices something is off and calls for Lim's attention. Lim looks up and sees the rainbow-colored lights in the sky have dispersed, a clear signal that something ominous is about to go down. He immediately instructs Young Shin to return to the command room. Suddenly, countless gates tear open across the sky, releasing an overwhelming swarm of monsters. The soldiers and hunters take defensive stances, visibly shaken by the sheer number of enemies. Lim overhears their panic but remains composed, knowing this is only the first wave. He reminds everyone that these are monsters they've faced before and urges them to stay focused. Encouraged, the soldiers prepare to engage, and Lim feels confident enough to leave the shelter's defense in their hands. Gunfire erupts as the soldiers begin attacking the monsters, while hunters take charge of any that manage to get too close. The battle continues relentlessly, and the number of monsters doesn't seem to dwindle at all. Changsu joins the fight with a grin, expressing how long it's been since he was on a real battlefield. He declares he will destroy everything, including the dark blue core gate. The core gates have been divided between the First Awakened team and the Professional Hunter team, as decided by the guild leaders and the president. Lim plans to act separately and enter the red core gate on his own terms. He turns to Young Shen, who still refuses to return to the command room, and tells him to pay attention to what a real battlefield truly looks like. Though annoyed, Lim allows him to follow and provide support. Lim instructs his team to move to their assigned positions. As the solo operation begins, he, Wing, and Lily board an armored vehicle while Young Shen follows in the robot. Lim's strategy is to appear as though they're moving aimlessly before eventually reaching the red core gate. Along the way, Jianlnan informs him that monsters are approaching from all directions. Lim tells her to ignore them and keep driving. Inside the vehicle, Lim assembles a spear. Though he is unfamiliar with military-grade weapons, his 2 decades in the superhuman force give him the skills to manage. As the vehicle nears a pack of werewolf monsters, Onam alerts Lim, who tells him to keep moving. He climbs onto the roof of the vehicle and uses the spear to eliminate the attacking monsters. He instructs the driver to turn at an upcoming intersection and watch out for corpses on the road. Lim asks Lily if she's ready. She's been charging a fireball and says she is. Lim points to distant monsters and instructs her to attack. Lily launches the fireball, saying she wants to finish quickly so she can eat at the chicken buffet. Her attack incinerates the monsters, but Young Shen worries about driving through the flames. Lim insists they must keep moving. Lily raises her hands and parts the fire, allowing the vehicle and robot to pass through. She continues shouting about food while Young Shen watches her in amazement. Lim smiles and urges everyone to move at full speed. He continues giving directions, telling them to turn right at a hospital and then again after 2 blocks. He calculates they are getting close to the red court gate. Soon, the gate comes into view. Onam smiles and wonders if this is what the Great Sage's prophecy meant. As they approach the gate, Lim tells the team to prepare for entry. Suddenly, a creature drops from the gate, initially appearing like slime. It morphs into a giant Rex. Onam reports they are only 1 km away and asks if they should slow down. Lim decides not to risk a delay, fearing more monsters could arrive. He tells Onam to maintain speed and calls on Wang to engage the Rex. Wang jumps from the vehicle and faces the monster. As its massive jaws close around him, he activates his petrification ability. His body glows gold, and he holds the monster's mouth open by force. Lim recognizes the golden aura as the diamond Powerball's mana. Wang, proud of his progress, continues to hold the beast at bay. Lim calls on Young Shen to act, reminding him of his earlier promise to protect Lily. Young Shen launches toward the monster. The T-Rex, noticing him, spits out Wang and attempts to bite again, but Young Shen maneuvers the robot skillfully. He grabs the T-Rex's tail, lifts it, and slams it to the ground. The team is stunned, watching in awe as Young Shen overpowers the massive beast. Jealous murmurs arise. They all want to turn in the robot now. Young Shen's attack immobilizes the T-Rex, and Lim uses the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Afterward, he approaches the massive corpse, guessing from its size that something valuable might be hidden inside. He quickly dismembers the beast and finds a glowing, pearl-like object called a natin, a rare and nourishing item. Holding it in his hands, he admires it until one calls out, pointing at a new wave of monsters emerging from the gate. Lim smiles, excited like a kid in a candy shop, and urges the team to move toward the red core gate. Destroying the red core gate requires defeating the fire giant sleeping inside the volcano. After fighting the new monsters and entering the gate, Lim halts the team so Sina can help them change into armor suited for the intense heat. Once suited up, they all feel much better. Lim clenches his fist, smiling as he remarks how surprisingly cool the combat suits are. He stretches his shoulders and tells Sina that the suits are not just efficient and comfortable, but visually impressive too. He believes this armor will make future encounters much easier. Sina shares her surprise at the quality of the suits, revealing that Young Shen helped design them. He praises him as a valuable ally. Lim reflects that stealing from the Black Hound Guild and requesting the suits early is now paying off. Young Shen approaches Lily and asks her to press a button on the robot's arm. When she does, a popsicle pops out, and she thanks him. Young Shen blushes and downplays the gesture. Not wanting Young Shen to get too cozy with Lily, Lim orders Team 7 to prepare for departure. Soon after, they encounter a group of fire wolves. One jumps to the front line without waiting for orders, which surprises Lim, but doesn't bother him. Lim climbs atop the armored vehicle, pulling out a gun, and expressing that it's been a while since he's shown off his shooting skills. As the monsters approach, one braces himself for combat, but the heat overwhelms him. Lim shoots the monsters, freezing them with liquid nitrogen bullets and saving Wang. He feels relieved to have brought this weapon, grateful to the White House Guild for preparing it in advance. As Lim finishes freeing the monsters, he tells Young Shen to finish them off. Young Shen immediately responds, flying in and punching through the frozen creatures in one strike. Lim watches in awe and acknowledges how much more comfortable his work has become. He informs the team that they will keep this momentum and quickly move past the flame centipede ahead. Later, Lily sighs in boredom, catching Lim's attention when he asks what's wrong. She complains that her fire ability is useless in this environment. Lim responds that it's obvious and tells her to rest. The suggestion disappoints Lily, and she wonders aloud if she is now useless. Lim, annoyed, turns his back and tells her that after resting, she will have plenty of fighting to do. He asks if she prefers that to resting. Lily shivers, and admits that fighting sounds like less fun, then lowers her head with a soft smile. Eventually, Team 7 arrives at a lava lake. Lim orders everyone to stop, sensing that this area could pose serious problems despite the lack of immediate threats. Noticing a lack of visible monsters, Lim asks the medical team to fetch a monster corpse. Nam brings a small one out on a tray, which Lim promptly tosses into the lake. Suddenly, a giant lava monster leaps out and devours the corpse whole. Everyone except Lim is absolutely floored. Lim sighs, noting that charging ahead blindly would have been a total disaster. As the monster retreats back into the lava, Lim realizes they need a way to lure it out. He calls for Nam and asks if she brought any large fishing rods even if they're just single-use ones. Surprise, Nam questions if Lim is actually serious about trying to catch the flame snake. Lim acknowledges the risk but insists on trying anyway. As Nam leaves to dig through the equipment, Lim tells Wang and Youngshin to play a game of rock paper scissors. The two exchange puzzled glances, but follow his instructions. A moment later, Wang is literally thrown across the lava lake by Youngshin. The flame snake immediately emerges and swallows him whole. Lim instructs Youngshin to pull with all his robotic strength, and a tense tug of war begins right inside the snake's mouth. Wang remembers Lim's instructions and activates a hidden device, piercing straight through the monster's jaws. Stunned and vulnerable, the snake is hauled out of the lava by Youngshin. It spits Wang out and collapses on the ground. Lim rushes over to check if Wang is alright. Wang confirms he's fine, but before they can catch their breath, the ground begins to tremble. Lim and Wang instinctively turn toward the volcano as a massive hand emerges, gripping the crater's edge. Using it for support, a fire giant begins to rise. Lim watches it descend the volcano, wondering if their earlier activity triggered its awakening. Realizing this changes everything, he shifts his focus back to the recovering flame snake. As Lim approaches, the flame snake whips its tail toward him, but he dodges by leaping into the air. His movement distracts the snake long enough for Wang to grab its tail. As the monster prepares to strike again, Lim assaults its face while calling for Youngshin to flank from the left. Youngshin activates a drill weapon and jumps into action, but Lim soon notices their attacks are ineffective against the monster's thick scales. Suddenly, the flame snake lifts its head and spews venom. Lim barely escapes, but Youngshin's robot arm takes a hit and starts to melt. Lim glares at Youngshin, noting his inexperience with monsters of this caliber. Sensing Lim's concern, Youngshin reassures him that the robot has a restoration function. Lim says he's aware, but orders Youngshin to retreat for now. He also orders Wang to move back and get checked out. As Lim draws the monster's attention, Youngshin carries Wang to safety. Nan asks Lim if he can manage alone, and Lim confirms that the flame snake hasn't cornered him yet. Still concerned, Nam says she will monitor the surrounding area with cameras to ensure he doesn't encounter any other threats. As Lim dodges more attacks, Nam adds that their focus should really be elsewhere. Lim agrees, knowing the fire giant is the true danger. Nam reports that the fire giant stands approximately 40 meters tall and is moving faster than expected. She suspects its massive size actually enables its quick advance. The giant is already halfway down the volcano, and its looming presence makes its sheer scale even more daunting. Lim, recalling that in his past life the first awakeners were the ones who handled this gate, now realizes the responsibility falls squarely on him. He clenches his jaw, questioning what he should do next. Lim's original plan was simple. First, he to defeat the flame snake at the lava lake. Then, while the fire giant still slept inside the volcano, he would approach and stab it with the ice dragon's fang. Finally, once the creature was weakened by the fang's cold energy, he'd deliver the finishing blow. Lim believed it was a perfect plan, but now that plan is in ruins. He sighs and instructs all members of Team 7 through their earpieces to retreat to the rear and wait for his signal. Wang asks how they can possibly retreat without their team leader, while Lily looks on with concern as Wang speaks. Lim responds by asking Wang if he's ever heard the saying about how when whales fight, the shrimps are the ones who suffer. He explains that staying here would make them the shrimps. Releasing his aura with a slight smile, he tells Wang that they must first make the whales fight each other until they were both weakened. With that, Lim leaps at the flame snake, landing right on the monster's body. He uses Heavenly Destruction Stack to launch himself across its back and reach its face. The snake raises its head as Lim draws near, opening its mouth to spray venom at him. Lim swings his spear, cutting through both the venom and the creature's tongue in one fluid motion. The snake writhes in pain, rolling on the ground. Lim starts running toward the fire giant, taunting the snake to follow him. Enraged, it gives chase. He uses the earpiece to ask if everyone has reached the safe zone. Suddenly, Lee shouts that she refuses to retreat. Lim begins sweating nervously. He begs the others not to let Lily come his way, and kills the earpiece, hoping she won't cause any more problems. Soon, Lim reaches the front of the fire giant. Despite his fireproof combat suit, the heat radiating from the creature's body is suffocating. The flame snake catches up and swings its tail at him. Lim dodges just in time, and as the snake moves past, the fire giant takes notice. It slams a punch into the snake, completely disorienting it. Lim watches with anticipation as the two monsters now turn on each other. They size one another up, waiting for the other to make the first move. The fire giant strikes first, but the flame snake dodges. It spits venom at the fire giant's face. The giant raises its arm to block, but the venom begins corroding its flesh. Hidden behind a rock, Lim watches the battle unfold, thinking the monsters are doing a great job. He takes out the box containing the ice dragon's fang and studies it. He knows the fang would be most effective if it pierces the fire giant's heart. Planning to wait for an opening, he pulls on combat gloves to shield his hands from the intense heat. His attention returns to the fight. The flame snake now wraps itself around the fire giant's arm, then quickly coils around its neck, starting to constrict. Lim believes this is his chance. He grabs the fang, activates his stealth skill, and begins sneaking closer. As Lim approaches, the fire giant, still struggling, suddenly turns its head and glares at the flame snake. Then, flames begin to consume the snake from its tail upward. While it cries out in agony, the fire giant punches it in the throat and begins ripping it apart. Lim watches, still anxious. He intends to strike while the fire giant is distracted by its victory. He uses Heavenly Destruction stat to move through the air, but before he can act, the fire giant suddenly appears behind him. It notices Lim and attacks. Lim tries to activate his shield, but he's too late. The giant slams its fist into the ground, attempting to crush him. After lifting its hand, the giant is surprised to find absolutely nothing underneath. And a voice interrupts. The fire giant turns and sees Lily, who tells Lim he would die if not for her. Still dazed, Lim sits on the ground, wondering why she came. With a cheerful expression, Lily says she came to pay for the food. Infuriated by being ignored, the fire giant fumes and charges at them. Lily steps forward, saying, the monster charges at them. Lily steps forward, claiming she'll handle the fire giant herself. As she activates her fire ability, Lim hurriedly tries to stop her, shouting for her not to use fire, but it's already too late. Lily releases her flamethrower skill, and the flames rush toward the giant. The fire giant begins absorbing the flames, and after consuming a massive amount, it lets out a loud burp. Lily is stunned that the creature can actually eat fire. Lim, pale and nervous, explains that this is exactly why he wanted her to avoid fire-based attacks. Feeding a fire giant flames is like pouring oil into an engine. Worse yet, Lim has lost both his weapon and the ice dragon fang during the earlier attack. Disappointed, Lim tells Lily they should fall back and reorganize, but Lily, seemingly excited, asks if she can do exactly what the boss monster just did. Before Lim can even answer, Lily starts inhaling. The fiery giant notices something is wrong as the flames it emits are suddenly drawn toward Lily. It tries to resist by releasing even more flames, but that only increases the rate at which Lily absorbs them. Lim watches, stunned, as the scene unfolds. The fire giant finally realizes that Lily is about to absorb all of its flames, and, panicking, it starts running away. Lim is shocked but quickly realizes what is happening. Lily's control over fire surpasses even that of the boss monster. Her fire control is at a much higher level. As the fire giant flees, Lily absorbs the last of its flames, leaving behind only a dry husk. Lim, baffled by the outcome, stares at the fire giant's remains, unable to comprehend how his team managed to win in such a ridiculous way. Following the destruction of the Red Core Gate, other core gates across the city are also destroyed by the guilds assigned to them. The disaster ends much sooner than it did in Lim's previous life. A week later, citizens and construction workers volunteer to rebuild the damaged parts of the city. Team 7 from the White House Guild joins the effort. Syrup, seemingly in charge of the construction team, rallies everyone to work quickly so they can finish by the end of the day. One helps carry heavy materials, while Young Shin assists with welding using his robot. Some construction workers take a break and call out to Syrup. They ask whether Team 7 is really part of the White House Guild, remarking that guild members usually don't bother helping on the ground like this. After hearing them out, Syrup clenches his fist and passionately responds that this is exactly what guild members should do. He says that if there's a place that needs help, hunters should step up and offer it. The construction workers, moved by Syrup's enthusiasm, pour him a drink, and invite everyone to join their break and eat. Lim gladly accepts the invitation and joins Syrup and the others. However, one construction worker begins to grow suspicious, wondering why everyone else is working so hard. He asks Syrup and Lim to point out the person responsible for this effort. Caught off guard, Syrup and Lim hesitate to answer, but the construction worker has already started looking around. His eyes settle on Lim, who is lounging in a beach chair while Lily sits beside him eating popcorn. Syrup tries to explain, saying Lim is their team leader and is still injured. The construction worker notices Lim's glowing, relaxed expression, and questions what kind of injury makes someone look the refresh. Lim tries to explain, saying that even if it doesn't look like it, he was the one who suggested the White House Guild provide public support. The construction workers appreciate the idea but still think someone as young as Lim should be contributing physically too. As their complaints continue, Wong suddenly slams the table and says he really enjoyed the food. His sudden outburst shifts the tone of the conversation. One of the construction workers stands up and says they should all do their part, and the others agree. The worker invites Wong and the rest of Team 7 to join them, saying the Awakener's help is still needed. With a smile, Wong responds that he'll be right there. According to the final prophecy left by the great sage Agamas, the citizens believe no new gates will appear for 31 days following the recent disaster. With this reassurance, people unite quickly to rebuild the city. Without hesitation, guilds stay busy disposing of monster corpses and conducting research. A few days later, while Lim is resting and reading, Beak approaches him, interrupting his relaxation. She smiles cheerfully, asking if he still plans to continue relaxing like this. Lim looks up and wonders aloud if such a lifestyle is even possible, reminding her that his dream is to just chill and relax forever. Lee turns to him and questions if that dream is just an excuse to be a wealthy slacker. Though Lim finds her comment annoying, he decides to ignore it given her recent accomplishments. Beak, still staring at him, notices something different and points out that his skin has suddenly improved. Lim smiles and touches his cheek, proud of how his skin glows. After defeating the fire giant, he used its core to activate a body transformation technique. Now, he enjoys the benefits of a handsome appearance and healthy skin, even in retirement. Striking a strange pose, he tells Beak he got a facial massage recently. Beak brings her hands to her mouth, imagining how pleasant the massage must have been. She asks Lim how it felt, and where the place is. Lim quickly explains that the massage parlor closed down, making it impossible to visit. Beak remains persistent, and jokes that he should not hoard all the benefits of the fire giant's core for himself. Lim knows that only half the mana from the core has been used and that it can still be activated one more time, but he chooses to save it. Avoiding further questions, he asks if she came just to talk about his skin. Beak corrects him and hands him documents related to potion supplies. She explains that although production has increased, it is still not enough. Several organizations have requested partnerships. The potion, based on the elixir of life, is currently distributed exclusively by the White House Guild. Thanks to this potion, many lives have been saved. People previously fated to die or live with permanent injuries have recovered, and death tolls have dropped to 1/10 of what they used to be. Lim acknowledges the rising demand and praises Beak's work, encouraging her to handle the partnership decisions herself. Beak then brings out another paper and asks Lim what to do with the fire giant's corpse. Lim interrupts, saying the matter is easy to resolve. He asks for 20 kilograms of the giant's skin, some bones, and blood for personal use. The rest can be managed freely. Wanting to return to his rest, he asks if there's anything else. Beak places the paper back in her bag, and informs him about a joint funeral ceremony being held today. Lim reclines in his chair and declines to attend, saying such events feel suffocating. Beak is shocked by his response and asks why he requested details about the families of those killed in action. With a serious expression, Lim says he wanted the information because he thought it was time to call Santa Claus, despite it being summer. At the ceremony, President Kim addresses the crowd. He announces that 7 days ago, they faced the gate anomaly known as the disaster or catastrophe. On that day, 427 citizens lost their lives. He pauses to regain composure before continuing. Among the dead are soldiers, police officers, and hunters, people who were parents, children, and friends. Soldiers, police officers, and hunters' parents, children, friends, and citizens alike. Kim steps up to the gathered flowers, each bouquet representing a life lost, and vows that they will never forget the sacrifices these heroes made. Sniffles rise from the crowd as a little girl tugs on her sobbing mother's clothes, asking when her father will return. Her mother remains silent, unable to stop crying. The child hugs her and tells her to stop, warning that Santa Claus might see her sadness. She keeps encouraging her mother to smile. The weight of the moment falls on Kim. He closes his eyes, unable to face the grieving citizens. Suddenly, a silhouette appears in the sky. It's Slim. Dressed as Santa Claus, he flies over the ceremony in a red sleigh with Lily by his side. Snowies glide alongside them, creating a surreal scene. Someone in the crowd points to the sky, and the hunters look up, unsure if it's a monster. They remember the prophecy and remain alert. The little girl notices the sleigh and excitedly tells her mother that Santa Claus is here. As the sleigh flies above, Lily activates a shield, forming a vibrant pattern in the sky. Kim assumes it's a gate opening and prepares to launch an attack. He leaps into the air, shouting that whoever is doing this picked the wrong moment, but mid-air, the beautiful pattern created by Lily stops him in his tracks. He descends slowly, mesmerized. The little girl points again, begging her mom to look. Lily enhances the scene further by using her shield skill to create fireworks. Spirits begin to lit. The Snowies drop bubbles for the children to play with. A worker asks Kim for orders, smiling. Kim tells him to leave it be. The worker is concerned about how to report the event, but Kim, still gazing at the sky, says they will simply report that it was the real Santa Claus. Later, Lin brings the sleigh to the rooftop of the White House Guild. After landing, Lily jumps off and plays with the snowies, saying it was fun to deliver gifts. Lin follows, suggesting they go eat something delicious. As they approach the rooftop door, they hear Beek's voice. She greets them and asks if they had a good trip. Lin thanks her, saying the sleigh and costumes were crafted beautifully. Beek leans against the wall, brushing off the praise and asking why he did it. Lim explains that simply compensating grieving families felt hollow. It's also a burdensome task. He starts to explain further but stops, recalling memories from a past life. Most of the deceased were heads of their household: soldiers, police, and hunters. Lim knows that what their families need now is realistic help. Government aid is minimal and insufficient. Lowering his gaze, Lim admits that the final reason is simple: he did it because he could. He has the ability, and when he's not being lazy or drinking in retirement, he wants to help others who are struggling. Beek listens with crossed arms. When Lin finishes, she sighs and touches her cheek, expressing concern. Lim asks if she's worried he will become too soft. Smiling blissfully, Beek admits she's afraid she might fall for him if he keeps this up, and confesses she already has feelings. Lim brushes past her, saying that people should keep their love lives and work separate. Beek fumes at his reaction, muttering to herself, and questioning if Lim is unique. Lim hears her and sighs. The three head into the guild building. Inside, decorations are up and music is playing. Lily runs ahead excited, saying she'll sing along. Lin becomes nervous, wondering when she even learned to sing. Sirak and Wang see them arriving, and warmly greet their team leader. Lim thanks them for their hard work during the disaster and rebuilding. Youngshin guides Lily to a table with her favorite food prepared in advance. Lily praises him, calling him the best. Just as Youngshin turns to sit beside her, Lin takes the seat, smiling. He asks why there are only 2 seats. Flustered, Youngshin quietly adds a chair next to Lily. Lily eats enthusiastically. Lin wipes crumbs off her face and tells her to eat slowly. She agrees, and returns to her food. Watching her, Lim realizes she never speaks about her family. He calls out to her. Lily looks puzzled as Lim asks if she misses them. He mentions that she never says things like missing her parents or wondering how they were doing. Lily's expression dims. She sets her pizza down. Youngshin, annoyed, asks Lim if he's scolding her. Lim calmly explains he's trying to talk about something important. He turns back to Lily, and says she doesn't have to answer if she doesn't want to, but he wants to know if she wants to see her parents again. Lily replies that she does want to, but before she can explain further, Lim bats her head and says they will need to go to the continent of Gaia. With a pleasant smile, he asks if she wants to pack anything, since they will be finding her parents. The scene shifts. Lily runs through a dark forest, seemingly being chased. She sees Lim in his combat uniform, and runs to him, calling his name, but Lim remains silent. As she grabs his arm and pleads for help, his appearance changes. A goblin mask covers his face. He turns to her, and asks if she's asking him for help. Lily jolts away, screaming. She climbs out of bed and sneaks into Lim's room. The sound of her crawling into bed wakes him. As Lim tries to orient himself, Lily speaks in a terrified tone. She admits she doesn't actually want to return, but feels she has to. She misses her mother, and made a promise to someone named Wendy. She wonders if everyone is okay after all this time. Lim stares at the ceiling and pats her back, comforting her as she repeats that she must return, even though she doesn't want to. Lily begins to tell Lim about her past. She explains that she comes from a poor family, and that she and her mother were often hungry at nights. Her mother would hold her tightly, always apologizing for their situation, but Lily never minded because her mother was always by her side. One day, her mother calls her and asks her to listen carefully. She tells Lily that she will become a maid for a wealthy family, and if she follows instructions, she will no longer starve. Her mother hugs her and promises to find her later when life improves. Not long after, a carriage arrives to take Lily away. As it travels through a forest, Lily observes the other children inside. The child next to her turns and introduces herself as Wendy. Without waiting for a response, Wendy leans on Lily's shoulder, thanking her for being warm. She then asks Lily's age, and reveals that she is a year older. Soon the carriage stops, and strange men order the children to get. They are lined up, and march through an unfamiliar place that clearly isn't the rich family's compound they were told about. One man strikes the ground with a whip, silencing the confused children. Wearing a goblin mask, he tells them coldly to shut up and follow him. Lily and Wendy are locked in a large prison cell. Over time, the other children begin to disappear. Lily remembers little of what happens next, but she recalls waking up in a strange room. 2 men stand over her. One mentions that this is already their 3rd attempt. The other confirms it, explaining that they used the essence of fire, blood fragments of a demon, and that all the items have been successfully integrated into Lily's body. They check for signs of rejection, but find none, though one man warns the risk is still high. Before he can continue, they notice a reaction in Lily. They declare their success, celebrating the baptism now settling into her body. Though Lily is in pain, the men rejoice and finally achieving their long-cherished goal. One asks if there are any side effects. The other dismisses the concern, stating that Lily is no longer a person, but a monster from that day forward. A magic circle appears on Lily's stomach, and she becomes increasingly hungry. During these times, Wendy always gives Lily her own portion of food. Though Lily refuses, Wendy threatens to throw it away, leaving Lily no choice but to eat. While apologizing, Wendy always comforts her, saying it's okay. One day, Wendy suggests they escape. She gets Lily's attention, and shows her an ice crystal in her hand. Lily is confused, but Wendy admits she doesn't even know how she did it. As she speaks, her hair changes color from blonde to blue. Lily notices, but says nothing. Wendy then proposes they run away, and Lily agrees with a smile. However, during their escape attempt, they are discovered. Hooded figures restrain Lily while a masked man grabs Wendy by the neck and lifts her. He admits he never expected Wendy to awaken had she revealed her powers earlier. He claims he could have avoided more suffering. Lily screams for him to let Wendy go. Wendy, in turn, fires ice spears at the masked man, shouting for him to die, but a green shield forms around his body, deflecting the attacks. He looks at Wendy and smiles, saying that even though she has awakened, she still cannot stop him. He declares that she will serve as a puppet in the future. Wendy grits her teeth, grabs his arm, and vows to die before returning to the prison. She releases a chilling wind and tells Lily to run. The masked man grows irritated by Wendy's defiance, but she continues directing freezing winds at the men restraining Lily. As a result, the headcaptors freeze and Lily's powers awaken. Her hair turns red and flames erupt from her body. The masked man notices and orders the others to catch her. Wendy shouts for Lily to run, insisting this is her only chance. Lily obeys as Wendy expands her powers, forming a blinding ice tornado to mask Lily's escape. Wendy's distraction buys Lily time, but the men eventually track her as she runs. Lily promises Wendy that she will return. With her pursuers close behind, a red gate suddenly opens before Lily. With nowhere else to go, she runs through it. The men shout for her to stay away, but the gate begins to vanish. Lily takes one final look back, and promises again to come back for Wendy. In the present, after sharing her story, Lily collapses from exhaustion. Lim watches her in silence and mutters the words goblin and masked man with simmering anger. The next day, Lim visits Chang-Su, and requests a month-long vacation. Chang-Su slams his desk in anger, questioning Lim's timing, especially with how busy the White House Guild has been. He reminds Lim of their recent disasters and refuses the request, saying the maximum he can allow is 1 week, and not until next month. Lim stays quiet. Bake stands behind him, visibly nervous at the serious tone. Lim says he has a reason, and something personal to ask. Before he can explain, Chang-Su cuts him off, saying he's not interested in excuses. Lim then calls on Bake, and asks about the guild's monthly profits. Surprised, Bake hesitates. Lim remarks that demand for potions is so high the guild can't meet production. He questions whether it's necessary for the White House Guild to be the sole supplier. Chang-Su is taken aback and leans back into his chair, unsure where Lim is going. Lim then brings up the loot from the Red Core Gate, reminding Chang-Su that even all the other teams combined cannot match Team 7's achievements. He questions if it's worth staying in a guild where he's treated this way. Chang-Su feels the pressure. He lowers his head, and asks if Lim is threatening him. Lim sighs, and asks how much it would cost to break his contract. That finally breaks Chang-Su, who angrily agrees to the vacation, adding sarcastically that he wishes he could go too. Lim smiles and thanks him, promising to bring back a gift. Chang-Su asks what Lim plans to do with a whole month off. Lim says he is looking for people. Bake suggests leaving the search to the guild, but Lim insists on doing it himself. In his mind, Lim resolves to find Wendy or Lily's mother. As for the masked man, his anger builds, a vein pulsing in his forehead. Regaining composure, Lim reminds Chang-Su that he had another request. Chang-Su folds his hands and asks what it is. The two discuss it, and after a while, Chang-Su looks at Lim, and questions if this is truly what he wants. That evening, in the White House Guild's accommodations, Lim calls Lily to look at a map he's drawn. With confidence, he circles a region, and says it matches Lily's memory. Lee is shocked, realizing her house might be there. A knock interrupts them. Lim turns to the door, confused. Lily calls out, equally puzzled. When Lim opens the door, he finds Yoon Shin and his mother. Yoon Shin's mom asks if they may come in. Lim lets them in, and after greetings, she prepares to explain, but stops, letting Yoon Shin speak. Yoon Shin tells Lim that he wants to go on vacation with Lily. Lim is caught off guard. He realizes he may have said too much, leading Yoon Shin to learn of the trip. Although hesitant to bring him, Lim knows having a creator like Yoon Shin could be useful. He considers the risks and explains they'll be traveling through dangerous territory. Shen grows nervous, brainstorming ways to protect his mother. He suggests taking the robot, but he finds no way to keep her safe. Shen's mom chuckles and tells him she won't stop him just because she can't join, but asks Lim to return her son safely. Lin promises to do so. Shen then approaches Lily and tells her with a bright expression that although he is weaker than her, he will still do his best to help. Lily smiles warmly and thanks him. At midnight, Lin heads to the main building of the White House Guild. As he rides the elevator, an unexpected thought crosses his mind. He never imagined a day would come when he'd have to visit this place alone. The elevator halts at the 12th basement floor, the personal training hall reserved for Changsu. As the doors slide open, a wave of steam rushes out, revealing Changsu in the midst of an intense warm-up, heat visibly radiating from his body. Noticing Lim's arrival, Changsu immediately stops and turns toward him, accusing him of being late. Confused, Lim explains that he arrived 10 minutes early, only to be met with a sheepish apology. Changsu confesses he was simply too excited to wait and began warming up on his own. Changsu then brings up the real reason he called Lim here, a request Lim had made earlier, which Lim now understands is for a 3-day spar. This surprises Lim, especially since he had always avoided the topic. He laughs nervously. The truth is, Lim willingly signed up to get beaten, because Earth was no longer the most dangerous place. The Gaia continent was brimming with powerful people. Before venturing there, Lim wanted to thoroughly test the martial arts he'd gained through his cosplay as the Great Sage. He believes Changsu, one of the most gifted individuals he's ever met, would be the perfect opponent. Steeling himself, Lim unsheathes his sword and respectfully asks Changsu to take care of him for the next 3 days. Changsu reciprocates the sentiment and assumes his fighting stance, signaling that the warm-up phase is over. He explains that Lim should have already prepared himself. Physically before showing up, then immediately unleashes his aura. Lim realizes he's made a massive mistake trying to backpedal. He claims he was just being overconfident when he made the request, but Changsu cuts him off, declaring that from now on, they'll only speak with their fists. In a flash, he charges. His attacks are explosive. Every blow that lands on Lim sends shockwaves throughout the entire White House Guild building. 3 days later, inside their rental accommodation, Lily walks up to Lim with an intimidating aura, asking why his face looks like it's been hit by a truck. She demands to know who did it so she can scold them herself. Lim, his face swollen and bruised, waves it off and asks her to start packing. The truth is, getting beaten down by Changsu for 3 days helped Lim master the new martial arts he'd recently acquired, but the prolonged use of those techniques drained his stamina, and the final day of sparring had been particularly brutal. As he downs a potion, Lim quietly wonders where monsters like Changsu even come from. Later, after their preparations are complete, Lim and Lily head down to the first floor of the White House Guild's main building. They were met by Changsu, Wang Xia, and Beak. Changsu greets them warmly, noting that today is Lim's big vacation day. He advises Lim not to go anywhere dangerous, especially places where he could get beaten up again. Lim, however, does not share the same cheerful energy. He looks completely wrecked. Dark eye bags and a drained face tell the whole story. He replies sarcastically, thanking Changsu for making him feel invincible. He then turns to Wang and officially puts him in charge of Team 7 for the next month. Wang is flabbergasted and asks whether that's even allowed. Lim snaps, warning Wang to take excellent care of the team. Or else. He makes a slashing motion across his neck to emphasize the consequences. Tears stream down Wang's face as he promises to do his best. Shurak walks over and begins consoling him, prompting Lim to comment that Wang still hasn't realized how capable he's become. Lim sighs and instructs Shurak to keep an eye on Wang, to which Shurak agrees with a warm smile. Lim then turns to Bee, preparing to give her instructions, but freezes. Beak is staring at him with a dreamy expression, eyes closed, lips puckered. Lim, confused, asks if she got dust in her eyes. Beak erupts in frustration, grabbing Lim's arm and demanding to know how he doesn't understand that she was asking for a goodbye kiss. Lim, trying to escape, plays dumb and claims he's never heard of such a thing. He instead asks her to handle Team 7 in his absence and to complete the tasks he had previously assigned her. This only irritates Beak further. She accuses Lim of exploiting her, but he doesn't respond because Changsu is now glaring at him with deadly intent from behind her. Lim knows he's not trying to use bait, but he also doesn't want to die just yet. Hurriedly, Lim turns around, looks back one last time with a smile, and tells everyone it's time to go. Lily smiles and waves goodbye. Lim grabs her hand, and they both bolt out, not wanting to risk being burned by Changsu's furious glare. After Lim is gone, Beak remains, silently watching where he left with sadness in her eyes. Changsu comes over and gently places a hand on her shoulder, asking why his beautiful daughter looks so down. Beak lowers her head and says she feels like she may never see Lim again, but quickly dismisses the thought as silly. Changsu reassures her, telling her that Lim is far stronger than even he expected. He mentions one move Lim used the day before that was dangerous enough to threaten even someone like him. Beak is surprised to hear this, and Changsu confirms it with confidence. He clenches his fist, and tells Beak that when Lim returns, they'll all get back to work, but until then, they'll keep training and improving. He himself plans on undergoing some special training to make their next spar even more explosive. As Lim and Lily approach the restricted area, Lim begins to feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. He can't explain why. When they arrive, Youngshin immediately notices the look on Lim's face and comes over to check in. Lim drops his backpack to the ground and brushes it off, saying there's nothing to worry about. He asks if Youngshin already said goodbye to his mother, and Youngshin confirms he did earlier that morning. Lim then expresses concern again over Youngshin's decision to join them. 3 days ago, he tried to talk him out of it. Even with the robot, it would still be dangerous. Lim stresses that the whole vacation thing is just a cover. They were crossing dimensions to bring back Lily's mother. Youngshin brushes it off and says that since they were going to Lily's home, that's all that matters. He then pulls out his phone and shows Lim the modifications he made to the robot, just like Lim asked. Pressing a button, Youngshin triggers a transformation. The robot turns into a sleek carriage pulled by a mechanical horse. Lim and Lily are stunned. Seeing their reactions, Youngshin humbly says it's no big deal. The transformation feature already existed, and he merely customized it. Lim is in awe, slowly realizing just how talented Youngshin really is. Youngshin mentions there are other transformation modes, but Lim stops him and says the carriage will do for now. At that moment, Lim notices the flow of mana starting to swirl. He steps away from Lily and Youngshin, announcing that he's going to open the gate. The gathered mana begins to concentrate in a single location. Lim kneels down and draws a large magic circle beneath it. Earth and the Gaia continent are technically connected. They were just separated by a door, and now he's about to unlock that door. Once the circle is complete, Lim pulls a soul stone from his pocket. Normally, the gate would open on its own in a year's time, but the stone will accelerate that process. He crushes it in his hand, and its stored mana fuses with the swirling energy above the circle. The reaction is instant. A gate begins to open. Lim tells Lily and Youngshin to get into the carriage quickly. Once they re-inside, he joins them and they wait. As the portal widens, Lily watches with anxious eyes. Lim gently tells her to relax. Comforted, she smiles and says she's ready. A few moments later, Lim turns to her and declares, "It's time." With that, the carriage charges through the gate, and the portal closes behind them. Meanwhile, on the Gaia continent, chaos unfolds in a town engulfed in flames. A gang of bandits rampages through the streets, killing civilians as they search for something specific. The red-haired leader, wielding a club, approaches the town's chief, who is bound and forced to witness the destruction. The chief shouts in defiance, praying to the gods to punish these criminals. The red-haired leader laughs and tells the chief he should have just cooperated. Pointing his weapon at the old man's head, he threatens to kill the chief's grandson if he doesn't give up the information. The chief, terrified and sweating, stays silent. Losing his patience, the redhead screams for answers. Watching from the shadows, a man with a fake mustache clenches the hilt of his sword. He had stayed hidden, observing the slaughter, but now he can stand still while his benefactor is in danger. He prepares to reveal himself, apologizing to the chief and saying he can't let him die. Just then, a portal appears in the sky. Before anyone can react, Lim's carriage. Just then, a massive portal rips open in the sky. Before anyone can even process what's happening, Lim's carriage comes crashing down from above, slamming violently into the center of town. Shockwaves ripple through the bandits and the mustache man alike. Everyone stares in pure disbelief at the bizarre object. Lim kicks open the carriage door, looking dizzy and disoriented, while grumbling about the rough landing. As he steps out, he quickly clocks the bandits and the bound village chief, instantly sizing up the situation. Lim realizes exactly what's going down. Lily, overcome with curiosity, tries to sneak a peek outside, but Lim slams the door right in her face, ordering her to stay hidden. Lim turns his gaze toward the bandits, his eyes locking onto one who's still busy terrorizing the townsfolk. Then, he spots a crying child and another kid desperately trying to keep them quiet. The sight sets Lim off. He unleashes a crushing aura and states how deeply disappointed he is, especially since he'd been so hyped to see the state of this town. Lim knows that in exactly 1 year, the gate connecting to Earth will open right here in this village. To boost his property value, it's clear he's going to have to develop this place himself. The man with the mustache rushes toward Lim, throwing himself down and kneeling. Addressing Lim as a powerful magician, the mustache man desperately begs for help. Lim is caught off guard, questioning if the guide is actually talking to him. The mustache man explains that with teleportation magic on that scale and such an insane carriage, Lim must be a magician who has reached unimaginable heights. The mustache man pulls out a bag of gold coins, promising they will be eternally grateful if Lim helps them. The sight of that gold makes Lim stay. He'd brought magic stones to trade for gold, but seeing actual coins makes him beam with joy. As Lim snatches the bag, the mustache man adds that if he wipes out the bandits, he'll pay him 10 times that amount. The bandits start losing their minds. One of them wonders if Lim really is a top-tier mage, while another nervously asks their red-headed boss if they were actually planning to jump a guy like this. Annoyed by their cowardice, the redhead points at the mustache man, reminding his crew that he's their primary target. He also mentions that reinforcements are on the way, which helps the bandits find their spine again. The redhead then turns to Lim, advising him to take the cash and beat it. However, Lim doesn't even blink. He's way too busy counting the coins in the bag. This pisses off the redhead, who demands to know if Lim is ignoring him on purpose. Lim keeps ghosting him, turning instead to the mustache man to note that there are 25 coins in the bag. He then asks if the man is dead serious about paying 10 times that amount to clear out the bandits. The mustache man smiles and confirms the deal. This gets Lim's gears turning. He asks if the man would be willing to shell out 20 times the amount instead of 10 if he kills the bandits. When the mustache man hesitates, Lim turns to walk away, saying he's out if the deal isn't accepted. The mustache man quickly grabs Lim's shoulder and agrees to the price. Lim was planning on taking these guys out anyway, so this feels like killing two birds with one stone. He turns back and accepts the mission. The mustache man actually thanks Lim for ripping him off, still wearing a smile. Meanwhile, the redhead is fuming, ordering his subordinates to open fire on Lim. The bandits unleash a volley, but Lim activates a shield, letting the arrows bounce off harmlessly. Once the assault stops, Lim opens the carriage door and tells Lily to step out. He asks her to put out the fires, and Lily simply waves her hands, pulling the raging flames right into her palms. She literally eats the fire, remarking that it tastes even worse than the fire of fire giants. Seeing Lily devour the flames, the bandits' confidence hits rock bottom. They assume she's another high-level mage, making them seriously regret attacking Lim. Frustrated, the redhead turns to his shaken crew and orders them to release the battle ogre. He insists that with the ogre on their side, they've got nothing to fear, claiming mages are useless without someone to protect them. This boosts the bandits' morale, and they quickly unleash the beast. The ogre lets out a massive battle cry, but Lim, looking annoyed, just tells Young Shen to handle it. Young Shen hops out of the carriage and leaps onto the robotic horse. He taps the side of its neck, triggering a transformation. The mustache man watches in stunned silence as the horse and carriage morph into a giant golem. The ogre charges, swinging its axe downward, but the weapon shatters the moment it hits the golem. Young Shen counters with a devastating punch, slamming the ogre into the dirt, and ending it in a single strike. The bandits panic, and try to run, but Lily cuts off their escape with a massive wall of fire. Lin moves through them like a blur, cutting down every last one. Just then, the redhead calls out. Lim turns to see the bandit leader holding the village chief hostage, shouting threats, and warning Lim not to take another step. The mustached man, visibly anxious, pleads with Lim to save the chief, calling him his benefactor, and begging Lim to keep him safe. Lim casually responds that if the hostage really is the chief, then the mustache man is going to have to pay extra. The redhead starts getting hysterical, screaming that if Lim wants the chief alive, he needs to put out the fire and bring him a horse. He starts ranting about what will happen if Lim defies him, but before he can finish the sentence, Lim teleports behind him and decapitates him. As the redhead's body hits the dirt, Lim pauses. He reflects on the sword technique he just used, a move enhanced by stealth and raw physical power. Even though it was his first time using it in a real fight, he thinks the execution was pretty solid. While checking himself for any side effects, he notices a piece of paper falling from the redhead's pocket. Lim recognizes it instantly, and discreetly tucks it into his own pocket. Later, once the dust has settled, the chief invites Lim, Lily, and Young Shen to his home for a meal. After serving the food, the chief sits down and bows his head in gratitude, thanking the trio for saving the village. He adds that even though Lim acted like he was only in it for the cash, he doesn't believe Lim is actually a bad person. He points out that Lim used expensive-looking potions on the wounded villagers after the fight, even when there was no longer a tactical need for it. Because of this, the chief tells Lim he can consider the village his home, and hopes he enjoys the dinner. Before Lim can even respond, a familiar voice cuts in. Lim looks up to see the mustache man smiling at him. The man expresses his gratitude for Lim's help earlier and asks the chief if he can join the meal. The chief invites him and his two companions to sit, but first checks with Lim to see if he's cool with them joining. Lim says he doesn't mind. The mustache man takes a seat with a look of pure gratitude. His two companions sit down as well, and he introduces them. The person in the green cloak is his wife, and the other is their escort guard. Lim offers a polite smile, but inwardly, his suspicions are through the roof. This so-called escort guard was nowhere to be found during the actual bandit attack. Lim glances over at Young Shin and Lily, who are busy inhaling their food, and decides to keep his doubts to himself for now. However, staying quiet becomes a lot harder when he notices all three newcomers glaring at him intensely. Sensing the thick tension in the room, the chief tries to pivot the conversation. He asks Lim if he's traveling somewhere, and wants to know his destination. Lim answers that they are heading to a small village in the Tiru Kingdom to find someone. This response startles the mustache man's wife. Lim notices her reaction, and watches her closely, but she quickly averts her gaze. This only strengthens his suspicions. The mustache man then adds that to reach the Tiru kingdom, Lim will have to cross the border. He smiles, mentioning that they, too, are heading that way. This confirms one of Lim's suspicions. He can see now that they are making plans. The chief rises, saying he will bring more food. Lim concludes that while they call the chief their benefactor, he likely knows more about them than he lets on. Lim continues pretending to be unaware, and shifts his focus back to the meal. The mustache man calls for his attention, saying he has a favor to ask. Bringing his hands together, he requests Lim's help in escorting them to the border. Lim continues to play dumb, asking why they need help when they already have an escort guard. The guard responds sternly, stating he has heard of Lim's remarkable skills. Since their destination is the same, he questions why Lim is making a fuss over such a request. Lim just smiles. The tone of the escort guard confirms his final suspicion: these people are not peasants. They are nobles pretending to be commoners. Lim reaches into his pocket and pulls out the piece of paper he retrieved from the redhead's corpse. He places it on the table and declines their request. It is a wanted poster showing someone who closely resembles the mustache man. The name on the poster is Hakan Allen, a court magician with a bounty of 100,000. He is wanted alive for the crime of mutiny. As Lim presents the poster, he explains that the leader of the bandits had it in his possession. From his calculations, Lim estimates that Earth and the Gaia continent will be connected in about 1 year. Trade between the two dimensions should begin roughly 6 months after the first contact. In his previous life, Lim was only able to travel to Gaia after all the political conflicts had been resolved. However, during his time there, he learned about several major historical events, some of which may be unfolding right now. Currently, they are in a small village called Round, located within the Principate of Hicks in the southeastern part of the continent. If Lim remembers correctly, a rebellion should be underway in the Duchy of Hicks around this time. Smiling smugly at the thought, he suspects that the people around him may be directly involved. Alan stands up from his chair and approaches Lim, asking if there is only one flyer. Lim confirms that there is. Without hesitation, Alan kneels at Lim's feet and begs him to let his wife and their escort cross the border in exchange for taking Alan and claiming the bounty on his head instead. The woman and the escort are both stunned by Alan's plea. But before they can respond, Lim suddenly rises from his chair, asking if they are trying to make a fool of him. Lim explains that something has been off from the start. Specifically, the woman Alan claims is his wife. Lim reveals his suspicion she is none other than Princess Elena, the last surviving member of the Hicks royal family, who reportedly escaped during the rebellion's extermination of the monarchy. His guess terrifies Alan and the others. The escort, though shaken, quickly regains his composure. He positions himself firmly in front of the woman and commands her to stay behind him. Turning to Lim, he warns that any further step forward will be met with force. The escort draws his sword and slashes down, but Lim, wielding only a table knife, effortlessly blocks the attack. The escort presses on with a flurry of strikes, yet Lim deflects every blow with ease. While dodging, Lim remarks that if it weren't for the escort's age and injuries, he might have actually been a threat. In his swift motion, Lim sidesteps, kicks the escort's foot out from under him, and sends him sprawling to the floor. Lim mocks him for making excuses. Turning back to Alan, he asks if they can speak alone. But Alan, now agitated, warns Lim to stay away, and begins casting a fireball spell. He threatens to burn the entire place down if Lim gets any closer. Before he can finish the incantation, Lily interrupts, nonchalantly absorbing the fireball as she munches on her sandwich. She scolds Alan for playing around during mealtime and turns to Yun Shen for support. Yun Shen, uncertain of what's happening, just nods. Lim walks up to Alan and punches him with such force that Alan is sent flying like a bug. As Alan rolls across the floor, Lim muses aloud that he was hoping this show of force would calm everyone down enough to talk. Suddenly, the village chief bursts in, brandishing a blade. He shouts that no matter how much Lim has helped them, they won't allow harm to come to the princess. As he charges, he declares that he once served as a knight and only retired to become the chief of this village. He is more than willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. Lim steps aside to avoid the charge, then taps one of the chief's mana points with 2 fingers. The man collapses, instantly paralyzed. Lim walks past the fallen chief and addresses the princess directly, urging her to calm down and listen. Alan shouts from behind for the princess to flee from the ugly bastard. Alan insists Lim won't be able to take the princess while he's still breathing. Lim smirks and mockingly asks what Alan plans to do if he decides to take her by force. Before anything more can happen, the princess calls for everyone to stop. She lowers her head and admits that she always knew this day would come. Removing her hood, she agrees to go with Lim peacefully on the condition that he lets the others go. Alan and the escort protest, but the princess remains firm. She demands that Lim take her away quickly. Lim sighs at the sight, looking at the princess with frustration. He asks why she's acting as though he's the villain. He reminds her that he never said he intended to hurt anyone. The princess asks if Lim intends to turn them over to the rebels. If not, she says, then perhaps they can talk. She reaches out a hand, offering a truce. Lim eyes her hand and replies that nothing in this world is free. The princess quickly retracts her hand, thinking to herself that she was right, no one is free from greed. Resolving herself, she throws her cloak into Lim's face, obstructing his vision, then leaps forward to strike. Lim dodges and tries to grab her hand, but she vanishes and reappears behind him. He turns, surprised by her agility. She uses the same movement technique to take Lily hostage. Holding a blade near Lily, she warns Lim to drop his weapons or the girl will be harmed. Lin hesitates and warns the princess not to do anything reckless. Young Shen, completely unbothered, tells Lily he managed to save the food. Lily, visibly annoyed, shouts at the princess for interrupting her meal. Confused, the princess orders Lily to stop moving. But before she can react further, Lily activates her shield and sends the princess flying. As the princess struggles to regain her footing, Lily rushes back to the table to keep eating. Seeing her disoriented, Lim approaches the princess and asks if she's ready to surrender. But before he finishes, she launches a barrage of knives. Lim deflects them all with ease, activates stealth, and closes the distance in an instant. He grabs her by the face and starts pulling off what appears to be a mask. Despite her protests, Lim insists that he needs to verify her identity. When he finally removes the mask, he confirms that she's a. He removes the mask, confirming she's a half-elf, most likely Princess Elena. Satisfied, Lim strikes one of her mana points, telling her to calm down and get some rest. She collapses as Alan and the escort charge in, shouting at Lim to stop. Annoyed, Lim quickly disables them both with pressure point strikes. He turns to Lily and Jung Shen, saying he warned the others not to move. Then, he asks if they can help carry the unconscious bodies once they are done eating. Lily, still chewing, tells him to wait a second so she can finish her meal. Sometime later, the princess regains consciousness. Alan and the escort are visibly concerned, noticing they've been tied up. The princess mutters that it looks like they've finally been caught. She turns to Lim, who sits in front of them, and asks what he plans to do now. This woman is indeed Princess Elena, a direct descendant of the Hicks royal line and granddaughter to an elven elder. As a half-elf of noble birth, Lim knows from his past life that she is fated to die a tragic death, one that would ignite a devastating racial war, and Lim wants to prevent that. So, he raises 3 fingers and offers them 3 choices. First, he could sell them out to the rebels. Second, they all part ways and pretend they never met. Hearing this, Alan quickly jumps in, offering all the money they have in exchange for their freedom. Lim laughs, saying if he wanted their money, he could have taken it while they were unconscious. Finally, Lim presents the third option: he will personally escort them to the elf forest. The offer stuns Alan and the escort, who question why Lim would do such a thing. Lim grins and says they re-headed in the same direction anyway, but again, nothing in life is free. He asks the princess to arrange a meeting with her grandmother. The princess hesitates, having someone as powerful as Lim escort them is more than she could hope for, but she still doesn't trust him. Narrowing her eyes, she asks why he wants to meet her grandmother, and warns that if he means harm, there will be consequences. Lim sighs in frustration. He tells her bluntly that if he wanted trouble, he wouldn't be offering to help. His honesty catches her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. As she thinks, Lim recalls the main reason they came to the Gaia continent to search for Lily's parents. But he also plans to gather certain useful items along the way. If manipulating people like Helena helps him achieve that, so be it. With a smile, he tells her that the only reason he's doing this is because he wants to arrange something important. For some people on the continent of Gaia, there is a being who has lived longer than any other creature, known as a Breath as the Wise Dragon. Legends say he has mastered all the knowledge and magic in the world. Lim believes that if anyone can help him understand the strange watch effects to his wrist, the likely cause of his regression, it would be this dragon. However, only an elder elf can meet such a being. Lim calmly asks the princess and her escort if his request is truly so unreasonable. The princess speaks, explaining that even if her grandmother grants permission, there's no guarantee the dragon will agree to a meeting. Lim accepts this and tells her that he only wants her to uphold her part of the deal, the rest is up to him. The next day, their journey to the forest begins. Inside the carriage, Alan marvels at the magical features, the controlled airflow, the unfolding chairs, and the reflective mirrors. Lin, however, stares ahead, irritated. He tells Alan to be quiet, warning him not to wake the children. Alan apologizes. Outside, Leonard holds the reins. Lim notices Leonard's injuries and asks if it's safe for him to drive. Leonard was poisoned, but has been detoxified. Lim suggests they switch later and lets the two decide the matter themselves. Inside the carriage, Alina sits upright, arms folded, refusing to make conversation. Lim turns to her, curious. Lim reminds her of the rules: she's not to expect royal treatment, she must follow Lim's instructions without question, and until they reach the elven forest, her royal seal is collateral. Alina reflects silently. Only she knows that the real seal is with her, and not even her bodyguards are aware of it. Yet somehow, Lim discovered the truth. Sitting across from her, Lim asks what she plans to do once they reach the forest. Alina replies she'll reclaim the seal. Lim says he has no intention of keeping it. She then declares that she will gather her forces, punish the traitors, and take back her kingdom. Lim warns her that such ambitions will lead to war. He tells her to do as she wishes but warns that an obsession with revenge will cost her youth. He smiles gently and says, "It's just advice from an older man." Alina watches Lim, calling him lazy and overly optimistic. He shrugs and says that's just his way of life. As the sun filters through the trees, the carriage suddenly halts. Alina turns away, anxious. Lim senses they've been overtaken. Leonard confirms that this is the detachment pursuing the Marquis of Ormond. Well, they, still drowsy, rumors about breakfast. Lim orders Yang Shen to stop the carriage. When asked why the horses had stopped obeying, Lim says they'll move again soon and tells Leonard to rest inside. A group of armored warriors appears, surrounding the carriage. One man steps forward, greeting Leonard with mock familiarity, asking if the half-elf is inside. Leonard seems to know him, and calls him a traitor. A man named Viscount Monchi says he is a count now. He mocks Leonard's former title of hero and laughs at the idea that someone who never reached Swordmaster status could deserve such praise. He announces he'll face Leonard alone, and his knights step aside. Leonard raises his hand to cast a spell, but Monchi strikes first, knocking his weapon away and stabbing him. As Monchi prepares for a final blow, Lim intervenes. His strike slices off Monchi's mustache, distracting him. Lim quickly orders the mage to take Leonard back to the carriage, and heal him with an expensive potion. Monchi is enraged, and calls Lim a bastard. He threatens to cut his soul with an aura blade. Lim, unfazed, says he can conjure one too. Monchi is shocked. He claims no youth should wield such power. As they cross swords, Lim mocks Monchi's technique, easily parrying his strikes. Monchi roars that he'll finish Lim, but Lim remains composed, reflecting on his recent progress. Thanks to sparring with Bake, and manifesting the records of the Sword Emperor, Lim has grown, but defeating someone like this count requires more than swordsmanship. Monchi mocks Lim for retreating like a rat. Lim replies that he hasn't even begun. Lim surges forward and lands a clean hit. Monchi slashes at what turns out to be a doppelganger. Furious, he calls Lim a coward again. Lim slices off his mustache again. Losing composure, Monchi orders his knights to attack the carriage, and kill everyone except the princess. Yang Shen mounts his horse, declaring that he will handle the knights alone. A towering robot appears beside him. The knights gasp. Yang Shen replies that he's more than enough on his own. The machine charges, scattering the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Lim continues battling Monchi. Monchi refuses to yield. Lim urges him to focus. Monchi's rage builds as he unleashes a demonic aura. Lim realizes Monchi is wielding a cursed demonic sword. Monchi grins wickedly and announces Lim's death. He taunts Lim, asking if he truly believes he can win. He laughs wickedly, and announces Lim's death. He taunts Lim, asking if he truly believes he can handle such a dangerous weapon. As Monchi ignites a red aura around himself, he answers with unwavering confidence that he can handle it. Then he sneers, demanding to know where Lim thinks he's trying to escape to. Lim tightens his grip on the sword, parrying blow after blow. Cracks begin to spider web across the blade as dark energy surges into the fissures. The aura blast throws Lim back violently, and he coughs up blood, gasping for breath. Monty steps forward, laughing loudly at Lim's struggle. But before Monty can press the advantage, Lee extends her hand, calling out sharply. Streams of fire burst toward Monty, who snarls and commands his cursed sword to absorb the flames. Suddenly, a robot appears beside Lily, warning her not to engage directly because the danger is too great. Yang Shen watches cautiously, ready to intervene. Monchi now confronts Lim, relishing the taste of a real fight after so long. He mocks childish games and urges Lim to stop wasting time. Lim clenches his fist, a spark igniting in his eyes. He announces that now, he will reveal what a true cheat item is actually capable of. Monty lunges forward, sword poised to kill. Lim swings his fist, unleashing a blinding stream of energy that tears through the air. Alina watches with concern, while Lily smiles with delight. A deep trench cracks open beneath their feet from the sheer power of Lim's strike. Lim realizes this is his first time using the cheat item and wisely limits his energy output to 25. Even so, its power proves to be more useful than he ever expected. An ominous aura clings to the sword as Lim lifts it, noticing not a single scratch on its surface. The blade's durability is impressive. He narrows his eyes, recalling a similar weapon he once heard about, the demonic sword, Salad. He imagines a bloodied blade and countless victims, knowing the sword grants immense power at the cost of its wielder's soul. The user gradually falls into madness, consumed by demonic energy. The weapon's ownership has changed hands countless times, with each victim lost to the curse. Lim stares hard at the blade, now fully certain of its identity. It was last known during the height of the racial war, rumored to have the best stats among all demonic swords. Though he holds it now, He hesitates to wield it, fully aware that even selling such a sword would stain his hands with blood. The carriage rolls through the forest, and Lim casually wonders if he could trade the demonic sword for a holy weapon later on. Leonard glances away and asks how far they are from the border. Lim replies that they will soon reach Randall, but to cross the border beyond the city, they will need a pass. The border itself lies 3 days away after leaving Randall. Leonard nods grimly, admitting he's uncertain about whether he can hold out that long. The princess pleads with him not to give up, and the old warrior apologizes, explaining that his strength isn't what it used to be. Not even magic can restore his fading energy. Elena looks at Leonard and admits that his presence alone gives her strength. She urges him never to speak words that sound like weakness again. Lim flips through a book to stave off boredom. When asked what he's reading, he shrugs and says it's just a distraction. Leonard and Elena exchange looks, then Leonard speaks cautiously, asking if he can request a favor. Lim slams the book shut and simply refuses to listen. However, Leonard continues, saying that if Lim helps them reclaim the kingdom, he will receive anything he desires: titles, money, anything. But Lim replies that he will only believe in their promises if they give it to him right now. The blonde mage sits next to Leonard, her hands trembling as she imagines the hardships of crossing the border. With her there, Leonard pictures long nights on horseback and his past glories, victories in wars where he was praised as a hero destined for mastery of the sword. Yet now, he feels broken, unable to protect the princess from traitors. He lowers his gaze, burdened by failure. Lim looks out the window, telling Leonard he hears him, but won't offer anything more. The carriage halts near the gates of Randall Fortress, torches flickering in the twilight. Lim declares that only he, Oli, and Elena will enter the fortress, the rest will wait here. Alan protests, concerned for the princess' safety. Lim questions how he can trust them enough to leave her here, concluding that he is taking the princess along to prevent any reckless acts. Alan tries to defend himself, but Lim retorts sharply, reminding them how they once took a baby hostage. The girl replies calmly that everything will be fine, and that she will accompany him. They move quickly, darting along the rooftops surrounding Randall Fortress. Lim leads Lily and the princess onward. Olena asks if there is a store nearby to buy supplies, but Lim insists they must settle another matter first and warns them not to be distracted. Olena wrinkles her nose at the foul smell permeating the area, urging everyone to leave quickly. Lim explains it's just the usual stench of the slums. People are sitting on the bare ground, and children climb into barrels. The princess questions how anyone can live in such squalor, and a local retorts that she knows nothing, having never left the palace walls. This poverty is a part of the kingdom she simply doesn't understand. They go inside a local bar, where a man asks Lim if they want beer, but Lim pushes a coin forward, stating he wants to request information from the Thieves' Guild. The man eyes the coin suspiciously, asking if it is real gold, and it's behind them drawn knives, intending to steal anything valuable. Lily looks at Lim, who nods silently. They have come to the right place. Streams of flame envelop the bandits, who mutter about whether the newcomers are magicians. Lim averts his gaze as the man asks what they want. Leonard bows and asks to follow the man. Lim allows it, explaining he needs a pass and some information. They sit opposite a bald man who speaks about the pass and asks for their destination. Lim meets his gaze seriously, stating he is traveling to the Kingdom of Terror. The man asks how much time they have to make the pass. Olena can believe the tavern's basement hides such a vast space. A bag of coins falls on the table. The man replies it will take at least a week, but it can be done in 2 days if Lim's status as a wizard and his 5 servants are taken into account. Lily and the princess look at Lim in surprise. He thinks to himself that the little girl must have gotten her hands on all the gold coins from the knights, so money is no concern. The man assures them they will handle everything in the best way possible. Closing his eyes, the bald man listens as Lim mentions he is searching for a wizard who wears a goblin mask and is likely one arm. The man slips his hand beneath the table and says he has heard rumors, but first, they must check if any records exist about this wizard. Lim looks ahead suspiciously, thinking these bastards might know more than they were letting on. Night falls over the settlement as Lim and his companions are told they must be taken to the Thieves' Guild headquarters, because the information they seek can only be accessed there. Lim shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter, and that they can be taken wherever necessary. The bald bandit keeps an eye on them, convinced that Lim, who claims to be a wizard, overestimates his own abilities. He plans to get rid of them as soon as they arrive so he can take Lim's gold coins for himself. The man in the cloak halts at the gate, which is stained with blood. Lim reflects that if someone isn't part of the Thieves' Guild, finding it's a figure in a cloak halts at the gate, which is heavily stained with blood. Lim reflects that for anyone outside the Thieves' Guild, finding this headquarters is basically impossible, and most strangers who wander in never make it back out. That also implies the guild's treasury must be absolutely stacked with valuable loot. Lim glances at Lily beside him and asks if her legs are holding up. She plays it cool and says no, but when he offers her food, she admits she's actually a little hungry. Lim hands her a package and urges her to eat, hoping it will take the edge off her nerves. Lily blushes, chewing gratefully, and thanks him for the thoughtful gesture. Inside the reception area, chairs line the room behind a bald man. The bandit politely tells them to hang tight while he goes to fetch an informant. Lim immediately smells a rat. He asks if they really hiked all this way just to sit around and wait again. He demands they be brought to the informant immediately. Suddenly, the man hits a switch on the wall, triggering a trap. A massive cage drops down around them, sealing their fate. The princess grips the bars, screaming that they've been set up and hunted from the very start. Gold Mary, the leader of the thieves, steps forward with her arms crossed. Lim wonders if this is the legendary Gold Mary he's heard of, and if Goblin Mask has enough clout to actually bring her here. The bald man denies knowing anything about Alina's identity, but Lim stands firm, playing it off by saying she's just delusional and they should ignore her. Gold Mary drops the bomb. Her latest intel confirms the woman is indeed Princess Alina. Gold Mary is a bit surprised, though, asking if the princess changed her appearance, claiming she doesn't look like the face she knows. She orders her subordinates to spread word about the princess, and bait their enemies with the promise of revealing her true identity. Alina protests, denying all the accusations. Lin cuts in and asks her if they know anyone rocking a goblin or orc mask. Gold Mary figures Lim must be dangerous if he's hunting masked men, so she demands to know who he really is. Lim steps forward, questioning why she's the one asking questions when he's the one paying for information. He demands answers and trashes their garbage customer service. Gold Mary snaps her fingers and explains the situation. A magical seal is blocking their power. A glowing barrier flares up overhead, locking down all magic. Lim clenches his fist, annoyed that he didn't anticipate this trap. Alina explains that mana simply cannot penetrate barriers like this. Behind Gold Mary, armed guards stand ready. She demands Lim reveal why he's searching for Goblin Mask. Lim reaches under his cloak and pulls out a gun. He claims he's after something big, brandishing Zia's Young Shin's original firearm right in front of her. Suddenly, he fires, and the woman falls. She's bleeding out as men in black robes rush toward him. Alina covers her ears, and Lim orders everyone to dive under the table for cover just in case. Lily nods, understanding the assignment. Lim reloads, thinking about the gun's name, Biss, and the raw power it packs. He keeps firing from inside the cage, satisfied that these guys don't possess anything close to this kind of weaponry. Gold Mary, bleeding on the floor, snarls that Lim is still locked in the cage and threatens to come back and kill him. Lim grips his sword hilt, and asks where she thinks she's going. The sword begins to glow, as he declares that even without mana, he can slice through these flimsy bars like butter. Gold Mary slumps on the floor, asking if Lim is actually some kind of wizard. He replies that he simply requested a pass, and now it's his turn to ask the questions. Lim presses the woman where his Goblin Mask. Near the fortress, Alan is worried because the sun is already up. They aren't there yet, and he's stressed about saving the princess. An explosion rocks the area behind them. Alan shouts that they need to hustle to the city, but right then, Lim and his companions roll up. Alan greets the princess, relieved she's returned safely, though he mentions his concern over the fire breaking out in the city. Lim smirks, explaining the fire was intentional to destroy the evidence. When asked about the bags he's lugging, Lim says they were gifts. Inside is an emerald staff, a mandragora pickled in honey, and a parchment with blueprints for a magical weapon, all alongside sparkling jewelry. There is also the shadow bracelet, capable of changing one's appearance, and the character necklace. Lim drops the bags with a heavy clatter, stating he got everyone exactly what they needed. He surveys the haul, and calls it a pretty decent treasure trove. Lim's gaze drops as a bit of regret creeps and he realizes a lot of his time was wasted. He learns that Gold Mary has been totally brainwashed. She screams at him not to talk trash about them, calling them her masters. Lim is certain that even though Gold Mary follows them blindly, she knows nothing of her true masters, or their real intentions. A red sphere glows in Lim's hand. It's a magical communication device used by criminals to receive one-way messages. As some children sleep nearby, Lim admits the whole situation is getting confusing. He imagines a palace overflowing with gold, and deduces there are only a few places where that kind of money could be invested into experiments on children. If his assumptions are wrong, the culprit has to be a group with some serious, massive influence. Lim only wanted to bag Goblin Mask, but this conspiracy has grown far beyond what he imagined. Lim looks at the sleeping Lily and suddenly realizes they must be looking for her. She was the one who escaped. Lim figures it wouldn't hurt to just let them come straight to Lily. Ahead of them rise the towering mountains where the border wall of the Hicks Principality stands. Built into the deepest canyons on the continent, this ancient barrier has kept monsters from the central range at bay for hundreds of years. Lim rolls out a map and breaks down the plan. They will cross the border wall, head into the elven forest to the north, and finally reach the kingdom of Tiru to find Lily's mother. The princess and her bodyguard sit before Lim, their faces heavy with worry. He asks why they were so gloomy, and they remind him that the border is completely closed. Leonard wonders if Lim has lost hope and is just moving forward with a reckless plan. Lim simply explains that they intend to blitz the barrier, breaking it down with pure speed and force. Since they don't have a pass to cross the wall, it's their only option. Leonard shakes his head and warns Lim that he doesn't understand who guards that border. Lim looks straight ahead and says he knows exactly who it is. Count Gulkin commands the Black Lion Knights, sworn to fight the monsters beyond the wall. He is a legendary master swordsman. Leonard says he understands Lim's confidence since he defeated Count Munchie, but he warns Lim that Gulkin is on a different level. He's considered the best swordsman in the world. Elena, the princess, lowers her gaze, bitterness creeping into her voice. When the traitor Orman rebelled, Gulkin stepped up to protect the kingdom. Yet, when the rebellion escalated, he refused to answer the call, insisting the wall could not be left undefended. She suspects Gulkin guards the wall because he has something precious to protect. At the border wall fortress entrance, people are lined up by status, waiting for passes. The fortress has 6 gates, and only those of higher rank may use the largest ones. The princess watches a young man nearby mock the strict rules, questioning if the sky would fall if a lower-class person used the wrong gate. Elena presses her hand to the window, recalling how she once believed status differences were just natural. No, she thinks of the common people burdened by civil war, those who lost their homes and their freedom. Her eyes close, and she silently begs for a chance to fix this broken world. Leonard and Ellen, another bodyguard, promise her they will create that chance and help her. Even if Manhart unleashes his full wrath, they will break through that wall for her. They were going to bust through that wall for her, no matter the cost. Lim turns away from Elena as she offers a quiet word of thanks. He isn't looking to make things any more complicated than they already are. Talked, the carriage driver, white knuckles the reins. Lim gives the signal to move, and Jock nods grimly. As they approach the gate, Lim announces it's showtime. A guard raises a hand, demanding names and halting their progress. Warriors draw their steel, ready to hold a line. Lim steps forward, masked in radiating confidence, declaring their destination the Kingdom of Terror. He knows this move will bait a real, soul-hunting goblin. Suddenly, a barrel levels at the guard. A shot rings out. A cry echoes as the fortress alarms start blaring. Lim barks at Jock to floor it. The horse-drawn carriage surges ahead through the chaos. Inside the fortress, 2 factions are locked in a tense standoff. Count Gulkin, a man defined by his scars and a lethal gaze, is ordered to accept the sovereign's latest decree. He just scoffs, mockingly asking the official to repeat himself. The official demands Gulkin kneel and submit to the order. Gulkin's eyes flare with pure contempt. He refuses. He states flatly that he never recognized Orman as his ruler. If anyone has a problem with that, he dares them to say it to his face. He tears the decree to shreds and dismisses the old man with a heavy-handed gesture. From a high balcony, Gulkin surveys his domain. An armored warrior behind him asks for orders should the princess be located. Gulkin's reply is ice cold. She's a traitor who fled the country and must be executed on sight. The warrior bows, acknowledging the death sentence. Gulkin mulls over a letter mentioning a boy who took down Klaus. There's a powerhouse on this tiny patch of land that Gulkin wasn't aware of. His gaze drifts as the scene shifts back to the carriage racing down the road. Lim, still behind the mass, grips his sword as blood drips from his lip after a heavy exchange. Soldiers swarm him, but he fights like a man possessed. Lim rolls out a map of the fortress layout. The border is a 2-tiered structure, with a second wall looming a kilometer ahead. The plan is simple: blitz through both as quickly as possible. Arrows rain down, but Lily's shield skill bats them out of the air. Lim's eyes stay sharp, tracking every move. Mages on the ramparts unleash hell, but Alan counters with a massive magical barrier. The carriage hammers forward through the carnage. Lim yells for Lily to aim her firepower at the main wall. Flames roar to life in her palms as she charges up. Suddenly, Lim's instincts scream something dangerous is coming. Fire streams from the carriage as Lim orders the group to keep pushing. Lim's blade clashes with Gulkin's, catching the scarred swordsman off guard. Lim holds his ground after tanking a massive blow. His hand trembles. He can feel the sheer, raw power behind Gulkin's technique. Gulkin flashes a cruel grin, asking if Lim is the real deal. Lim stands his ground against the commander, who tells him to have some fun with chilling casualness. White-knuckling his hilt, Lim curses under his breath. He parries another of Gulkin's heavy strikes with a lightning-fast swing. Our masked hero stays on high alert. He was warned about this. Gulkin is a combat junkie who doesn't know the meaning of mercy. His eyes have that unmistakable glint of a total madman. The scarred commander grins wide as they lock eyes in a high-stakes standoff. Lim calculates his odds in a split second. Gulkin is a tank, but Lim realizes he's got the advantage in pure speed. Gulkin overstands slightly, leaving his flank wide open. Lim sees the gap. Seizing the opening, he levels his blade at the commander. Gulkin just smirks. Interesting, he muses. Swinging his blade, he notes that Lim's sword, much like his own, has been forged in the fires of real war. He invites Lim to show him what he's really made of. Lim shifts his stance and asks if Gulkin is really that curious. He warns him this is going to sting. Lim's fist begins to pulse with a cold blue aura. A blinding flash erupts, as he unleashes a strike at only 25% power. The tip of his blade sparks against the ground. Gawkin grips his sword with both hands, admitting with genuine sincerity that Lim has made him feel alive for the first time in ages. Keeping his guard up, Lim snaps back that it's a shame he was hoping Gawkin would feel dead instead. The commander steps in, declaring that since he started this dance, he's going to finish it. Lim wonders if the guy is just straight up crazy. He hates fights that don't have a payoff. He figures the carriage should be at the gates by now, it's time to bounce. Lim stares ahead, confused, when Lully's voice cuts through the air. She appears midair, looking confident as hell, and shouts that she's got his back. Lim is floored. Why did she come back when he's out here risking his neck to buy them time? Lily drops down beside him, declaring she couldn't just leave him, not after what Jock said, and especially not when the rest of the crew refused to run. The carriage rolls back up with the whole squad. Alan checks Lim's vitals while the princess insists she wasn't about to leave a comrade behind. Lim mutters that he was wondering why things had suddenly gone quiet. Then he spots the massive wave of knights backing up the commander. It hits him they were completely surrounded by the military, and they still have to deal with Gawkin. Lim raises his sword again. No more options. If they were getting out of this alive, they have to be ready to die trying. Lim stands frozen, the weight of the situation hitting him. The commander lets out a booming laugh, palming his forehead. Asked what's so hilarious, he thinks back to his days running rooftops and says he's just curious. He wonders why Lim hasn't dropped a single body yet. With that kind of power, he could have leveled a wall in seconds. Gawkin's face goes stone cold. He asks if Lim simply finds them unworthy of a real kill. A blonde figure appears next to Lim, calmly explaining it was all per the client's request. Gawkin's pupils contract as he presses for more. Elena, still remains silent. Lim reveals the client was the princess herself, and she didn't want any unnecessary bloodshed. Complying was the easy part. The commander steps toward Lim, asking if he's still itching for a fight. Then, in a move that shocks everyone, Gawkin calls it off. The fight is over. He offers them a signed pass, asking only that they stay the night as his guests. Lim, still breaking a sweat, questions him, stunned by the sudden 180. Later, over dinner at the Black Lion's estate, it comes out that Gawkin is obsessed with elite warriors. Word is he once even hosted superhumans from Earth while they were passing through the wall. Lim raises his glass, thinking about how surreal it is to be a guest of honor here. He heard that if Gawkin enjoys a scrap, he hands out gifts. Gawkin notes that the kid looks way younger than he expected, even if his blade work is on par with his own. Lim just shrugs, saying he's got a baby face, but he's seen a lifetime of action. As the bottles pile up, an intrigued Gawkin points out that Lim doesn't seem like a local. He asks where he learned to handle a sword like that. Lim reflects on the conversation, realizing Gawkin's bloodline has held this wall for generations and likely always will. Curious, Lim asks why Gawkin, a man so fascinated by the world beyond, doesn't just leave and see it for himself. Closing his eyes, Gawkin replies that walking away from his family duty simply isn't an option. Closing his eyes for a moment, Gawkin replies that abandoning family duty for personal greed is simply unacceptable. He insists Lim finish the story he started. Lim begins recounting the events at the bottom of the lake, where he had lost consciousness. Helena stares at Gawkin and finally speaks, asking how long he plans to pretend he doesn't recognize her. The commander casually picks his ear and replies that it suddenly started itching. With rising frustration, Helena accuses him of cowardice, claiming he's unable to face her, because he failed to protect the sovereign. Gawkin's expression darkens as he releases a menacing aura. He replies coldly that if Lim hadn't intervened, he would have personally slit her throat. She should be grateful to still be alive. The blonde princess clenches her fist, and defiantly declares her name Alina Reinhardt, rightful heir to the throne. She reminds Gawkin that he is a knight of the wall and demands he remember his oath. Gawkin smirks, saying she is better than her father, bold and well-spoken. The blonde protests, asking him not to insult her father. Gawkin scoffs, calling her father a coward who feared his own strength and never supported him. Lim grows tired of the conversation and calls it boring. Alina objects, saying that's no excuse for insults. Gawkin then explains that his decision not to intervene in the civil war was strategic. If the wall were left unguarded, it would risk an invasion. He argues that her father wasn't worth endangering the entire country for, and warns Alina not to return to this land. If she does, there will be consequences. But Alina refuses to back down. She promises to return, punish the traitors, and reclaim her country. When Gawkin questions her belief that she can actually change things, Alina firmly says yes. She recounts the bloodshed she witnessed, the brave knights who died for her, and the poor citizens suffering under tyranny. She vows to change the system. Standing tall, she announces her first decree: the 6 local gates will be open to the public, and the class system will be dismantled. Gawkin narrows his eyes and asks if she truly believes he'll let that happen. Alina responds without hesitation, "This is the will of the Empress." As tensions simmer, Lim simply turns his head, thinking about finding a place to nap. Gawkin laughs again, and the men near the wall continue their duties. One insists he's on an urgent mission, but is told to wait, it will take time. As Gulkin walks along the wall, he orders Ormond's dogs to stand at the gate for a few more hours before being sent away. When asked what to do with the princess, he replies that he'll wait and watch. One day, they will meet again at this wall. The scene shifts to the central mountain range, where the sun illuminates the entrance to the elven forest. A voice says they've been waiting. An elf steps forward, placing a hand on his chest, and introduces himself as Garand, a researcher from the Sephra elven forest. He explains that the Supreme Elder sent him to escort them. Lim stands behind Elena, who urgently asks to be taken to her grandmother. Lim reflects on the Elder's gift of foresight, and feels relieved he can safely proceed to the village. Lim stops as an elf approaches and questions him about a demonic presence. Surprised, Lim asks for clarification. The group stands near a carriage as the elf explains he senses corrupting demonic energy, making Lim unfit to enter the village in this state. Lim wonders if it's just elven prejudice against humans. Garand reaches out for the blade, confirming it's a demonic sword. Lim suggests it's probably his fault, and offers to take the weapon. Lim calmly replies that the matter is settled and proposes they move on, but the elf disagrees, holding the sword out. The elf accuses Lim of being a vile devil. Lily casts in fear, shocked by the accusation. Lim approaches Garand, and asks what he's doing. Durant, visibly disturbed, exclaims that his eyes aren't deceiving him, the girl is the devil. Worried, the girl looks ahead and pleads with him, insisting that she isn't like that at all. The elf, sensing terrible demonic energy, explains that he can feel a great evil within her. He accuses her of suppressing a deep, burning desire to kill, calling her utterly disgusting. Lim steps in, standing behind Garand, and urges him to stop. Garand calls Lim ignorant, and demands to know if he even understands who he's protecting. The elf then points his sword at Lily. Lim, unfazed, calmly replies that he does understand, and that's precisely why he's asking Garand to stop. He explains that although the girl appears to be an ordinary child on the outside, on the inside, she has undergone a demonic baptism. Garand grimaces at Lim's words, insisting that the girl must be destroyed immediately. As he raises his hand in front of Lim, the boy stops him, asking if he even hears himself. In a flash of anger, Lim punches the elven researcher and warns him never to say such things in front of the child again. The elves behind Garand draw their weapons, demanding that Lim step aside. They question how he dares to attack one of their own, but Lim remains calm and silent despite their aggression. Dark energy begins to emanate from Lim as he orders them to deliver a message to the High Elder. They are not allowed to enter the elven forest. He adds that if she does not come to them personally within 2 days, he will burn everything to the ground. Under the night sky and among the trees, Lim advises the mage to rest in the carriage if he feels tired. The mage responds that he's fine. Lim then sits across from Alan, who admits that he's ashamed to look Lily in the eyes. He reflects on the outrageous claim that she underwent a demonic baptism, noting that even healthy adult men usually die from the ritual. 9 out of 10 don't survive. Lim, listening carefully, says it seems Alan knows a little about it. Alan explains that he once read about the baptism in a book, and that only high-ranking sorcerers can perform such a ritual. He adds that it demands a tremendous amount of money and magical materials. Most importantly, the pain is unbearable, nearly no one survives. Lim clenches his fists in anger, silently vowing to finish off the bastard in the goblin mask who did this. Later, as they sit by the fire, Lim ends the conversation, urging everyone to sleep. Lily, hugging a stuffed animal, tells Lim that she can sleep. He suggests she switch places with the mage to feel more comfortable. Clouds drift over the treetops as Lily sits by the fire. She turns to Lim and asks softly if she will become a demon. Lim, sitting opposite her, replies honestly that he doesn't know. Lily then asks what she should do if her mother ends up hating her. Lim exhales, opening his mouth before speaking. He says half-jokingly that she does resemble a devil because she never listens, eats a lot, and has a difficult personality. Lily looks at him, seeking more clarity, so he continues. He admits that he was exactly the same at her age, never listened to anyone, didn't study, and only spent time goofing off with friends. His parents probably thought he was a devil, too. Lily tightens her grip on the toy as Lim says her mother is probably just as worried about her as his parents were about him. Lily nods, agreeing that her mother isn't any different. In the center of the clearing, Lily suddenly suggests that the three of them live together once they find her mother. Lim laughs and asks if she really intends to block a decent bachelor from getting married. He jokes that he'll buy her mother. Lim laughs and asks if she really intends to block a decent bachelor from ever getting married. He jokes that he'll just buy an apartment near the guild and live there with only her. Lily, lying next to young Shen, innocently asks where he'd even live in that case. Lim comments on how clingy she is. Stepping down onto the grass, Lim suddenly hears someone approaching. A blonde elf appears silently before him. Despite having expanded the range of his senses to avoid any surprise attacks, Lim is stunned he didn't sense her presence at all. Sweat beads on Lim's brow as he realizes only one person among the elves could hold that much power. He wonders aloud if she's the Supreme Elder. The elf bows respectfully, confirming his guess. She adds that she heard her children behaved rudely toward him and offers her sincere apologies, placing her hand over her chest. The Supreme Elder thanks them for saving her granddaughter and changing her fate. Lim stands before her and replies that he isn't the one who deserves the apology, though he accepts it regardless. He then brings up Helena, asking if the Elder was informed of the conditions under which he agreed to bring the girl there. The Elder confirms she's already contacted the dragon. When Lim asks about the response, she tells him the answer hasn't come yet, and might take a few days. Deep in thought, Lim considers whether they should check the Kingdom of Terum in the meantime. The Supreme Elder asks if they wish to wait for the dragon's response in the Elven Forest. As buildings come into view under the forest canopy, she formally invites them to Seafer, the heart of the Elven Forest. Looking away, she privately reflects on Lily's tragic fate. The carriage pulses with dark energy, as the Elder resolves to purify Lily from the effects of the demonic baptism, fearing the child could become a disaster for the world. In Seafer, elves gather near the carriage, alarmed by the demonic sword and the aura it emits. They question why the Supreme Elder would bring such dangerous things to their sacred land. Just then, Alina smiles brightly and rushes over, relieved that everyone arrives safely. Alan runs toward her, thrilled to see her again. Lim nods, saying he's glad to see her doing well. Alina admits she felt uneasy not traveling with them. Lim mentions that the old woman accompanied her, but is now nowhere to be seen. Alina explains that Leonard's condition worsened, so she stayed behind to care for him. Lim suggests they visit him when time allows. He then hands Alina a sealed object. Recognizing it, Alina clasps her hands together and declares that their contract is complete. She promises to repay him one day for all he's done. Lim smiles, showing the coin she gave him, and tells her to think carefully over the next year, perhaps something like giving the White House Guild a monopoly over the Principality's magical goods. Alina asks if he will visit her after that year. Lim responds seriously that it's possible. Pleased, she vows to achieve her goal within that time. She envisions using the royal seal to uncover her ancestors' relics and forming a pact with the 6 elven families once she gains Golkin's support. Upon her return to the wall, her preparations will be complete. Lim asks again what she plans to do officially, but Alina only smiles and says she never promised anything specific. Meanwhile, a now resolute Lily announces that she's ready. The High Elder sits beside her, gently warning that the purification may hurt but promising everything will be fine afterward. Her eyes calm, says she isn't afraid, she's used to pain. The Elder acknowledges her courage. Lim appears, and asks if the preparations are complete. The Elder confirms, and Lim draws a sacred sword from its sheath to be used in the ritual. They stand beside a sacred spring as the purification begins. Elsewhere, in a dark dungeon lit by torches, a man approaches the bars. Gordon holds a glowing sphere, remarking that despite everything, the man is lucky to be alive. Inside the sphere, an image of the carriage, and the group appears. Lily opens her mouth as if casting a spell. A dark-haired man stares forward in shock, recognizing her as the Child of Fire. When asked for confirmation, he's told she's the one he missed. Alan and Lim are wearing masks as the man grits his teeth in fury, recalling how he became a test subject after that day. Grabbing the bars, he's told this is his last chance. With trembling hands, he reaches for a red mask and is ordered to correct his own mistakes. Lim and the elf watch as Lily steps slowly into the water. The elven elder raises her hands and begins chanting, green energy spiraling around her fingers. A magic circle forms around Lily and the water rises, enveloping her. Suddenly, a surge of dark red energy bursts from her, and she screams in pain. Monica watches, concerned. She had expected this outcome, but is still shocked by the intensity of the demonic energy radiating from Lily. She warns the ritual will be difficult and urges patience. Dark energy pours from Lily's stomach as she cries out in agony. A red cloud of mana erupts, echoing with tormented screams. The elf collapses, gasping that something must be done. Lim charges forward and places himself in front of Lily. The elf warns that the baptism can only be broken by defeating the demon within. As she speaks, the swirling red energy solidifies, and a monstrous, insect-like creature emerges. Lim releases his blue aura. He leaps back, then launches into the air toward the demon. The creature flees, leaving a trail of red smoke. Lim slashes through it, trying to close the distance. While chasing, he mutters bitterly that he's tired of fighting demons. Meanwhile, Lily collapses into Monica's arms, trembling. Monica gently asks how she feels. Lily averts her eyes and asks about her uncle. Watching Lim fight, she senses his rage. Monica explains that when someone dear is harmed, anger is a natural response. Lily listens quietly, comforted by the thought that she matters that much to him. Back on the battlefield, Lim pants while facing the injured demon. Though it's weakened and slower, it still tries to escape. Drawing his sword with both hands, Lim activates his autumn energy. He runs through the heaven-destroying mind technique, the sequence he knows by heart. The demon lunges, but Lim counters with the first divine sword technique, landing a powerful slash. He follows immediately with Heaven's Vengeance. The blast of light is so intense the girls have to shield their eyes. When the dust settles, Lim stands victorious, but barely. His body shakes from exhaustion and pain pulses through his limbs. His sword cracks and crumbles. He finally understands why these techniques aren't meant for use before reaching the Weijio level. Looking down, he spots a glowing crystal buried in the dirt, the demon's core. He expected as much. Drawing his demon sword, he smashes the core. Dark red energy surges into the blade, transforming it. Lim watches the change, and nods in approval. Lily suddenly runs up, and hugs him tightly. Overwhelmed, Lim tells her he's hurting, and gently asks her to loosen her grip. She teases him, asking if the pain is gone now. He strokes her head and admits he feels lighter inside. Later, in a forest house, Lim sits cross-legged in meditation. He reflects on the battle, letting the lingering pain etch the martial arts into his body. He's avoided potions and healing spells to allow for natural adaptation. Even his internal wounds are finally healing up. Monica enters with some food and asks how he's holding up. Lim gives her a nod, thanking her and admitting her care really did the trick. He asks about the baby, and Monica mentions that the baptism's effects are still lingering, but a full recovery should be swift. Inside the sacred tree, Lily's appetite has absolutely exploded. Lim just shrugs it off. The girl's always been a bottomless pit when it comes to food. After polishing off his meal, he sets the tray aside and thanks the elf properly for her help. Monica says it was just repayment for saving her granddaughter, Aolina. Lim explains that their deal with the princess is a separate matter and insists he'll repay the favor in his own way. Monica tells him to just focus on getting stronger. She expects nothing in return. With a smirk, Lim offers to go explore the foggy forest for her. Monica is surprised he even knows about the place, but he admits he caught a bit of a conversation earlier. Thinking it over, Lim recalls that the fog is lethal to elves but totally harmless to others. He confidently declares that he's going. The elf's voice trails into the room, saying if he's for real, she'll prepare an official request with a solid reward. Lim just waves it off, saying he wants to return the favor and doesn't need the money. Elsewhere, Leonard is quietly taking in the view of the forest. Lim approaches and asks how he's doing. Leonard smiles, mentioning he heard all about the demon's defeat from the hyped-up princess. He notices that familiar book in Lim's hands and chuckles, asking if he's still grinding through it. Lim flips a page, remarking that while it's packed with self-praise, it's still a damn good read. Leonard starts reminiscing about the battle at the border wall. He poured every ounce of strength and mana into that fight, and finally saw his limits. He wonders how things might be gone if he'd realized all this sooner, maybe a year ago, or even 3. Leonard gazes at the massive mountain wall ahead, reflecting on the existence of a different world of swordsmanship beyond it. He once believed he could scale that wall and reach a new peak of skill. Lim keeps reading the ancient Murim martial arts book out loud. Even though his body feels shriveled and his mana core is bone dry, his expression stays dead serious. He continues reading, describing how his appearance is more corpse than human. The old man beside him, puzzled, asks what he means without looking up. Lim keeps reading about his first day with a sword, the near-death experiences, and how he'd almost forgotten why he even started. All he's chasing now is pure martial mastery. Moved by the words, Leonard actually starts to tear up. He says that even though the words come from another world, he understands Lim completely. Leonard then asks if he might be allowed to show off his own swordsmanship. Lim stands up, unsheaths his blade, and says he's not quite good enough yet, but he'll show him the way once, so he better watch closely. Lim levels his sword and freezes. Then, in a sudden burst of motion, he begins executing a series of perfect, precise movements. Inspired, Leonard grabs a nearby stick and starts mimicking him, smiling as he repeats the boy's technique. They train together amidst a bright light. Lim shields his eyes, realizing he must push past his own limits. Looking at Leonard holding his sword with such confidence, Lim remarks that the guy can't even be called an old man anymore. The scene shifts to the foggy forest. Leonard swings his blade through the mist, loudly telling enemies to come and get some. Lim warns that monsters could be drawn in by the noise, but Leonard is feeling confident he can handle them all with his aura blade. Seated on a log, Lim adds that the deeper they go into the forest, the thicker the fog becomes. Alan agrees, noting there are no monsters nearby but wishing they had a golem for safety. Lim recalls Young Shin sitting by a tree, refusing to budge until his girlfriend woke up. There are rumors that this fog has been a massive pain in the ass for both the elves and the goblins. Lim agrees that clearing it would be a huge safety boost. Leonard suggests it might win them some favor with the elves, and Alan agrees it would definitely speed up their plans. Lim nods, implying that was part of the strategy all along. He imagines a home built into a tree trunk, dreaming of a quiet retirement in the elven forest. Alan calls him magnificent for working so hard for the princess, and Leonard adds their own gratitude. Surprised, Lim asks what the hell the princess has to do with any of this. Suddenly, Lim senses something. He warns of an incoming enemy, and Leonard charges straight forward. Lim thinks this turn of events is actually pretty convenient. Leonard slashes at a monster, a creature stitched together from various parts. Lim explains to Alan that it's a chimera elf, and that the spirit stone in its chest is its weak point. He leaves the chimeras to them, and turns to face the real threat. He spots shadowy figures lurking behind the monsters, and quickly deduces the fog's origin. Facing a black-haired elf, Lim recognizes the work of Archmage Dreights. It's the guardian of the foggy forest, named Mordria. As soon as she sees him, she fires a fiery arrow. Lim dodges and closes the gap, but she releases another attack, 3 elemental arrows this time. Lim deflects them with a single, fluid motion of his blade. Suddenly, a massive surge of green magic erupts behind him. Lim activates his shield skill and blocks it. Looking sideways, he remarks that the original far outclasses the fakes. Thinking back to his past life, he recalls that Mordria is actually a doll modeled after the elf the Archmage loved most. This incident took place thousands of years ago. She was killed by superhumans long ago, and later the production method was leaked, allowing many copies of her to be made. But none could match the original. Lim knows capturing her will be difficult, but it must be done, so he uses his skills to vanish. Mordria is stunned. In an instant, he reappears behind her and strikes. Wounded, she tries to counter, but fails. Lim delivers a fist strike directly into the magic stones embedded in her body. Standing before the defeated elf, Lim admits she was tough. Alan and Leonard finish their battle, and Leonard realizes the doll was the source of the problem. He asks if Lim really plans to take her with them. Lim affirms that she's too valuable to leave behind. Lim suggests that since they were done here, they should pay a visit to the Guardian's place. The group heads to the Archmage's wooden hut. From the outside, it looks like a basic shack, but the basement holds great treasures. Alan rushes to the bookshelves, marveling at rare magical ingredients and lost manuscripts. Lim tells him not to fuss, they only need the essentials. Lim opens a small chest on the table. Inside is the Archmage's second greatest legacy, besides Mordria's spirits of various elements. They burst out and surround him. Lim thinks they'll be useful if he can harness their power. The spirits ask if they can live with him, and Lim agrees, but demands a high rent. They happily merge into his hand. There's no outward change, but he feels their energy humming inside. Leonard asks what just happened, but Lim downplays it and urges them to collect what they need. Then, they must destroy the fog's magic circle. Night falls, and the fog dissipates. The group treks through the forest, and Leonard notes the clear weather. Suddenly, Lim halts, noticing a strange reaction from a purple orb in his hand. He signals for silence, covering his mouth and telling everyone to stay quiet and not come any closer. In the glowing surface of the magical sphere, a figure wearing a goblin mask flickers into view. Lim is confused, because he's got no clue who this guy even is. The voice from the magical sphere speaks again, asking who he is and demanding to know the whereabouts of Goldmary. Lim is frustrated and wonders if this is the one the lady had warned him about. He shifts his focus back to the glowing orb as the man in the goblin mask narrows his eyes, and back to the glowing orb. The man in the goblin mask narrows his eyes and asks what Goldmary might have said about him. Lim responds to the medical glob, introducing himself as Ansel and claiming to be a member of the Randolph Thieves Guild acting under Goldmary's orders. He explains that he is tracking the group responsible for destroying the guild headquarters. He continues his report, stating that the fleeing enemies crossed the border using the last surviving steel carriage. The man in the goblin mask questions if that carriage could really be the one in question. Lim confirms it, describing its unusual structure, something not easily found elsewhere, and mentions that it is pulled by a massive iron horse. Hearing this detail, the man in the goblin mask recalls that the Thieves Guild had indeed burned to ashes. This confirms to him that the report is accurate and that it was wise to maintain contact through a magical link. A moment later, the voice from the Paul asks directly if Lim is traveling with a girl who has red hair. Lim thinks to himself that, just as he suspected, the man is looking for Lily. The goblin mask speaks again, asking for the group's current location. Lim scratches his head and explains they are somewhere in the central mountain range, though he cannot provide exact coordinates. He claims he hurried out without a map or compass, and simply traveled as quickly as he could. The man in the goblin mask grows irritated, and reminds Lim just how massive the central mountain range truly is. Despite his annoyance, he instructs Lim to continue the pursuit, and states that he will make contact every day at the same time. Lim hints that a problem may prevent further communication. Curious, the goblin mask asks what he means. Lim squeezes the magical artifact tightly until it begins to crack, calmly claiming the crystal was damaged during the pursuit and saying he cannot guarantee he will be able to receive the signal tomorrow. The man in the goblin mask slams his hand against the ground in frustration and demands to know what Lim just said. He asks if there is another communication sphere available for contact. Lim replies flatly that a simple thief would not possess a spare of such a rare and costly item. He adds that he has nothing left in his pockets, and apologizes with feigned regret. The man with the goblin mask eyes the artifact, and considers that their group may have intentionally announced a false route toward the kingdom of Tiru to mislead pursuers. If the narrative was fabricated from the start, tracking them becomes nearly impossible. Right now, Ansel seems to be their only link to uncovering the whereabouts of the Child of Fire. The man in the goblin mask clenches his teeth and concludes that, regardless of the circumstances, the boy must be eliminated. He promises to alert the organization and treat this as an emergency. He instructs Lim to listen carefully and explains how to contact the organization. Lim listens quietly, and then asks if the masked man could finally tell him who he truly is, since he still does not know his name. In his mind, the man with the goblin mask calls him insolent and declares that someone like him has no right to request a name. He then decides the boy's eventual death will be especially painful. The masked man eventually speaks again and says his name is the Red Goblin. That alone, he insists, should be sufficient. Lim repeats the name back to him. With that, he crushes the artifact in his palm and calmly announces that he will make contact next time. Moments later, Lim has awakened Mordria using the tattoo spirit retrieved from the Archmage's hut. He asks her to accompany them to the elf settlement through the shortest route. Upon arriving, a grand elf festival is going on. One elf approaches Lim, beaming with gratitude. He thanks Lim for waking his daughter, and allowing him to see his son's face for the first time in over a century. Another elf expresses her thanks for saving her husband. Lim waves them off, saying they should enjoy themselves, because he is too tired and wants to rest. The elves present Lim with countless gifts, and he stares at them in confusion, unsure of what half of them are. As he examines the items, Monica walks toward him with a knowing smile. Monica remarks that this is simply how people react after the foggy forest has been cleansed. Lim sits next to her and says he owes her for saving the little girl. Monica admits this is true but also reminds him that he has altered Elena's fate. Lim agrees and reflects that Elena would never have reached this place without his help. Monica now looks ahead with a serious gaze, and explains that she can rid the essence of living beings. However, she can only observe and never interfere. She turns back to Lim and says that, curiously, his fate remains hidden from her sight. Despite this, she has seen many destinies shift around him. Lim looks away, suspecting that the reason lies within the title clock. He asks what Monica's conclusion might be. He wonders aloud if she expects him to sit idle with folded hands. The elf laughs, and tells him that nothing of the sort is expected. She believes he is a good person and appreciates the changes he brings to the world. She expresses hope that he will continue altering lives. Lim turns away, clearly flustered, and claims it is not so difficult. All it takes, he says, is doing what feels right. The unfamiliar feeling that follows catches him off guard. He rises from his seat and gathers the gifts. Monica watches and asks if he is leaving already. Lim explains that a hungry fate may already be chasing the little girl, and he must go help change it again. Monica remains seated, quietly observing her friend's departure. A soft green energy swirls around her, and she turns to her fellow. She asks what he thinks. Abraxas replies that, just as she said, the boy is interesting, and worth meeting again. Moments later, Lim is lounging on a deck chair, noting that they have lingered in the elven forest for far too long. He imagines the elves constructing a treetop villa based on his wish list, and decides he cannot leave without seeing the result. Morbid stands nearby, and Lim remarks that he must return to his world within a month, disrupting all his plans. From outside the window, Lily's cheerful voice echoes as she shows off a painting, brush in hand, proud of mastering a technique. Lim steps outside and compliments her neat work. He tells them to clean up while he loads the luggage. Someone notices the state of the carriage wheels and suggests finding another one. A sorcerer nearby wonders if folding the carts by size might help, but Leonard explains that the cart is already overstuffed. Behind them, the princess declares that even more luggage remains. An elf hands him a bottle of family-made alcohol, explaining its importance. Another elf insists he take the spirit stone as well. Lim expresses his thanks, but says there are too many gifts. He promises to accept the rest next time he visits. Lim then tells his team to unload half the luggage. The group reacts with shock, protesting that they packed everything with great care. As the sun dips beyond the horizon, Lim announces that they can finally depart. The princess stands with her subordinates, and says it is unfortunate they must part so soon. Leonard shakes Lim's hand and promises they will meet again and settle their debts. Alan bows and expresses deep gratitude. He hopes that their paths cross again when he has become a greater magician. Alina reminds them of the promise to meet her again in 1 year. Lim glances awkwardly at Monica, who still looks serious. She says she hopes he will return one day, then, with a steady gaze, she wishes that Lim still looks dead serious. She says she hopes he'll return one day. Then, with a steady gaze, she wishes him luck in finding the answers he seeks at the end of his journey. Lim wonders aloud if Abraxas will actually be waiting for him there. With the farewells out of the way, Lim announces their departure, and the carriage begins to roll. Lily waves from the window, but Lim warns her not to lean out too far or she might get hurt. The princess and her companions wave back. As the dust settles, Alina lowers her hand and quietly acknowledges that he's truly gone. The knights behind her declare it's time to focus on their duties, and she agrees. Meanwhile, a carriage enters the kingdom of terror. In the bustling city of Florenza, under the cover of night, Lim sits inside, contemplating his new white hair disguise. Gaining entry had been a breeze since Gawkin had prepared the passes in advance. As they approach the hotel, he sees buildings made of red brick and yellow concrete. He realizes this is the exact meeting place mentioned by the goblin inside. The group is greeted by the manager, who questions their appearance and suspects they might be the type to skip out on the bill. Upon hearing the room rates, Lim calmly places a bag of coins on the table and requests the two most expensive rooms available. The manager stares at the gold in disbelief. Lim also asks for a magical communication tool, which is handed over without delay. He reflects on the grandeur of the Great Florenza Hotel, one of the most iconic gambling establishments on the continent. Its casino spans 3 floors, with the deeper levels offering much riskier games. A massive golden chandelier hangs above, mesmerizing the group. Lily gazes around with delight, calling everything shiny and beautiful. Yongshin promises to craft similar treasures once they return. Lim hands them a pouch of gold and tells them to go enjoy themselves. If they get tired, they should head back to their rooms and sleep. They agree without hesitation. Mordria is assigned to keep an eye on them and report back if anything happens. With a nod, she joins the others. Lily leads the group toward the food. Lim, watching them disappear down the hallway, wonders if it's time for him to have some fun too. He flips a gambling chip into the air and decides to enjoy himself while he still can, before he reaches the hidden 4th floor. Lim walks into the casino while voices murmur around him about losing bets and bigger risks. This is the 3rd and lowest floor of the Grand Florenza Casino. The entrance looks open and unguarded, but Lim senses that the stakes here are way more dangerous than the floors above. No one stares at him directly, but he feels the shift in the room. The managers have started paying attention. He doesn't recognize any faces, and they likely don't recognize him either. Near one of the gambling tables, Lim pauses. His senses pick up the presence of a skilled swordsman, a mage, and a couple of assassins blending into the crowd. There's also a magical barrier here, one that suppresses spell work. This is no casual gaming den, it feels like a trap or a staging ground for secret meetings. A man with brown hair steps forward and places a hand on his chest in greeting. He gestures toward a roulette table and tells Lim there's a game with simple rules. Pick a number between 1 and 50. If the spinning ball lands on that number, the player wins big. He asks if Lim is interested. Lim lays his hand on the table. He likes the simplicity and agrees to play. He pushes all his chips forward and announces he's betting everything on no. Savan. The dealer pauses to clarify if he truly wants to risk it all. Lim simply nods. People murmur that he's reckless and a fool, someone ready to lose everything. The roulette wheel spins. The metal ball clatters against the board. When it settles, it stops on 7. Shock ripples through the onlookers. Lim clenches his fist and says today must be his lucky day. The dealer congratulates him and asks if he wants to go again. Lim doesn't hesitate. He pushes all his winnings forward and declares another bet on 7. Laughter and disbelief erupt nearby. The crowd thinks he's gone mad. The wheel spins again. Once more, the metal ball lands on 7. The dealer freezes. He asks Lim to wait a moment, explaining that the amount is too high to handle with normal chips. He needs to write a check before they can finish. Men approach Lim and offer their congratulations. Lim turns, eyes cold, and tells them to keep their hands to themselves. When someone asks what noble family he's from, Lim scoops the chips into his hands and tosses them into the air. The onlookers scramble to catch them, claiming the winnings as their own. Lim walks away from the table, murmuring that he's not doing too badly. On his palm, a faint glow pulses. Lim looks down at the creature resting there. It's a synthesized spirit he picked up in Dre's basement. Though weak for now, it's made with ancient magic and remains undetectable by most magical tools. A casino worker approaches and offers Lim a formal check. Lim accepts it, noting the hefty sum. He says it's enough to make even him nervous. A stranger standing nearby scoffs and says that amount is just pocket change to people like them. A man with gray hair steps closer and whispers to Lim that high rollers like him are usually taken to a special area. Lim accepts the offer out of curiosity. They descend the stairs. As they go deeper, distant screams echo through the air. The man explains that people who come here want more than just money. Sometimes, they gamble with body parts. The deeper they go, the heavier the air grows. Lim smells blood. He hears pain. The 4th floor waits. Behind a heavy black door, the staff escorts him inside, saying they chose room 7 just for him. Lim steps in and finds a few others already seated. They ask if he's here to play or just observe. Lim steps forward and asks what the game is. The casino staff member says it's dice. Each player rolls 3. The highest sum wins, but matching numbers are better than a mixed total. 3 ones are the best. Lim listens and understands. He places his chips on the table and says he's ready to begin. Another player rolls first, getting 3 4s and laughing about his win. Lim picks up the dice and tosses them. All once. Silence fills the room. A bald man stares ahead, speechless. Another man with one eye grumbles that everyone gets lucky the first time. Lim offers to roll again. He throws the dice once more. 3 ones. Then again, and again. The crowd grows restless. Some mutter about tricks, claiming he's cheating. But the anti-magic circle shows no tampering. Lim suggests his luck is heavy today, almost a burden. He puts a few chips on the table as a thank you and prepares to leave. But before he can go, the man with gray hair steps forward and blocks him. He tells Lim to stop. He claims he knows Lim is using something from his cane. He draws a concealed blade and tells Lim the games are over. He demands Lim drop the bag. Lim doesn't flinch. He asks if they have any proof. The gray-haired man says they'll make him talk if needed. Other players draw their weapons. A one-eyed man rushes him. Lim reacts instantly. His blade flashes, and 2 men fall, defeated. The gray-haired man curses and strikes. Lim counters. The blade splits in 2 under the force of his aura. The man stares at the severed weapon, realizing Lim is no ordinary gambler. He asks what a sword master is doing here. Lim glares at him and declares that the organization's treasurer needs better eyes. Shy. The man asks who he really is. Lim raises a crystal and channels magic into it. A symbol glows in the air. A symbol glows in the air, the mark of pandemonium, the seal of the secret organization. Lim recalls the warning from the man in the goblin mask: if they ask questions, say nothing. Trust no one. Lim dons a mask, the symbol of his rank. The gray-haired man stiffens as he recognizes it. He whispers that Lim must be one of the red goblins, those handpicked by the organization's priests. Fear creeps into his voice as he asks if Lim is pursuing the child of fire. He can fathom why someone of Lim's stature is here. Lim answers coldly, this is a surprise inspection. The man leads him toward the vault. Along the way, he claims their bookkeeping is spotless. Lim suspects otherwise. He's already read the patterns. Money is moving across the entire continent. He wonders how such a massive operation stayed hidden in his path lie. The gray-haired man urges him to inspect the records. Lim flips through them, piecing together just how far the corruption spreads. Afterward, the man offers to show him their real work. A button clicks, and a hidden mechanism whirs to life. A secret door slides open. Inside, cages line the walls, where unknown creatures shift restlessly in the shadows. The man explains that the failures are kept out of sight. He invites Lim to see the more promising results. Lim follows him deeper until another cage appears. 2 children sit there, caned. The man claims these are the successful ones. He says they look ordinary, but once stressed, their monstrous traits emerge. He says he will now demonstrate exactly what these children are. At that moment, red fur begins to ripple over the girl's skin. Lim watches closely, recalling his original plan. In a blink, the child transforms into a massive wolf. The boy, observing this, figures out that the goal was to disguise themselves as red goblins to gather intel on the organization. Along the way, they could also pick up a few spiritual stones and artifacts. A casino worker turns and asks what Lim thinks of the idea. Standing just behind him, Lim silently concludes that this scheme would more than suffice to stir up trouble for the red goblins. Placing a hand on his chest, the man with gray hair admits that there are still complications, but if they solve them, mass production can begin. At that moment, the girl shifts back into human form, and the casino worker offers to show Lim the other children. He calls out to Hannah, ordering her to come forward. She trembles at his words, looking at the man with pure disgust. The girl declares that she has already displayed what was required of her. He tells her to be quiet, since they have an important guest, and she must fully prove her value. Lim suddenly snatches the whip from the man's hands and says he should give it a try himself. The man agrees without hesitation. But as Lim stares at the trembling Hannah, he realizes this girl must have experienced the same horrors he did. Gripping the whip tightly, Lim says he has changed his mind. With a swift motion, he unfastens the metal collar from her neck. The casino worker watches in disbelief, warning him that removing the collar will cause problems. Lim dismisses the concern, stating the girl can function without the device. Lim says he will also remove the collar from the other child. But the man with gray hair interjects, urging Lim to stop. He warns that if they continue like this, it will become difficult to catch and control all the children later. Lim tells him to shut up. He wraps the whip around the enemy's neck and, with a sharp pull, decapitates him. Lim turns to the side with a dark glare, knowing full well that his actions will bring serious consequences. Just then, figures appear out of a cloud of purple smoke. The shadowy figures are generous enough to give our boy a chance to explain his horrible actions. He swings the whip, and says he simply doesn't like any of them. His blow lands, and he wipes out the stranger in one strike. Another boy with purple hair steps forward, accusing Lim of betrayal as he attacks. But suddenly, he winces in pain and drops his blade. Lim snatches it midair and swiftly dispatches the second guard. Without pause, Lim keeps fighting off the attackers. The children huddle in the corner, fear etched on their faces. After a fierce battle, Lim stands victorious and declares that they must escape together. He smashes the bars of the cage and approaches the opening. One child asks why he is helping them. Lim replies that there is no time for questions. If they prefer to stay, they may, but he cannot protect them, because he must continue fighting. The girl stands and says she will leave, because she wants to see her mother. Her brother agrees. Lim suggests they stop talking and get moving. With powerful sword swings, he cuts through the nearby wall. Suddenly, more casino workers appear, and their leader demands that Lim surrender. Lim activates his mechanical arm, and admits he doesn't like charging through obstacles without thinking, but this time, brute force is the only path. The guards prepare for combat and charge. In a blink, Lim disappears from view, and reappears in front of the red-haired man, striking him with his fist and sending him flying. In response, enemy sorcerers cast fireball and ice spear spells. Lim raises a magical shield to deflect the incoming spells. Watching his barrier begin to crack, Lim realizes he cannot defend like this forever. A nearby enemy snarls that they face only one person and must push him into a corner. Lim suddenly takes a hit on his arm, and notices a strange green vapor rising from the wound. Poison. Switching tactics, Lim focuses on cutting down his enemies with swift, brutal strikes. He tries to suppress the poison using the heaven-destroying mind technique, yet something continues to restrain him. The fog, the paralysis. He recognizes the layered curses designed to wear him down. Looking ahead, he spots a door, and realizes that the longer he fights, the worse his position becomes. Freedom still lies far ahead. Taking down another guard, Lim announces he is heading for the treasure vault and urges everyone to follow. But as Lim advances, an enemy suddenly appears behind him. Gritting his teeth, Lim regrets not bringing someone to watch his back. Before the attacker can land a blow, one of the children transforms into a beast and saves Lim, who is both surprised and grateful. Reaching the vault door, he urges everyone to get inside. While the children rush forward, Lim stays at the door, telling them to grab anything they can: armor, weapons, magical tools. Everything must be used. He cannot hold off the enemy for long. Pointing to the top shelf, he tells them to bring the red stones glowing faintly. Hannah retrieves them without hesitation. Lim takes the stones with his mechanical hand, and a red light bursts from it. He watches this and calls it excellent. But then, the mechanical hand freezes. One of the children asks what is happening. Before Lim can respond, a massive blast of fire slams into him and throws him across the room. Shaking and trembling, Lim struggles to rise. His body aches, and he curses the movement-restricting spells that still cling to him. A man enters, standing tall above Lim, and announces that everything is over. He mocks Lim, saying he should have just walked away since he clearly could have escaped alone. The casino worker barks, "Arrest only the successful test subjects and kill the rest." Lim, lying on the floor, thinks bitterly that he cannot let that happen. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, the ceiling collapses. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, the ceiling collapses. Lim's allies burst through the wreckage, with Lily sitting atop a massive golem, shouting that she's finally found her uncle. Lim looks up in total disbelief, asking how on earth she tracked down this location. Lily flashes her bracelet, explaining that it's equipped with a lost child tracker. Lim lets out a relieved laugh, joking that she should be just washed up and gone to bed, though he's clearly grateful she arrived right in the nick of time. The organization's guards begin to panic, questioning whether the golem belongs to the elves. Lily rushes over to Lim, asking if he's alright. He assures her he's fine, but then he notices a strange blue glow emitting from his mechanical arm, wondering if the device has evolved yet again. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, total chaos takes over. People are screaming in confusion as everything burns around them. Gamblers are trampling each other to reach the exit when, suddenly, a blinding blue beam of energy erupts from the rooftop. Out of the wreckage, our boy and his allies make their grand entrance. Their enemies scream for them to be stopped, ordering the guards to take out the mutated children first. Our guy, meanwhile, is having the absolute time of his life, decimating everything in sight with that blue laser courtesy of his newly upgraded glove. Then, the enemy captain arrives on the scene, demanding to know what the hell is going on. A subordinate steps forward, explaining that the building suddenly caught fire and collapsed. After hearing the full report, the captain can wrap his head around the idea that the Red Goblin has actually betrayed the organization. Even now, doubt clouds his mind. But then, a carriage bursts through the flames, and standing right on top of it is none other than Lim, rocking that iconic red mask. The captain recognizes him instantly. All doubt vanishes the moment he sees that familiar mask. It really is the Red Goblin. The betrayal is real. He roars, demanding to know why Lim did this, but my guy doesn't even bother answering. He just activates his glove, charging up a shot. Finally, he unleashes a beam of blue energy that slices clean through the commander's body. The commander drops dead, and his men can do nothing but watch in horror. By the next day, the entire city is buzzing. Crowds gather around leaflets posted all over the walls and shop windows. The headlines scream about a traitor, someone who didn't just steal the treasures of Great Florence, but burned the whole place to the ground. The traitor's identity is out in the open. The name, scrolled and bolting, is none other than the Red Goblin. Somewhere far away, a high-ranking member of the organization crushes the leaflet in his hand. The kingdom is now demanding reparations for astronomical losses, and the organization's reputation has taken a massive hit. Inside a dark chamber, the Green Goblin sits down for a tense talk with the Red Goblin, the man supposedly behind all this. Green insists that he return to headquarters immediately, but the Red Goblin tries to explain that he had nothing to do with the incident in the kingdom. Someone is clearly impersonating him. The Green Goblin is actually aware of the situation. The real problem is that the impersonator seems to have access to insider info hell. He even knew how to contact the Red Goblin directly. So, for now, Green wants to halt all external operations, and focus entirely on rooting out the internal traitors. The Red Goblin, however, has no clue who the real traitor could be. What truly bothers him is the massive hit to his own reputation. As the Red Masked Goblin, he promises his senior that he will keep searching for the Fire Child. But the senior isn't a fan of his subordinate going off script. He threatens to label him as insubordinate if he doesn't return soon. The Red Goblin then hints that he's already found traces of the Fire Child, and is confident he can track her down. Once again, the senior orders him to return, but the Red Goblin stands his ground. He had scored the ruins of Grand Florenza and found red strands of hair, clear evidence that the Fire Child was there. We then cut to the kids our boy rescued. They were skeptical about this mysterious man showing them so much kindness, feeding them, and treating their wounds. It all seems too good to be true. Suddenly, one girl's leg starts hurting, and our boy quickly pulls out a potion to heal her. He even makes sure they were all properly bathed and dressed in clean clothes. One of the kids suspects it might be a trap, thinking that this much generosity always comes with strings attached. A short while later, that same kid, is finally reunited with her mother. Lim advises them all to leave quickly before the organization's agents catch up. Meanwhile, one of the other rescued kids, watches everything from the carriage, still feeling suspicious. The Fire Child overhears him and assures him that Lim is trustworthy. In her eyes, the guy is nothing short of an angel. Zack isn't fully convinced, but he decides to trust him at least for now. Night falls, and they decide to camp in a nearby village. Lim promises the children that he'll help find their families and reunite them with their loved ones, but their reactions say otherwise. They don't exactly seem eager to go back. Lim understands not every family is going to welcome these mutated children back with open arms. So, instead, he decides to take them to the elf forest, a decision that absolutely lights up the kids' faces. With the plan set, it's time to cook some good food and fill their bellies. Zack insists on doing the cooking before Lim can even volunteer. Nobody trusts Lim with a ladle apparently. The guy is a total disaster in the kitchen. Soon, a delicious stew is simmering in the pot. The Fire Child can barely control her hunger, drooling at the smell as she runs off to play. Zack stays behind to finish the cooking, but he's ambushed by the Red Masked Goblin, who seems to have taken control of his mind. A while later, as Zack continues cooking, he secretly adds poison to the stew against his will. The poison works wonders, and everyone is knocked out cold after eating the stew. With Lim supposedly unconscious, the Masked Goblin returns and knocks out Zack as well. He quickly rushes toward the Fire Child, only to get ambushed by our boy. It turns out that ever since our boy began his journey, he knew damn well he was being followed by the enemy. He stayed sharp and alert at all times. He was also fully aware of the mind control placed on Zack, and knew exactly when the stew was poisoned. Lim cradles the battered enemy, telling him to open his eyes, because they have a lot to talk about. The goblin begins glowing red, trying to cast a mind control spell. Lim notices instantly and counters it with his own ability. The enemy drops to the ground, muttering something under his breath. The goblin leaps up, eyes burning with pure hate, and accuses them of stealing the Fire Child and torching the gambling house. My guy just cracks his knuckles and punches the bastard for objectifying the girl, treating her like she's just some piece of property for him to exploit. The goblin goes flying sideways from the blow. Out of nowhere, Mordrea appears. Lim glances at her, surprised, and instructs her to stay back and protect the children, telling her to send a signal if anything goes south. Meanwhile, Lim notices a weird green aura surrounding the bastard. It's as if he isn't taking any damage at all. It doesn't even feel like mana reinforcement, it's something else entirely. That's when Lim starts to suspect that this red bastard is likely a test subject as well. The goblin reacts with pure fury to the accusation, roaring as he launches forward with flames erupting from his hands. Lim observes that the fire reminds him of Lily's magic, though it's way less refined. He dodges, analyzing how the enemy's body has been altered. Lim lands another punch, doubting the enemy's ability to even control his own strength. The goblin crashes into the ground, skidding to a halt, doubting the enemy's ability to control his own strength. The goblin crashes into the ground, skidding to a violent stop. He yanks out a crystal and extends his hand, snarling at Lim, who nimbly avoids the attacks and retaliates with cold, calm precision. Birds scatter over the forest under the moonlight as the goblin lies there motionless. A thought flickers in his mind about just how helpless he truly is. Despite his burning rage, the goblin screams again, claiming he's nothing like Lim. Someone reflects on the many dark baptisms Lim must have endured to forge a body like that one that can crush stone with ease and manipulate fire and ice without uttering a single chant. A blue potion splashes onto the goblin's face. A firm voice commands him to be silent, noting that while this is the kind of body he possesses now, he still lacks the raw instincts to fight properly. The enemy rises slowly. Lim calmly states it's time to talk, as he has plenty of questions. The goblin merely raises a hand and glances at it. When asked about his link to the Child of Fire, he sneers, saying the child's family and relatives were nothing but unremarkable people. Lim cuts him off, insisting he stay focused and answer the question directly. The goblin glances skyward, looking relaxed and completely ignoring the gravity of the moment. When asked about the purpose behind their chaos, he replies that he doesn't even know. He mocks Lim, insisting he'll gain nothing from this conversation. Lim flexes his fingers, warning that a lack of answers will only lead to suffering. The goblin dares him to try, boasting that he has survived every form of agony this world has to offer. Lim remains calm, his fingers twitching slightly. Suddenly, light bursts from the enemy's body. His face twists in utter disbelief as strange patterns form across his skin. Lim reminds him that he claimed to have endured all pain, so now it's time to experience a different kind. The enemy collapses, groaning in agony. Lim lifts a hand, speaking of the art of joint manipulation, a skill he has mastered to such a level that no one has ever survived his interrogation for long. He wonders aloud if Blade is stronger than them. The enemy howls in agony, dragging himself across the dirt. Lim reaches the carriage, where Mordria is standing nearby. He checks if she was the one who transported the children, and thanks her, asking her to stay with them. Inwardly, he notes how she made that decision without being told and silently approves. Lim moves over to Lily, brushing his hand across her face with a spell to clear the sedative. He tells her to wake up. She rubs her eyes, asking how long she's been asleep. Lim gestures for her to come with him. There is something she needs to see. They reach a tree where the red goblin is tied up, beaten and immobile. She looks at the goblin and asks who he is. One of the men answers grimly, calling him the enemy tied to the Child of Fire. She stares, remembering how she had once escaped his clutches. The goblin sneers, saying that since she now has a protector strong enough to defeat him, she must think she's safe. But this, he says, is far from over. The goblin taunts her, promising to haunt her even in death. Lim stands focused, his hand resting on the child's head. He considers the consequences of killing the goblin here. If he ends him now, Lily may never fully understand what tormented her. She might live her life afraid of a faceless shadow. He turns toward her, and urges her to look closely. She must see the cause of her fear for herself. The goblin is bound. He can no longer hurt her. Lim reassures her, and someone nearby tells her she can do whatever she feels she needs to, whether that's speaking, striking, or simply staring, because until now, she had no power. In her memories, Lily sees the goblin clutching her while another man holds a woman in the background. Those days of fear feel close once again, but now, she has a choice. Lim turns and says that once she sorts out her feelings, they'll have a proper meal. The girl remains still, deep in thought, her gaze burning into the goblin. No more running. Lily clenches her fist and drives it into the goblin's face with fiery anger. The blow lands hard. The goblin reels back, stunned, but quickly snarls and demands to know how she dares strike him. Her eyes burn with defiance as magical spheres shimmer into existence above her. With a fierce scream, she declares she fears nothing. Fire ignites around the goblin, the flames dancing like vengeful spirits. He cries out, first in agony, then in disbelief. He watches her rise, her figure suspended mid-air, with a dense storm of mana forming above her head. His horror deepens. This child who once escaped the experimental chambers of the organization now demonstrates growth far beyond what he thought possible. The sight unsettles him. Her power dwarfs anything the other test subjects ever showed. As flames roar around him, Lim steps in. He halts the girl before she delivers the final blow. Her eyes flare as she glares at the charred goblin, but she complies, and turns away. The goblin now lies defeated, alone, with Lim. Lim kneels beside him, silently contemplating how little information they've extracted. His thoughts swirl around pandemonium and the answers that keep slipping through their grasp. Time is ticking, and endurance only lasts so long. He pours a green liquid onto the enemy's wounds, and mutters that they'll pause here for now. Lim casts a glance over his shoulder, and states plainly that they are off to have breakfast. When they return, they'll talk again. The streets lie empty as the morning fog lifts. Time shifts, a new day begins, and they arrive at Lily's homeland. A carriage rolls to a halt as curious villagers gather. A bag is dragged from the vehicle, sparking whispers among the crowd. Some wonder who these people are, nobles, perhaps, visiting such an isolated place. Others question the weight of the bag they were dragging, and the reasons for their journey. Lim narrows his eyes and confirms that this is the right location. They only need to follow the street a little farther. Lily fidgets nervously. She asks Shok what she should say to her mother, and whether the woman will even recognize her. He assures her she will. Lim remains silent but uncertain. His instincts caution him the organization never lets go of loose ends. If Lily escaped, her mother could have easily become leverage. They reach a modest wooden house. Lily stopped and quietly announces that this was once her home. She knocks on the door, but nothing happens at first. A small group of villagers watches them. Lim points out the silence. Then, a voice emerges from within, cautiously asking who is there. Lily shouts her name in response, her voice trembling with emotion. The door slowly creaks open. A blonde woman holding the handle peers out and gasps. Her eyes land on the girl, and widen in disbelief. "Lily, you've grown," she says. Tears well up as Lily steps forward, asking if she's recognized. The answer is clear. They embrace, and Lily sobs into her mother's shoulder, confessing how deeply she missed her. The air smells of grilled meat as the village prepares for a feast. Lim surveys the scene with quiet contempt. They have emptied their stores for this celebration. Still, seeing Lily happy makes it bearable. Sacrifices, he muses, must be made sometimes. A mustachioed man approaches the family and confirms that the daughter has indeed returned. He comments that Lily is the spitting image of her mother. They thank him with kind words. Lily begins recounting how she met the group. Her mother listens, visibly shaken by the dangers her child face. Lim hands Amanda, the mother, a small toy chicken. She accepts it with a grateful smile and says she's heard of his friendship with her daughter. He introduces himself, keeping his expression neutral, keeping his expression guarded. He watches Lily, who is glowing with joy. To her, this brother figure is straight up invincible, a dependable force. Later that night, Lily lies fast asleep, and someone jokes that she's sleeping like a log. Lim approaches Amanda and quietly invites her outside. There are things he needs to discuss. They walk through the quiet village under the moonlight. Lim explains that today has likely become an unforgettable memory for Lily. Between her favorite foods, and those heartfelt conversations, this is a day she will carry with her forever. Amanda agrees, saying it was special for her, too. Lim stops walking when Amanda thanks him for giving her hope for the future. He looks away, visibly annoyed. He leans in and flatly states that she is a fae. She stares at him in total confusion, her steps slowing as she begins to walk away, asking why he'd say such a thing. He accuses her of acting too well. He nearly believed her, but there were signs, too many coincidences and too few inconsistencies. He draws his sword, making her tense up. He explains that since Lily's escape, the organization would have searched everywhere for her. The first place they would target is her family. Amanda flinches. Lim continues, observing how she acts like someone with zero knowledge of the threat. There is no fear in her eyes and no hesitation in her voice. Not once did she show the signs of someone hiding. He asks again, where is the real mother? She responds with a cryptic tease. Suddenly, a massive stone erupts from the ground, and Lim narrowly dodges, cursing under his breath. She flees, but he catches up, blade in hand. He declares that he's experienced in these games and that her every move is readable. He strikes, the weapon pierces her, and she lets out a pained cry. Blood stains the ground. Even impaled, Amanda warns him not to get comfortable. The organization still wants the child afire. Lim calmly tells her that he has already scanned the village, and no one else here can match him. A sudden glow appears behind him. He turns to see magic circles layering upon one another, with something bright pulsing at their center. He recognizes the symbols: mana suppression, demon summoning, and something even more dangerous. A beam of magic surges toward Lily's house. Lim rushes forward, his thoughts racing. This is a transfer spell. The magic is not meant to destroy, it's meant to extract. Inside the house, a sharp scream rings out. Demonic creatures descend from the rooftops, shrieking. Lim curses his delay. He hadn't noticed the hidden activation. The spell must have been time-locked. Monsters fled the streets, teeth bared. Lim clashes with one, slicing it apart. He shouts that their tactics are loathsome, designed to ruin lives rather than claim victory. Others run to Lily, who floats in the air, unmoving. Panic sets in as they call her name. Her body doesn't respond. The mark on her forehead glows faintly, confirming his suspicion the target of the transfer spell was her. He gently touches her shoulder, telling her to wake up. She opens her eyes slowly, still groggy, mumbling that she feels cold. Lim turns toward the red-haired girl lying nearby. Analyzing the situation, he concludes that the spell's destination must be pandemonium. He estimates they have around 5 minutes, depending on distance and size. There is no time to waste. Without hesitation, he dashes off, calling out for young Shen to follow. He yells for the others, as well, heading back to where they had left their supplies. Within 5 minutes, they must leave the village, and find a way to break the spell. Magic gathers in the sky above like a storm brewing too quickly. A shout echoes, as someone points to the rooftop. Turns out, it's the Red Goblin behind all of this, who somehow got free. He is shooting fireballs down at our duo, while my guy is dodging them left and right. The bastard then orders his demons to strike, and they promptly follow the command. The sky turns dark as a massive magic circle ignites above. Below it, Lim tightens his grip on his weapon. He's within a mana-sealing zone, but there's no time to hesitate. He channels energy until his veins feel like they'll burst. Pushing his limits, he launches a spell Heavenly Demight, caught the first technique of its kind. Monsters swarm toward the goblin, who quickly casts a shield to deflect the blow. Lim remains composed. He leaps into the air, catches that bastard off guard, and smashes him into the ground like a goddamn meteor. He pins the enemy down, but a sudden noise makes him turn. People and beasts standing near Lily begin stepping back. Someone yells for everyone to duck. A blinding beam of light cuts through the air, grazing the goblin. My guy rushes to do what he can to get the child of fire out of danger, telling the wolf children to keep the enemy occupied. He knows that even without magic, artifacts will do the job. The hero scans through the loot, choosing an item from the Thieves' Guild first. Holding a strange mask in one hand, an item that allows for a temporary transformation, he knows 5 minutes is enough. As soon as he puts the mask on that red goblin's body, the creature transforms into the child's twin. He then draws that spell on the enemy's forehead with a magical pen, replicating it perfectly. Afterward, he pulls out a leaf. Sacred tree leaves rest gently on Lily's face, neutralizing the magical effects. She rises into the air as a magic circle encircles her body. Someone says the connection is now broken now. The target for the transportation spell is the clone. Lim looks at the two identical girls, thinking this bait may be their best chance. My guy goes even further, planting a ticking bomb on the goblin, a little souvenir. Before this bastard is transported back to his turf, Lim confirms everything is ready and tells the goblin to deliver a gift to his comrades. Focused and unshaken, he says that if the enemy survives, they will cross paths again. The clone groans behind the tape, trembling at Lim's words that next time, he'll visit them himself. Back at the goblin's base, someone shouts that the child of fire has arrived. The leader tells the red-haired girl to bow before him, or face the consequences. He reminds her how long it's been and that she surely has a lot to say. He rips the tape from her mouth, expecting sweet surrender. Instead, she screams. Her voice cuts through the noise as she warns everyone this is a trap. Everyone needs to run away. The clone panics, yelling that he is the real red goblin. The man bursts out laughing, falling at a cute lie. Before he can say more, a massive explosion tears through the area. Hundreds of elite soldiers vanish in flames. 5 pandemonium leaders fall. Research data and experimental materials are lost. Everything is reduced to ash. The city is engulfed in fire, the streets glowing orange, and the sky stained with smoke. Lim gazes at Lily and senses her heartbreak. This is not the city where demons were meant to appear, but if nothing changes, the undead will rise here soon. In Lily's soul, something collapses. She watches her homeland burn by her own hand. Tears form as she asks if her mother was a fake. Lim answers calmly, saying she already knew that deep down. She nods slowly, noting her mother must be gone. Lim reassures her, saying that until they find the body, there's still hope. Maybe her mother is wandering around the continent, looking for her daughter. Lily's eyes widen. They were roaming the continent in search of her daughter, and Lily's eyes are wide with newfound hope. She suggests they keep the search going, maybe even crossing borders into another country. Who knows? Her mother might have stepped into another dimension, just like she did before. As their plans start taking shape, someone points out they need to regroup with the rest of the squad first. The group settles into a carriage, quiet but satisfied. Their mission on the continent of Gaia is officially a wrap, and it's finally time to head back. But there's still one last piece of business to settle. Lim pays a visit to Mordria to tell her they were heading out now that their work here is done. Mordria doesn't say a word, she just keeps staring him down. Lim steps forward, addressing her by name before quickly correcting himself. He calls her the wisest dragon, Abaikta. Now that the cat is out of the bag, the blonde beauty appears, admitting she played the doll role quite well. She's curious when exactly did Lim figure out the ruse. Lim admits it was mostly intuition, though he conveniently avoids mentioning that he'd caught her on CT. She approaches Lim, demanding the full story. She notes that she hasn't met anyone like him in a long time. Probing deeper, she guesses he must be from another world. It's obvious from the carriage, so otherworldly design, his demonic sword, and his sheer intent in seeking her out. Lim realizes that while Brexaz possesses vast knowledge, she's always hunting for a new mystery. He extends his hand, offering to buy her wisdom. Intrigued, she suggests that if that's the case, she'll be the one to set the price. When Lim asks what she wants, she makes it clear she has no interest in jewels or money. Her eyes glow with a golden light, as she warns him if he can pay with his unique abilities, he'd better be ready to face the consequences. Lim remains silent as she makes it clear that if he cannot repay her for her requests, she will still take what is owed. Lim, serious and composed, tells her he won't disappoint. Abrakaz is digging his confidence and looking forward to what's to come. Nearby, Lily gasps and screams, realizing the woman in front of them isn't actually Mordria. She quickly hides behind Lim, insisting that something is dead wrong. Abrakta finds Lily's reaction totally natural. With a casual snap of her fingers, she tells them all to relax, assuring them she is indeed the same Mortaria who traveled with them before. Since they were all here now, she invites everyone back to her place. Soon, they arrive at a massive, towering castle. Abraxas remarks that it's been centuries, 500 years, to be exact, since she's hosted any guests. As the group takes in their surroundings, Lim reflects on the legends. While many interdimensional travelers have met Abraxas before returning home, none ever mentioned visiting her castle, which makes them the first. His gaze lands on a beautiful fountain, and then on a unicorn, and he wonders if the water there might be some kind of magic elixir. Abraxas notices and casually tells him to take whatever he likes. Lim laughs in delight, remarking that her first generous offer is far more valuable than the second. Abraxas snaps her fingers again, and suggests they eat first. They sit down at a large table overflowing with food. Lily eagerly begins eating, claiming it's the most delicious food she's ever tasted. Sitting beside Lim, Abraxas asks him to talk about the world he came from. Lim agrees and begins to speak, starting with the most ancient civilizations: Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, and ancient China. By the time he finishes, his plate is empty and night has fallen. Pouring wine into a glass, Abraxas casually asks Lim what he truly wants to know. She offers him the chance to learn how to become immortal, how to master the sword, or even how to destroy the world. Instead, Lim places a mysterious watch on the table and replies that he wants to understand all of it, and how to use it properly. He explains that the watch consumes a massive amount of magic, and each time a certain amount is absorbed, the hands move. What interests him is what might happen if all 5 hands move at once. Abraxas examines the watch and sends a stream of green mana into it. She notes a protective barrier is in place and says she'll need time to analyze it. Lim asks how long that would take and what happens if she fails. Holding the watch in front of her, Abraxas promises that if she fails, she'll grant him any wish he wants. Lim agrees to the deal, but asks what she wants in return. Extending her hand, Abraxas tells him to surprise her. Until she finishes analyzing the watch, he is free reign. Her expression darkens for a moment as she warns that if he fails to surprise her, she'll take his soul. Lim doesn't flinch and replies that they have a deal. Abraxas looks at him with curiosity, surprised that he doesn't seem afraid of anything. Standing up, Lim says he's ready to surprise her now, and sees no reason to delay. Abraxas watches, intrigued, wondering what he has planned. She sits back and mentally guesses he might try to attack her with a weapon from his world. Instead, Lim pulls out a laptop and announces that he's beginning. He closes his eyes and imagines a dragon. Before he came to this world, he had heard that Abraxas loved listening to stories about Earth from the awakened. But people became greedy and demanded too much from her eventually. Her patience ran out. Although she didn't change outwardly, many who tried to impress her failed. Still, a few succeeded. One awakened Englishman created something remarkable. As music from Earth begins to play through his device, Abraxas's eyes widen. She's surprised that Lim didn't resort to force or cheap tricks. The next day, Abraxas places her hand on her chest and begs him to take her with him. Standing firmly, Lim replies that she already knows he cannot. He recalls seeing the end of a world when a dragon crossed through a gate. The red dragon of the apocalypse once reached Earth, nearly wiping out the planet. Only when it was captured and killed did the world begin to recover. He closes his eyes again, knowing that Abraxas is even more powerful than that dragon. Letting her cross would guarantee disaster. Abraxas, her eyes gleaming with excitement, says it would only be dangerous if her true form passed through the gate. Since her power is sealed, and she's in human form, there shouldn't be any issues. Lim calmly refuses again, reminding her that even in her sealed state, she must ask his permission before doing anything. Smiling brightly, Abraxas agrees to his condition. She hands him jewelry as a token of her promise. Just then, a voice echoes from a loudspeaker, announcing that a new gate has opened and urging all citizens of the Maple district to evacuate. From the portal, ghost-like creatures with blades begin to emerge. A young man nearby yells in joy as yellow energy surrounds him. Wong stands ready, his body glowing with power. Wong closes his eyes and reflects on how strange it still feels to hear the nickname people gave him. Streams of energy pulse from his hands. He grabs a monster by the head, throws it, and then pushes back the incoming ghosts with ease. After dealing with the immediate threat, Wong looks around and declares the area clear before heading to regroup. Suddenly, he hears someone calling for help. He turns quickly and runs toward the voice as a building begins to collapse nearby. Wong returns carrying a girl in his arms. She stands in front of him, thanking him for saving her. Suddenly, a stranger, his face twisted in anger, slaps Wong across the face. He demands to know what kind of tank abandons his team during battle. Standing quietly, Wong bows his head and apologizes. He explains that he reacted to the cries for help and promises to be more careful in the future.